Into Playday number 5, the competition gets serious as now there are only 3 days remaining for teams to stake their claim, put the flag in the ground and say that Pro League spot is ours. And today we may see a couple of teams already starting to fade away. My name is Destitute, joined as always by my trusty duo. It's Ace of Pyrite. Buddy, I'm ready for a big day today. It feels like it's been a long time coming. It sounds quite scary, but teams are about to start getting knocked out of this competition.
Honestly, I've been sitting on my hands all day. It's been like just so excited to get through to tonight. This is the point now in the season where decisions really start being made. Like you said there, Des, we've got a few teams who potentially it could get to the point of being mathematically impossible for them to get to Pro League. You know, that is literally the point that we get into tonight is decisions being made. The big question, for the night as a whole, do we start seeing a little bit more clarity about who those front runners are, about who's taking real command and charge of going through to Pro League? Or do we come away from another week scratching our heads, wondering what is going to happen in the EU Challenger League?
Worth remembering as well, there is only one more week left. Literally a week today. In fact, it's literally about a week from right now. You'll be having the last 4 games playing out in Challenger League, and then all is said and done, and we will know who the final 2 teams are going through. That's just how tight things are starting to get in terms of timing. Let's take a look at the standings, though, in case you're only just tuning in for the first time, so you can see what the current state of play is, where teams are currently sat, who are the movers and the shakers, dare we say, in this case. And I think in this first game, we will be speaking an awful lot about Secret and Sisu. They're not looking so pretty down at the bottom right now, are they, Sisu? Sat down there with Salamander. I think a bit of a struggle, should we say? A bit of a fight to get their way back into this competition?
I think that's probably fair to say. They've had some difficult weeks. We saw them come out really strong, actually, against Salamander. And you look at that and you think, well, that doesn't really mean too much. Salamander are down the bottom of the table. But it's an interesting point what you were talking about earlier, Des. Salamander have taken points off everybody they've played against. They've certainly not been the slouchers of the league. And I think that bottom of the league position really sort of belies that a little bit. We talk about this quite often, that unfortunately history books doesn't really remember how results have played out. You just remember those final standings and what the score was. And I think Salamander are a little bit sort of victims of that at the minute. And I think they have shown us more than maybe that leaderboard really tells us. But the fact that Sisu did manage to turn out a good performance against them and dominate, it just really tells me that they've got more to offer than maybe they've shown in the other weeks.
You see the UK teams in Secret and Crazy sat in mid-table there at 10 and 11 points, joined by Penta in 4th. And then you have quite a nice bridge almost between the top 3 and the next 3 in that table. Orgles, Easy Dream and Diffuse Kids currently sat quite pretty at the top, but a number of them have got very interesting games coming up. And I know especially on the final day, that's when things get very intense, when things start looking quite scary for all teams, as there are a lot of these top teams going head-to-head on that final day. And we all know how this can play out sometimes. It can quite literally come down to the very final fixture. Let's take a look now as well at today's schedule so you can see what games are being played on what stream. No surprise at all to anyone. Here on the UK stream, we will be seeing Secret coming up against Crazy. So kicking things off, you will have Sisu coming up against Secret. Both of those games coming up as individual best of ones, followed by Orgles facing off against Crazy. Crazy really today feeling like it's their last chance saloon, should we say, to prove themselves that they deserve to be in that top 3, top 4, fighting for a Pro League spot. Over on the other stream, on the main channel, you can see Salamander versus Easy Dream and Penta versus Diffuse Kids as well. But Ace, I think it's pretty fair to say our focus here is on the UK boys. We want to see if they can climb up out of those 5th and 6th spots and get themselves closer towards that top 2.
Of course we do. And tonight is where it has to start. If they're going to achieve this, if they are actually going to mount a realistic challenge for Pro League, make no mistake, for both of those teams, Secret and Crazy, there's only 1 point separating them in the league. Crazy on 10 points, Secret on 11. They have to start now, because I had a look at the fixtures, I had a look at the stats and everything earlier, and what we're looking at realistically is if either of these teams lose 2 games, they are going to be completely reliant on other results and head-to-heads at that point. That is pretty much the reality. We're not necessarily mathematically at that point, but you're talking within a point or so. So realistically, out of their remaining 6 games, Crazy and Secret now need 5 wins minimum to be realistically challenging for Pro League. And even then, they are still potentially reliant on other people's results. If Easy Dream and Diffuse Kids just win out from here, then they're going to go through. That's it. That's the top and bottom of it. So, these teams already are in a position of having to rely on others. So really, they need to play their part and get every single point on the board they can. And that is the way they keep the pressure on these teams. If Crazy come out of this tonight with 16 points, having not 16 points from tonight, obviously, having taken 6 from tonight, plus the 10 they already have. They come out of this on 16 and tie things up with Orgles. Depending what happens in the Easy Dream matches as well, that puts a lot of pressure on those teams. And that's what Secret and Crazy need to do right now.
It's now moving past the point where you're the master of your own destiny, and now we're starting to look towards what other teams are doing to determine how you move. Again, who goes up, who goes down. It's slowly starting to disappear from your own control, which is absolutely the scariest part of all of this. But let's start breaking open that first game a little bit more. Sisu versus Secret. Let's start with Sisu, look at their roster in just a second, as well as a team to kind of coverage over. We'll go over the key things to look out for in this game in just a second. Sisu is probably the team that I've watched the most playing Siege in the last month or so. Seeing them in the Nordic Championship, seeing them here in Challenger League. I think it's pretty fair to say it hasn't been the prettiest month for these boys so far.
It's not been great. Like I said, they had that good week against Salamander where they got the 7-4 and then there was a draw in the first game and they looked good. Oscar Mosca came out and was one of the best players on the week. He had some fantastic stats against Salamander, but like you say, just as a roster, they seem to have struggled otherwise. Moved to Horboon, say, Jonathan, Oscar, Mosca and Kolensky. It's the regular guys that we're used to seeing. It's the normal roster. And if you look across at the ratings there, it sort of tells a story. Everybody below 0.85. It's not been great for them. That much is fair to say. The survival rates are really, really low there, generally surviving 1 to 2 rounds in 10. It's just not quite enough. They need to be winning the gunfights more and they need to be keeping themselves alive and giving themselves more of an opportunity to win rounds.
To give some credit to themselves, though, Sisu have been improving in the last month. The problem is you needed to be improving at the start of the month and be in a spot to be able to deliver. Now it feels like their destiny, as we've said all along, is out of their own hands. If they lose 0-2 today, there is no mathematical way that they can make it into Pro League. If they do win, you're still then relying on results for other teams. So either way you look at it, not a pretty picture for these boys. Let's go take a look now at Secret as well, the UK Massive, as we love to call them sometimes. These boys equally haven't had the best month, plagued by inconsistency as we've seen. And in fact, it extends even beyond just last month. You're looking also back into the ESL Premiership. The big question on everyone's lips is when are they going to finally find the form that we all know they are capable of? Fonkers, Leon, Blaz, Mipi and Eunice. Needless to say, Eunice's return was heralded as quite a big success for these boys, but I know that his opening kills and opening death ratio so far have been really weak. I think he's sat down at like 8 and 17 or something at the moment. Hasn't been a great time for him.
It's not just these opening deaths. It's not just the entry stats for Eunice. We all know what he's capable of. I'm not going to sit here and criticise Eunice. At the end of the day, he's far more the Siege player than I am. But at the end of the day, the numbers don't lie, and he really has struggled in this Challenger League season. And I think with Secret as a whole, if I think across the games that I've seen him play with Secret from the Invitational qualifiers onwards, especially after the Invitational qualifiers, we yet to see him really display any consistent week after week after week form of good performances. Yes, he has had the odd week here and there, but other than that, it just doesn't seem like he's ever really been able to get running, to see that form and that potential realised that we know that he is capable of. I'd say the same of Fonkers. We know that he is capable of so much more than he has been showing us. But as a whole, Team Secret have really struggled with consistency. And I'm a little bit concerned for them tonight. They need 6 points against Sisu here. And we've been talking about it on and off all day, Des. And I joked before we came on air here, we were talking about it and, Secret 6 points. And I mean, I'll even tone it down a bit and said, I'll say now, just ask yourself, would you want to put a couple of thousand on Team Secret taking all 6? And all of a sudden, that confidence starts to wane pretty quickly. And I think, could Sisu grab a point here and scupper things for Secret? I don't think it's a million miles away, depending which Secret turns up.
Absolutely. It's a coin toss on which one you get in some weeks, and that has been their weakness all along. And Sisu are the ones now with a chance to, although they might find themselves going out at the end of this week, they have a chance here to kind of dig the knife in. So beyond the grave, they can look at Secret and laugh as they fail to get into Pro League. But Secret are the ones looking to try and deny that. But let's take a look at the map Vitas. I'm sure you're all very keen to know what maps we are playing on. Coming in today, looking at stats, I'm thinking a border and a coastline are going to come through here because of how these two teams have played. They do like these kind of gun-heavy maps in that sense. I know Sisu especially are very heavy in leaning towards playing on border. And I think for Secret today, knowing that you have big games coming up next week, they've still got Orgles to come, for example, you don't want to go away showing too much. So sticking to a nice map where it comes down to frags and you feel more confident in your gunning ability than the, dare I say, average gun skill so far coming out of Sisu, they're the kind of maps I'd expect them to lean towards.
There's another way of looking at it as well, Des, and I would completely agree with you in the maps that you've chosen there. And, obviously you reference Secret potentially wanting to keep things under wraps, looking towards future fixtures. I've also got to ask the question, does Secret look at this and think, we need some points here. We need to keep this simple.
How hard do we go?
They don't want to overcomplicate things. Do you want to go into something like Villa that, on a day can really turn one way or the other? It can be very, very unpredictable. Or do you want to nail it down and say, look, every one of us to a man knows exactly where we are on border. We know where the gunfights are coming from. We know the angles. Let's just go to border and keep it simple. We can win there. And I think, I don't know, I'm not putting words in Secret's mouth. I'm sure that they've got their eyes on next week's matches as well. But it just looks to me, if they do go down that road, maybe, it's just keeping it straightforward.
Let's take a look at these maps. Consulate Cafe gone. Theme Park, no surprise, disappearing. Clubhouse as well. Coast and Villa following. That's one I thought we might see, but Border going to be the last one coming through there. Now, way back into last year, when the ESL Prem was at its peak, Secret were the dominant team in the UK. And what were they renowned for? They were renowned for playing on Border an awful lot. So to even see them still playing a map like this today really doesn't come to surprise me at all. They played it twice so far and won both times they played it here in Challenger League. It's a confident map for them. Equally, then go and look at Sisu. They've drawn it once and lost it the other. So it's not been the prettiest record for them so far, but as I said earlier on, has been one of those maps that they look the most comfortable on. It is one of their air quotes home maps in this case.
It is, and like you say, I think confidence is going to be key today. They have to come out, they have to get, we keep saying that they have to get 6 points, they have to get 6 points, but, looking a little bit beyond this week, if you look at the reality of it, if they don't come away with 6 points, there's only 12 points available after this week, and Secret have got to play those top teams. So that is going to swing very, very quickly, and they're going to be very reliant on those matches going in their favour. So really, they need to do everything they can here so that if they do come away from, the easy dream game, I think it is, with 3 each, 3 points apiece, it's not then the end of the world because they're still within that 6 point margin. That's how you need to think about this now. Because they've got to play those teams, there is only one other week where they can catch them up. So if arguably they're going to go 3 apiece with that team, they need to get 6 points elsewhere.
Absolutely. Well, I've heard the call that the game is almost ready to get into. So let's kind of summarize what we're looking at here and just how important this game is. We've already mentioned if Sisu lose this one 0-2, they are out. They cannot make Pro League. Their season is over. For Secret, though, plagued by inconsistency. If it strikes today at the worst time against arguably, I don't want to say the easiest, but one of the easiest opponents that Secret are going to face, it would be absolutely catastrophic. And Sisu can make a name for themselves here in bringing Secret down with them. Can they do it or not? Best way to find out is getting straight into the map border coming onto your screens in just a second.
Sisu are a cornered animal, Des. Make absolutely no mistake about it. They're going to come out swinging here. They want, they're playing for pride. They're playing to keep themselves in the fight. If they could turn this around and get 6 points out of Secret, it rockets them up the table to 10 points rather than 4. And as much as it will still be difficult and there's still a long journey ahead of them, it's something. It's one step on the journey at least. And believe me, competitive players who reach this level of competition in the Challenger League here do not do it because they roll over easily. They do it because they fight for every second of every round. And that's what Sisu are going to come out and do here. So, don't write them off. That is certainly not something to be doing. They could well come out here and get a result on one of these maps.
The biggest question is who are you looking towards on the side here to be the one that steps up? The player that I've seen a few times has had some really nasty rounds, albeit not consistently, is Jonita. The number of times that he's stepped up and found a multi-kill in several rounds on something like a Jaeger has been notable, especially in the Nordic Championship. So today, if Secret are left with their guard down, if they don't address the issues that we've seen previously, we already spoke about the pretty horrific opening kill, opening death record for players like Yunus, 8-17 at the moment. He's an easy pick-off here, and if Sisu can identify that, collapse on him early on with some drone work, that could be catastrophic for Secret finding themselves at a numbers disadvantage.
Certainly could be. So we're going to be heading in towards round number 1 on border then, and we're going to have all the answers to these many questions that we've posed for you coming very, very soon. But like you say, I think the entry battle is an important one to keep an eye on, Des. I think you're absolutely right there. These are two teams that have sort of struggled. Let's look at Leon, though. Leon Gids, big fragger for Team Secret. We know that if he has a good day, the team generally has a good day along with it. They're going to need him to step up here. They need him to bring that early round aggression. They need him to keep on top of Sisu. Like I said, they've got pretty poor entry stats, really, and that's something that they need. Team Secret need Leon to be taking advantage of.
Something I didn't even think of actually in the banning phase. I'm almost completely forgetting about what we've been seeing all week. Of course, Ying is available here, not been banned away, bringing him out on this map. She can achieve some pretty crazy things. I was speaking to Meepy quite late last night, and he was saying there are cases where in scrims of like Robin on Villa, for example, and rolled a Candela through master bedroom door, and it's managed to flash out a smoke who's downstairs in red hallway. That's how obscene these flashes can be, so much so that they go around corners and stuff. That can make it very hard to sit and feel that you're safe in any position behind a wall, behind a reinforcement. You may well end up finding yourself getting flashed out and a storm coming through from Sisu. Going to be a lot of attentiveness required from the side of Secret here to be able to deal with those. We've all seen exactly how fast the rush can come in, though, from things like the Ying, especially when coupled up with other utility or being duoed up with another member on the team. Round one of the way, though, starting things out in Armory Archives, as you saw a second ago, the clash for Eunice, probably going to be pivotal for them, I think, to start things off, being able to slow down the advance coming out of Sisu, just try and run that clock down as best they can.
That's it. It's going to be about wasting time. Junus has got to keep himself alive. He's got to be more effective than we've seen him being so far. And maybe the clash is a way for him to do that. You know, maybe that's a way for him to get himself more involved in these rounds without losing himself, you know, too early on and leaving his team at a man disadvantage. We'll see exactly how that plays out. Kalensky just putting the claymore down there at the bottom of East Stairs. We can see Eunice just in there with Mipe looking to just defend that bomb and west wall area. Nothing too drastic yet in terms of attacks from Sisu. They're just taking the time here. They're getting themselves built up. It looks like we're going to have some attention coming in towards Armory. Kalensky's got some good control of the top of East Stairs. If you're looking for an Armory push, that's an important place to take control of early in the round, and he has managed to do that. Makes it safe to open up the triple wall that they're currently working on, but it also prevents the rotations that you're going to see attempted there. As you can see now, Kalensky just peeking down, and if I think it was Glass on the Wamai there, just looking to potentially move around 90 corridor. He needs to be careful. No, it was actually Leon. No surprise there, trying to bring that aggression, as I said. And that could be an early opportunity for one of these teams to grasp this round and take control.
They really want to get rid of the clash early on, but it's going to be Meepy getting rid of Yonata here, make it a second. I was going to say him on the Jaeger here. Something that Secret have been doing more of, getting him in these fragging-based positions, and it's been working absolute wonders for it. We'll finally find himself brought down by Kalensky, though, who was pushing in here, as you can see, off towards the east balcony. But still a great start for Meepy, bringing down both the Hibbanas, the hard breach being removed, and the Ying as well, who was there ready for the late game push to come through that we might have expected. Bonkers finds himself another in this round, and Secret already in the driving seat. Going to find themselves yet another as Leon will swing onto the stairs and bring down Oscar. And that is a nice and clinical closeout by Secret. Very interesting how they reinforced all of 90 as well and just said, you know what? We want nothing to do with security in this round, but if you try and push anywhere in from the east, we're ready for you.
And ready they were. Sisu absolutely unable there to move Secret around whatsoever. If you look at Secret's positioning at the end of that round, I guarantee that it was largely the same as it was at the beginning. There was absolutely no ground given whatsoever. They dug their heels in and they just waited for that attack to come. We can see the Ying coming out on the lineup this time around. But Team Secret are ready for it. They've got the Warden. I think we're obviously going to see an increase in the pick rate for Warden that will mirror the pick rate of Ying, because obviously his special gadget, his glasses, enable him to see through the flash effects and the smoke effects. So very, very powerful buff to Warden at the minute, not only to Ying. It really does bring him sort of screaming into the meta. I just hope he was ready to come off the bench, Des. He's been sat there for quite a while.
The biggest fear you have at the minute with a Warden is the fact that not only has Ying now got 4 Candelas, she also has smokes. And how does this gadget work? You have to stand still to be able to see through the smoke. So unless you're willing to stand still and essentially get turrets stuck behind that shield, you're going to struggle as the Warden to be able to do much. If they know where you are on drones and they smoke and they flash, you have to stand still to be able to deal with the aggressors pushing in. You're basically in a 1 versus 5 in that sort of situation, and that puts a lot of pressure on Blast to play this out smartly, to put himself in a safe spot where he can't be killed from a difficult angle based on where the aggressors come from. But as we saw in the last round, it didn't even come down to that. It was Meepy finding those opening 2 kills onto the hard breach and onto the Ying, which shut that one down for Sisu. So maybe a little bit more early protection onto those crucial members, a bit more key for them. They had Oscar downstairs on the Ash trying to kind of get this clash from below, I think. Outside of that, it came down to putting your most vulnerable members in the front line, and Meepy was more than happy to oblige with some kills coming back through. Benson Workshop going to be the second site then coming in for Secret, and as you would expect, Sisu taking full control of the top floor, most likely, with someone pushing inside of office. I've got Kolensky pushing in the south here as well, inside of the lounge area. And pushing in towards the north side is going to be a key part of this. Taking vertical control and forcing Secret to drop is going to be their first challenge on this attack.
It's going to be largely the same as the start to the last round. It's about getting that top floor control over Armory and Archives and then pushing off from there exactly as you've said, Des. And that is something that Sisu were unable to do last time around. So they're going to have to bring something different here. They're going to have to win those gunfights. They're going to have to start moving Team Secret around, denying them the utility for them, and just denying their man count, really. That was something that Team Secret did very, very well. I think they only lost one man throughout that round. And it was just very easy for them. Like you say, ever from that Meepy double kill at the beginning, it never really felt like it was going in any other direction. Sisu managed to get themselves one back, and then it just went downhill from there. Now, interestingly, we've got the Wamai coming into use there. The gadget will just grab a hold, and there goes the second one. So that's 2 Candelas gone now. The flash effect does still have an impact at that range, but it will, I believe, just die off a little bit sooner, being that it's controlled detonation at least. A big opening double there from Moonsey and Oscar though, and that will be matched by Junus and Blast coming in with 1 apiece, and we now very quickly find ourselves in a 3 versus 3. Team Secret still have manpower up on this top floor. They still have utility available in the form of a shield, in the form of a Maestro cam, but some verticality is able to be used just by the Team Secret because of that control that they've got. And meanwhile, Sisu tried to push into site, but will be punished for doing so.
They are really trying their best to get control of the top floor here. It's gone down to a 3 versus 3 and now into a 2 versus 2. Members of Secret are trying to drop off, but you still got Eunice holding on the upstairs here, sat in behind the shield, and everything was coming through. I was going to say a drone from Move to Ho let Kolensky know exactly where he was, and he took a spray through that wall off towards the west side. So that top floor is now clear, but look who's left alive. It's Meepy, who has been having one hell of a tournament so far, been stepping up massively compared to when we saw him being very quiet back in the 6 Invitational qualifiers. He wasn't really finding the frags that we used to see him from him, and otherwise he's been doing pretty well. There's one down. Will he find the kill? Goes around the corner, but goes a little bit too far to the right. And that'll be moved to home, but getting that final kill come through, and Sisu will take round number 2. It was a war to get there.
It was a war, but well played from Sisu there. They certainly weren't afraid. They got in and they got a quick couple of kills, but they were sucker punched right back in return and brought straight back to 3-3, a square edge very, very quickly. But it didn't impact on them, and that impresses me because that could quite easily have really sucked the momentum out of that round. But no, they carried on, they persisted, and they got that diffuser down. I think they were even a man down at a point because Blast got the kill following that little trade that we had at the beginning, that sort of flurry of 4 kills. Blast got the next one, leaving Team Secret at 3-2 advantage. And in this situation where you've got a powerful operator like Ying on the board, she was taken out at that point, I think, and you just need to be taking those opportunities. If you've got that man advantage, 3 versus 2, you really need to be coming away with those rounds and making sure that you keep yourself on top, because as I've said, realistically, even a draw out of one of these maps, whilst not completely catastrophic for Secret, it puts them into a serious nosedive at that point. It makes things very, very difficult for them. They start having to be very reliant on other results. They start having to come away for fixtures, big fixtures against the top teams with 6 points, rather than being able to look at it and think, well, we can get a 3-all here and we can win next week to get ahead of them. You know, they really need those results. So they need to be careful that they don't let Sisu just sort of grind this game away, just, you know, letting them have a round and then getting one back and pinching another one and just keeping themselves level throughout.
Tim, I need to ask, can we break open Ace's data vault, and what have you got on these 2 teams on border?
These 2 teams on border, so let's look at the way around we're playing at the minute. So on the attack, Sisu have got their the best attacking site that we've seen them on so far. Rings true tonight. It's Armory and Archives, and it's a 50% attack rate. So they've lost there in the first round that they've attacked onto Armory Archives. Ventilation Workshop, they've actually come out with a win there. Normally they've only got a 33% win rate on Ventilation Workshop. So on the attack, Sisu on border, not great overall. If you're looking at your best attacking site, having a 50% win rate, you're asking to come out of that half sort of 2-4 at best, really. So far, it's going all right for Sisu compared to what we've seen previously.
Only 2 rounds to kick things off as well. Plenty more to come in this half. Of course, another 4 rounds to come before us. And one thing worth keeping an eye on, we mention it a lot, or at least I like to, is the drone preservation for the attacking side. Currently 3 drones down, the third one dying literally just as I said it. So not too bad, at least early on, to make sure they are preserving those drones on their entry into the building. You can see that Move to Ho's got himself inside of the office right here. It's the same as last round, where they need to make sure they're getting control of what's going on inside of Armory and Archives. And just like last time, we're going to see Jonathan and Kalensky pushing in for security. It was actually from the left over there where Kalensky found himself, I believe it was 2 or 3 kills in the last round, doing a lot of work for his team and making sure that they had the crucial frags to eventually be able to go for the drop and the eventual plant. And for Secret, equally, they've adapted a little bit as well, slightly repositioning where these castles are, making sure that they've got more playing downstairs on site and a bit more willing, it feels like, to drop down and give up control of the upstairs a little bit sooner. But we are down to 1 minute and 15 left, and they've still got 1 or 2 playing on the upstairs here. As you can see, Blast last time round stood like that turret that I mentioned earlier on with the glasses on. Cool guys don't look at explosions, they most definitely look at deaths, as he managed to find himself a kill when someone tried to push in. I believe it was even Yonata trying to make the players we saw getting stuck behind. All those were my mental pancakes.
Boonsey putting the Hibana X Kairos pellets to work there on that office wall. Warden, as you say, just utilising those glasses, just trying to keep himself in the fight. But Leon will not be able to do that as Kalensky steps in and gets the opening kill once again for Sisu there, just giving them that man advantage. Team Secret, previously on Ventilation Workshop, do have a 66% win rate. So having lost that last round, you'd expect them to be able to turn this one around. Meepy, again, just stepping up, somewhat of a sentinel for Team Secret so far today. Gets himself another frag there just to level things up. Junus, however, off screen has been down. Blast with another one from behind that wall. We're seeing his ability and power in behind that wall, but that power will be extinguished by Move to Ho as he steps in and gets a kill for his trouble. So that now leaves Secret once again man disadvantage, 2 versus 3. But Meepy steps up with a double. Make that a triple. That is huge for Team Secret, and that is exactly what his team needs from him. Ultimately, the clock will tick down. Oscar finishes Junus off. He bleeds out, but that is neither here nor there as Team Secret come out with a successful defense of Ventilation Workshop this time.
It's twice now as well we've seen Blast on the Warden going head-to-head, coming up against a... lost me entirely. A Ying, that's the one. Coming up against a Ying twice now, and it's 1-2-0. It's been pretty... I'd say pretty solid. He's dealt with it very well. Pop those glasses on. Let's say cool guys don't look at explosions. In this case, he does and kills the person on the other side of it. And that for Yonata maybe is getting a little bit confident in those candelas and saying, I know people are flashing there. We can go for the push. But twice he's come up against the Warden who has dealt with him very, very effectively. Surprised that smokes aren't being deployed in that case as well. Don't you have them on side? Maybe you wanted to try and save them more for a site execute. But if you know you're coming up against a Warden who can deal with you, force him to dance a little bit, which they did do, to be fair. He took away Yonata, and then the Thatcher caught him from the cross angle, just moved to Ho, facing off in towards Archives, I believe. So, good success being found with the Warden, despite what I said about it earlier on. In this round, not going to bother, and with us playing downstairs on the workshop and vent site twice in a row, we can now return back onto the top floor. Things are going to kick off here in Armory and Archives.
Yep, Sisu certainly need a better showing on this site than they had attacking it back in round number 1. They really struggled. The office operators just weren't even moved at all, really. I think there was still a man in sandwich when the round finished. It was just, he just wasn't shifted whatsoever. 90 corridor reinforced once again, and like you said, Des, I think they're just saying, you know what, you take hold of security, that's not a problem. We know there's not a thermite on the board, so if you want to open up one of the security walls, and I think this is actually quite a smart decision from Team Secret, they recognise that there is no thermite, so hard breach is now very, very limited, especially with only Hibana being available. So if they want to open up office wall, or they want to open up west wall, it means that they cannot open up the walls in security that go on to 90 corridor. So Team Secret can say with 95% certainty that that's not going to happen. So Leon can just play in there for free, and that's exactly what he's doing, and that just allows him, it leaves him capable then to attack onto east stairs, to attack into office, or to potentially move back into site, or even rotate downstairs. It gives him an awful lot of flexibility.
It's the fact that the Ying being dropped away probably just goes that they know they've dealt with it so well in the last 2 rounds that they just don't need to worry about it this time round. Like, they've dealt with the Candelas very well, I think, and now Eunice, the one actually is going to step up and make himself known at the start of the round. Move to Ho has been put down, but not out just yet. However, he is incredibly low. One more bullet going to be enough to knock him out. The same, though, can be said for Eunice, and he goes for a spray through. He's going to find out Yonata here on the IQ as well. So lots of pressure like we saw back in the first round. Secret are not scared to take the fight to this attacking team when they just start getting inside the build, and things are looking good for them. Now with 2 kills kicking things off, Secret still at 5. This round's looking a lot more positive and less heart attacking juicy than maybe the last 2 have been for Team Secret.
Yeah, Team Secret certainly wanting to come through this one a little bit cooler, a little bit calmer than they have done on the previous ones. But like you say, it's just that aggression that they're willing to bring. And once again, I said it at the beginning of the round, I said it after round 1, I just don't feel like there's any ability from Sisu here to really move anybody around on Team Secret. I just really don't feel like they're aware of how to do that. They just haven't found an answer yet.
Now we're getting a few issues on stream, guys. We'll make sure that's rectified very shortly. Apologies about the issue with that, but a game is still continuing, as you can most likely see on your screen as well. Still sat in a spot where they are in a 5 versus 3, though. And Oscar, both of those drones being down, with only 3 of them left alive here, with 3 drones to play with between them. A minute left in this round. They're walking into flashes as they even try and make an entry in, and still getting themselves caught out. A bit of unfortunate team kill comes through, but things are going to still go the way of Secret here as they go into a 4 versus 1. Round ends quite comfortably in their favor, with Leon finding that final kill. And Armory Archives is most certainly looking like Secret's home here, no matter what we've seen. Sisu try and throw it in these 2 rounds. One being a push from security, the other one being a push from office. Secret have adapted and dealt with it very well.
I've got to ask questions of Boonsy there. He's got the diffuser in hand. And granted, it was a bit of a last-minute rush into site. But one man, I think it was Boonsy anyway, one man runs into default plant spot without diffuser, whilst man with diffuser runs to half wall and just gets absolutely annihilated at half wall. And I don't really know what's going on there. You know, if you've got the diffuser in hand, you've got to be keeping yourself safe. You're already in a 3 versus 5. The last thing you need to do is to be dying in no man's land and leaving the diffuser cold on the ground. That is not going to help your team at all. If anybody should be heading into the security of that corner, just near the small office wall, the default plant spot, if anybody should be heading in there, it should be the man with the diffuser. Granted, we saw that wall was soft and it got opened up. I'm not saying that the whole play in general was the perfect idea, but if you're going to do it, you've got to defend that diffuser and protect it a little bit better than they did there.
Tim, you speak like an impassioned support main, of which I know you are, so I know this is a very personal and touching issue for you, and you are correct.
Painful,
it's painful, mate. I'm sure it is. You go to sleep every single night, and this is going to be one of those things that haunts you for multiple nights. We'll make sure we get the doctor around to deal with you again next time, don't worry. Now going, though, into supply and customs on the downstairs. Look at the picks we're seeing coming through. That castle being brought along by Leon once again. So then they haven't really used that much, or haven't used it all, I should say, in Armory and Archives, but we did see it used both times they played on the workshop and vent site. So when playing on the downstairs, that seems to be their go-to response. So make sure we're walling off the doors on the downstairs, play on the upstairs, and drop later on when we need to, or as soon as we start seeing them burning utility on getting rid of those the barricades.
Attackers have located a bomb.
2 minutes 40 on the clock, then we are heading into another round here. 3-1 in favour of Team Secret, and they are looking to get dominant here. They need to be trying to come out of this half 5-1 now. They need to be looking at this and thinking, yeah, no problem, we can do this, we can get an advantage here. And so far, it's looking good for them. They're picking up those entry kills. We've had Sisu pick up a couple along the way, but even when they do, it's not phasing Team Secret. We're seeing much more the Team Secret that we used to here. Move to Hall comes in, gets an opening kill onto Blast, but just watch now. I'm going to throw myself out there, put myself on the line a little bit, and I'm going to say watch how Team Secret react to that. And Leon Gidd's giving a perfect demonstration of that, stepping out and absolutely deleting Yonata off the rappel there. Not an easy fight for a defender to win, but Leon takes it on expertly and comes around with the result that Team Secret need there. So that just squares things away once again. And that's what I'm liking from Team Secret so far tonight, is no matter which way those first kills go, no matter what the man count is, they're not being shaken, they're not being scared, they're quite happy to just take this calmly, one step at a time, and they know that until the round finishes, they are still in the fight. And Leon has done fantastically well there to get that kill and get an important operator in IQ off the board.
I've seen quite a few times against Sisu that teams just play ridiculously aggressive and don't give them time to get set up, and that is a great way to disrupt teams that you might consider weaker than yourself, is to bring down 1 or 2 members early, put a bit of a spanner in the works. In this case, a few spanners being put into the side of Boonsy by the looks of it, goes down to sub 70 HP. But it's just a way to make sure teams never really get comfortable, and that's exactly how Sisu look right now. The couple of rounds where they have had time to breathe, which is round 2, things did go their way. They were the ones droning at their own leisure. They were the ones pushing in when they wanted to, using utility when they wanted to. When Secret are getting up in their face, like we spoke about in the pregame, it's when they've looked a little more comfortable. But in this round, at the very least, it is being punished by the side of Secret. Now down to a 4 versus 2 in favor of Sisu, and there's one at the bottom of the stairs. He should know about this. He does know, and Eunice will find that kill. No, Trey coming back to the other side. We'll find a second as well. Right in as one comes in for Meepy. Suddenly a 4 versus 2 has turned into a 2 versus 1. And this is just what Secret needed now. Bottom of the stairs, we're into a 1 versus 1. Meepy will know what this feels like already. Back in round number 1 when he got the down. Didn't quite manage to close things out. Round number 2, sorry, I should have said rather than round number 1 there. But a 1 versus 1. He's been in this spot before and now knows he needs to be able to win this one out. He's going to start planting behind the wall. I'm not quite sure there's any intel there, but we'll get the shots in and we'll manage to connect as well. But not enough to bring down the planter. Move to Host stuck here as well. Can't really plant on site without being exposed. All the pings are coming through. They know exactly where he is. All he's got to do is find a nice size spot, which he will try and find here, and we'll find that final kill. Expertly played by Secret there with the intel and patience of a saint. And Sisu will lose that round as well.
Said it before, I'll say it again. Meepy, Mr. Consistent. I tweeted out a little bit of footage of a clutch that he got last week, 1 versus 2 on the Valkyrie down in Church and Arsenal on Clubhouse. It was an absolutely fantastic clutch. The attackers, fair play, probably could have done more, but you can only play what's in front of you, and Meepy made the right decision at every single turn, and we've just seen him do exactly the same again there. Didn't panic when he could hear that diffuser going down. He knew that he had control over 90% of that site from the hatch there. It is such a powerful position, and he has done exactly what his team needed. Once again, he's kept a level head, nice and calm. He's used that game knowledge that he's got, and he's finished that round off for his team without any major problem. Secret seriously in the driving seat here, and as we spoke about, Des, I think you could be right there. I think this one might have already been won at the banning phase.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many.
It's the round when you see Secret playing super aggressive that it does kind of stand test to what we were talking about in saying that they do want to push aggressively and to stop Sisu even getting inside the building, because when they do that, as we've seen a couple of times already, it just takes all the wind out of their sails. Now we are going back to the site that Secret have won once and lost once here in Workshop and Ventilation. Curious to see which way we see Sisu try and approach things. The one thing worth noting is that we're going to see Secret most definitely digging deep, as we've seen them do already. The one time it really did work out for Sisu was in round number 2 when they managed to get themselves in from security towards West Wall and also have the Thatcher pushing in from Archives at the same time. And it just felt like a little bit towards the end, as Secret were taking out members, Sisu were happy to trade things back and forth. So to be trading those members, I think, in the early to mid stage of this round is going to be crucial. That's what you've got to look out for here from Sisu. Can they find the kills onto the members of Secret if they lose one of their own, or vice versa?
So we can see early approach coming from Sisu straight towards that top floor. They're going to be looking to get in and get control over that area. We've already got Move to Hole looking to get himself up on the rappel over on the east side there. We've got Yonita moving in towards security. We've already got the soft wall of detention breached as well, so there's potential there for a little ground floor pressure, which I don't think ever really goes amiss here. Yes, you need to be getting the top floor in there, but the really successful attacks that we tend to see onto the ventilation workshop tends to be a little bit of a tandem. You don't push in to the bottom floor immediately at the beginning of the round. You start getting the pressure on upstairs. You maybe get a kill or so. Really take the defender's eye and drag it with you upstairs, and then you start pushing 1 or 2 in from underneath, potentially from bathroom tellers or potentially from detention, and then just applying a pressure around site whilst those necks are craned towards the ceiling to see what's going on above them. Meepy, once again, who else in this fixture? Meepy is on an absolute tear so far today. We've seen a real resurgence from him in the last few weeks, and you can see his confidence here, going for the run out, going for the peak, seeing what he can see. He's got a taste of blood and he wants more at this point. He wants to get more men off the board and to help Team Secret. Meepy, he's been around for so long with this team, and I can feel it in the way that he's playing, how desperately he wants to get back to Pro League, how desperately he wants to keep this team in the fight for the fans, for the players, and he just really is leading from the front.
What I like the most is they keep putting him on Jaeger as well, but he's not playing the aggressive, like roaming Jaeger that we're used to seeing Ash mains play, for example, is that he is playing it very defensively for the most part and playing on site. As you see him right here, I say that, and he's kind of cursing me a little bit as he is playing quite aggressively down towards the south inside of Supply and Customs and gets himself tagged out there by the other members of Sisu pushing in that direction. Leon has rotated down now and towards Bleepers as well, so holding the same sort of angle and looking to fill the gap that has now been left by Meepy, and sure enough, he will strike. That was Sisu maybe not being quite as attentive as they would have liked, and it even rotates around and finds one down inside the main hallway as well. The kills are flying through, and upstairs there's another one as well. A clean end into that round from Secret. And Bonker's doing a lot of work from the upstairs. Just so many angles of attack there coming out of the side of Secret that it felt out of the side of Secret. Sorry, Sisu had nothing to do or say in response.
I tried to paint a picture at the beginning of this match that, you know, potentially Sisu come in here and have the potential to upset the apple cart, so to speak. But we're never sure at the minute, and this is what makes casting Team Secret very, very tricky at the minute. You're never sure which one is going to turn up. We've got 2 or 3 Team Secrets almost at the minute, and the one showing up today is certainly meaning business, and they are hitting the shots. The strategies are down. Everything is looking tight, and I'm excited to see them on the attack here. I think this could be a formidable thing that we will see come out from them. We've got Leon switching over onto the Ying there, so they're obviously going to put that one into play as well. And I think we're going to see some urgency from Team Secret here. I think they're going to want to just sort of reduce these round times a little bit, speed things up, get those quick opening kills, and I think they'll be looking to get this game finished and onto map 2 as quickly as they can.
Quite interesting to see that it's Oscar playing on the dock here. I'm pretty sure their common setup has been moved to Ho playing that inside of Armory, and then having the rest of the team kind of spread around him, or at least off towards the east side, holding down Archives as well. Clearly a bit of a change in tack coming through for these boys, maybe because of the addition of Wamai. They're seeing that working better with the Jaeger, and that does mean a couple of role swaps going on internally inside the team. No Boonsey on side the smoke here. No doubt what he's known for, what he's famous for. 2-6 so far in this game, not really been his biggest performance to date. On the other side, you mentioned it a second ago, Meepy and Leon going absolutely massive, and I echo your thoughts earlier as well. Meepy really stepping up and making himself known is a massive thing for Secret when the rest of them are being relatively quiet. Having said that, everyone is on 4 kills so far, so it's not like everyone's fallen off the face of the earth and no one is making themselves known. Everyone is doing something in this game, and that's when Secret are at their strongest, when they are playing as a unit, and it's not just Leon running around the map, dragging them through rounds of 2 or 3 kills to his name.
I think that's been the problem that we've seen with them recently, has been sort of that reliance on Leon coming in and getting those frags, and you know, as soon as he doesn't do that or doesn't do it to the same degree, then it becomes a struggle. And I think something that, you know, we've needed for a little while from Team Secret is to see more frags. When we've seen that, they look absolutely formidable. Think about 2 weeks ago when they absolutely dominated, and it was like, right, Secret are back here. And Fonkers and Eunice both absolutely went off, and they had a great second map from Blast as well. And when they do get that contribution, when they do get those frags coming in from the other players, and Meepy is somebody over the last couple of weeks who has really stepped up on that front, when that happens, that is when Secret look really, really dangerous. So I think, you know, that's something we can be looking towards with this team when we're trying to figure out, for the time being at least, with these consistency issues, which team it is that's showing up. I think looking, you know, for frags across the board is a good indicator of exactly what we're going to be seeing on any given day. Blast with a great nade kill to open things up from the air conditioning units up on the roof there. It's a great angle just in through the little, I don't know what you call that on the roof, sort of like a decorative
well, I know that Fonkers calls it skylight.
Skylight, there, we'll go with skylight. So yeah, the fantastic nade from there, and in comes the Candelas, and this is not going to be pretty now as Leon moves in with a kill onto Kolensky. He will get downed on the Ying though. If that can be finished off, then that could be a big loss in terms of utility for Team Secret. Eunice, however, getting in, not worrying about that lost utility, just worrying about losing lives from Sisu, and takes Yonita off the books, and that is damage done to Oscar Mosca as well. He will get a kill onto Fonkers, but now finds himself all alone in 90 Corridor. 1 versus 4 here as Meepy takes Boonsey out, and this is a real job to be done. Leon gets picked up, Eunice starts getting the diffuser down. Everything that could possibly be against Oscar Mosca is at this point, and let's not forget Oscar had a torrid week last week. He's really going to have to show a better performance here if he's going to successfully complete a 1 versus 3. He does get the first onto Blast, but that tells Team Secret exactly where Oscar is pushing from now. They're aware. In come the shots through the soft wall. Oscar continues to juice himself up, but it's not going to be enough as he's down to 50 health. He's pushing in towards that diffuser, and surely now it's just a matter of time until Team Secret can finish him off here. Nobody needs to peek. They just need to hold him back. 7 seconds, and that will be the round. He gets a good headshot through onto Eunice, but the diffuser is pretty much out of reach at this point. Leon does get that final kill, and it was just too much to ask for Oscar there. Another good round from Team Secret, and they are 1 away from taking Border.
Leon really wanted to catch up to Meepy, I think, in frags, and definitely doing himself a good service in that round. Very compact from Secret is the best way I'd describe that attack. Just making sure they all pushed in from office together, making sure the angles were closed down. And overall, putting themselves in a great spot and saying border is most definitely our home. 6-1 right now. This next round should most definitely be going their way if they play the same way they did in the last one. It's interesting how, even with the Ying Candelas rolling in, Leon was still like, you know what, that's fine by me. I'll still charge forward on those as well. I'm immune, of course, to the flashes of my own Candelas, and finds himself a kill. But this is the one thing about Ying that I've been observing over the last week or so, or so last 2 or 3 days, since that's when the patch landed, is a lot of teams are doing this kind of setup where you have one person there almost as the air quotes bait that you know is going to get Candelas and you can't do anything about it. What you then have is someone playing much further back who's out of range of the Candelas, doesn't get flashed by them, and as soon as the push does come in from Ying, the kill is there for free. This is where it comes down to things like drone work from Team Secret to make sure Leon is safe in going for a play with the Candelas. And I wouldn't say it's a massive mistake. He's still happy to get that one out of vantage to gain so much map control for it, as the attackers' trades are always going to be a good thing for you. But one thing to be mindful of potentially does come down to that drone work and being conscious of where the other players are getting ready for those angles being set up.
Heading into round number 8 and what could very possibly be the last here on Border. I have to say, I'm not sure Sisu have shown us that they are capable of taking a defensive round off Team Secret here. I know we've only played one, but Secret absolutely ran roughshod over them at that point. If that continues, it's going to be a short game on Border, potentially 7-1, and that really does speak volumes coming into map number 2 as well. Team Secret are going to be confident at that point. It's not going to be easy for Sisu to come back from this mentally. It's going to be a really big ask. As you can see throughout this, Team Secret just seem to have been growing in confidence. They're just getting more and more aggressive, as you saw Leon just dumping the Candela into Fountain, following it straight in, getting himself a kill. They are not messing about here, and they are not taking things slowly. And right now, this is a tour de force from Team Secret.
There's definitely one way to describe it, a tour de force. I won't have to quote more often moving forwards. Same attack once again as we saw in the last round. I would expect you're going to see the sledge up on the roof, getting ready to get himself set up with another grenade down and to move to Hose, sat here inside of office by himself, as you can see, sat in that wonderfully susceptible spot to grenades raining down from above. This is often, though, why you play a might in this spot. You give him some ADS support, you play him inside of the office, and you can very happily throw those metal pancakes, my favourite description for them, I'm sorry, throw them up towards the ceiling, and you can block out the grenades raining in. But some work has been done by Secret here. They've already got themselves inside. The information has come through, burning out those ADSs as soon as they can, and with the notification they are gone. Out comes a grenade on towards move to home. I'm not sure if it got caught or not. Yes, it did. Won't be able to get the kill just yet. The units will find Kolensky elsewhere, mind you. He's crept right in around the corner. But move to home was ready and finds a kill back as Oscar finds another. This time round, Sisu mean business. They were ready for the push coming out of Secret. They have 1 on 90 holding on Leon's push in towards the south of office. And this time round, Move to Ho did win his gunfight. So now a bit of a reset going to have to come through for the side of Secret. Can't push forward as willy-nilly as they did in the last round.
Not as willy-nilly, but I still have a feeling that there is more bite to come from Team Secret in this round. The next kill is going to be very, very important. There is plenty of time left on the clock, 1 minute 15. If Team Secret can square things up and get themselves back to level man count, then I think potentially they've got a real argument for it going in their favour. If not, and they see themselves down at 2-4, it could be a big ask, but Bonkers answers that question for us, gets the first kill onto Move. Yonita will take some damage as well, puts another goo mine out, and then decides it's time to get himself out of dodge blast with 1 onto Oscar. And as I said, that momentum just shifting as Team Secret managed to get that kill, bring themselves back to 3 versus 3. It's now 3 versus 2, and they're starting to really pile the pressure on. You can see that diffuser just being switched around. Bonkers peeks out into corridor at the perfect moment. Not perfect for Yonita as he loses his head to the challenge, and that now leaves Bouncing in a 1 versus 3. And how about that nade coming in and absolutely dominating him there. Team Secret, what a game from them on Border.
We are seeing the right Secret today. The roll of the dice rolled high for them, and we are seeing the correct Secret, the one that we wanted to see turning up today, of course, if you're a UK fan. If not, then, well, maybe you're not so happy with the outcome of that game. But like I said earlier on, the coordination coming out of them, Meepy coming up big, Fonkus having a great game as well. It feels like everyone really pulling the weight there on at the side of Secret. It wasn't just coming down to 1 or 2 members really fragging out. It was everyone pulling their weight, and well played to them on a very dominant victory. The way you're looking at it next, though, again, Coastline really going to be kind of sitting to me as the kind of map that they're looking to go towards again. On the side of Sisu, do you maybe look here and say it's time for a more strategical map? Do we really want to keep on going in these frag-heavy situations where clearly Secret are just on one today?
Honestly, if I was Sisu, I'd go to theme park now. I'd just go somewhere completely off the cuff, just random, and see what happens, because like you said, they're not going to get anything out of Team Secret on a border. They're not going to get anything out of them on a coastline, on a consulate. There's absolutely no chance at this point, the way we've just seen that game play out. They need to just get them somewhere like Villa, like theme park, where crazy things can happen, and just, roll the dice at this stage.
It's definitely a dice to be rolled, and I think it's reassuring to see Secret playing the way they did there. But I got to hark back to him again. Meepy was the one player we were speaking about quite a lot during the whole thing. It is good to see him stepping up and fragging. It's building confidence in the rest of the team around him as well. Even Eunice, who, as I mentioned, historically 8-17 on the entry, much better in this game, admittedly against. Again, I feel bad for saying it, lesser competition. He was still doing the same traits that we've seen from him before that other teams have punished, where he's playing by himself inside of office, for example, and normally would get picked off. In this case, that just simply wasn't punished by Sisu. Not quite enough aggression coming on their side. But we will go to a short break before we come back for map number 2. We'll see you guys in 5 to 10 minutes. Hey guys, welcome back. After that short break, a quick mention first and foremost. Apologies about the issues during that game with the observing experience. That's now been corrected and rectified. We've moved from our RTMP feed onto something else. We should now make sure those issues are done and gone. So all good here onwards, hopefully.
Secret were just too hot to handle.
They were a little bit, but not just Sisu, obviously, but also for the observers and us too. So we just couldn't quite hack it. 7-1, though. That has been, I think, one of the most dominant performances so far this season. I don't think we've seen a 7-0 yet in Challenger League, but 7-1 is pretty damn close.
It's right up there. They really weren't messing about, were they there? The defense attack, it absolutely did not matter with Team Secret. All they wanted to do was get in people's faces and have gunfights, and they won almost every single one of them. They really were very, very dominant through that. And unless Sisu can do something to drastically change what they're doing here in map number 2, I can only see it going in one direction, and that is towards Team Secret again. And that is a welcome sight for the UK channel. That's exactly what we wanted from Team Secret. They needed to come out here. They needed to pick 6 points up. It puts them on 17 in total. So depending, Crazy could do them a favour later on. If they go and take all the points from Orgles, that puts Secret into a potential 3rd place. That's the reality here. Obviously, depending what goes on with Penta. There's so many moving parts at the minute, so please don't jump on me in chat when you say, no, they'll be in 4th because of Penta. There's too many moving parts at the minute, but painting a picture that is not massively unrealistic where Secret sit in 3rd at the end of today.
Absolutely so. I mean, like I say, it's a picture that yet needs to really be fully realised before we can appreciate beauty in its finest. A Secret set in 3rd place is definitely a desirable if you're from the UK, but of course, still got to see if it boils down to it just yet. Let's talk about map number 2, though. So Border, we came down to, and we said it can go one of 2 ways now. Border was a very frag-based map, didn't require much in terms of strategy, although we did see some really good vertical holds coming out of Secret. They just want to force us into being gunfights because they're very confident they can win them, as we saw in that final round. Even when they're down in numbers, they still manage to fight back and get the kills when they really matter. And a couple of rounds earlier on as well, similar story. We saw Eunice and Meepy in a 2 versus 4. They still managed to turn things around in fashion and style. So the move here for Sisu is either roll over and acknowledge that going to something like a coastline is going to turn into a very similar experience, or you can mix things up and try and go to something more strategical. And the map I'll be looking towards in that case would be something like Villa. It's the one map that, looking through the list, is the ones they're both quite comfortable with. Hasn't been banned away a whole ton. I believe Secret have played it once, whereas Secret have played it once, Sisu have not. So that's where I probably hedge my bets in this one. It's either coastline or Villa.
I like the coastline bet. You put that out there for the first map as well. I think, again, Team Secret, unless Sisu stop Secret going there, unless they look at it and think, no, we don't want anything to do with that, which wouldn't surprise me after that first outing. So we'll see how that plays out. Something, I mentioned Consulate first time around as well. Something like that wouldn't massively surprise me here. It's got a band out early. I know it's one that Secret tend to take out of things. Coastline comes down to the wire there. Villa is the one that comes through. Like you say, I don't know which way this goes. I think I mentioned it beforehand. I mentioned it alongside Theme Park, and I said maybe Sisu take them somewhere, just, strat heavy, forget the gunfights. Let's just play a completely different game here and do something unexpected, somewhere that we can just bring something unseen. But I just don't have a good feeling about it for Sisu, if I'm being completely honest.
No, I think Theme Park is one of those maps that teams have been learning, and it's almost like a game in itself, ironically, for something called Theme Park, is that teams, some have showed their cards early. Orgles have showed that they can play against Sisu, of all people, funnily enough. And then you look at other teams still banning it away here relatively early in the banning phase and just saying, we're not playing it yet. We're saving that one for a rainy day. So I would expect in week 6 and 7, we will see a lot more Theme Park starting to erupt, knowing how important those games are. But in terms of how things sit right now going into Villa, definitely more strategical. Who do I feel is more coordinated out of these teams? I'd still say Secret, but by forcing it to be less about the gunfights and more around the kind of strategy, the approaches to defending and attacking, this is where Sisu kind of even the odds out a little bit. So I'm somewhat surprised to see Secret opting to go here over Coastline, but it was one of those final 2 maps we spoke about. In this case, we know exactly which one it is.
I think you're right, Des. I think it's one of them. They could end up kicking themselves if, something goes awry here, something goes wrong. You look back at that decision, which was a decision for Secret, as you say. It was Coastline or Villa, and they've chosen Villa. So let's see how it pans out. But they could end up kicking themselves if they didn't take Coastline and this one goes wrong.
Let's get this one straight, right? So Ying is going to get banned first. has to be a first ban coming into a map like this because she is so effective at busting open a number of sites in this map. You can use it to storm into Aviator, you can use it to storm inside a trophy and statuary, like any site you can think of in this map because it's so enclosed in a room. Toss a Candela through a doorway, it's guaranteed that anyone standing inside those 4 walls or multiple walls, if it's a weird shaped room, they are going to be white screened. End of story. Maverick, the first ban coming through though, does mean are we going to see a double down here and go for it, or are we going to back away and say that Ying still gets left up and online? Absolutely not. Thermite banned away yet again. That was a ban that came through from Sisu in the last map, I believe, as well.
Yeah, they're certainly looking to take the hard breaches out of action and just limit the movement, I think, a little bit is one thing that does, is just restrict the avenues that can be opened up, and it just allows you to funnel a little bit more. But I'll be honest, that's not really going to help them too much. Like you say, taking that Maverick off the board, Secret come in with the Thermite, it's just going to force Sisu into predictable locations now.
Yeah, the one thing that makes me slightly uncomfortable about is that the Thermite and the Maverick both banned away. You're only now reinforcing the strengths of Ying. It's going to be harder to get through walls. You lose any X-Kairos, and very commonly we'll see teams playing downstairs to destroy X-Kairos placed onto walls on the upstairs, for example. That means that Ying then becomes the go-to execute. You have to use it to burst your way into a site. It has to be everyone storming through a single doorway. You are going to see a lot of insanity in the dying moments of rounds, I think, here throughout this entire game, no matter who's on attack or defense. One thing's for sure, it does make for excitement if you like your frag matches. So let's get started. Aviator Games to kick things off. Sisu starting on defense, as you can see, and immediately Leon is wasting no time in bringing that Ying to bear.
So we're going to be heading to Aviator Games to begin with. As you said, Ying becoming a very popular choice now. We've got Meepe on the gridlock there now. What I would expect to see coming out of Sisu would be that south corridor defense, just holding down the stairs. We see the couple of deployable shields played around the bottom of 90 corridor, and it's all just about protecting that bar area and preventing study control coming in. But that being said, the Ying again, I can see uses for the Ying there in trying to get in and clear out that location. Just again using those candelas, those smokes to make it difficult for the defenders to remain around there, to push in through study door and to start picking those kills off. So it may be something that Sisu just choose not to do. Again, with the Ying being brought, it's sort of forcing the defenders' hands really to bring the Wamai and the Jaeger combo, because they need as much utility denial as they can get now. We can see Wamai just getting in there, move to her, setting up the deployable shields, so we will no doubt see somebody on those south stairs. So we'll see exactly how that plays out. If Secret can clear that area out, it's going to be particularly good for them.
Interesting metal pancake being thrown out there by Muto onto the outside, looking towards the balcony. You can see how that one acts out later on. I got to mention earlier on, when we saw Sisu playing on the Ying, it was dealt with very, very well by the side of Secret. We saw the number of times that the Wamai managed to catch them out when they were trying to push in through Armory and Archives West Wall. That's the kind of threat that I think that you have here, dealing with this much anti-nade or this much anti-throwable. And we need to make sure, at least on the side of Secret, they're being mindful of that and being able to deal with it early on.
So the entry battles are once again going to be very, very important here. Junus getting in. We can see there's two types of pushers onto Aviator Games. You get in through south stairs and you deal with that, which is what we've seen Sisu defending for. Quite often that promotes this type of attack, which is to get control of the north side of the map. You get hold of trophy, statuary, master bedroom, and then you work in from there, which is exactly what we can see Secret doing. We've got a couple of men downstairs at the minute, which will be a potential challenge on to that south corridor position. Kolensky will get a kill onto Leon, so that's a great start for Sisu, and an even better one as he gets a second kill onto Meepe. Can he get a third? Yes, he can. Junus going off the board. Blast will manage to get one back onto Boonsey and a second, and this is what Secret have done very well so far, fighting their way back into things, not being overawed, overpowered by those kills coming in. They're quite willing to fight from behind tooth and nail to get themselves back into this, and that is something that Sisu can do better here. They can keep themselves on top. They can use that advantage more to their benefit rather than allowing Secret back into it and giving them the breathing space. Turn the screws here. Move to hole, push into the corridor, put some pressure onto Secret here. Don't let them feel comfortable.
Making them feel comfortable is exactly what they're doing, because Secret are the ones that are being able to enact at their own pace and finding another kill to turn things into a 2 versus 2. We literally spoke before the break about how happy Secret are playing from behind in a numbers disadvantage. And once again, they're in a spot where they can make this happen for them. As he finds one, Oscar gets 2. Not quite going to be the case. Secret not as comfortable maybe as hoped. Sisu take round number 1.
A good first round for them. They are on the defence on Villa. Let's not fall back too much on the Villa defender-sided. You know, that's generally the argument everybody wants to make. Team Secret made a very good attempt at that, and I feel like Sisu could have just... I don't know, I just feel like their aggression isn't always timed quite right. Kalenski, great couple of kills from 90. Fantastic triple. You can't let yourself get back into a 2 versus 2 situation from there. You're 5 versus 2 at that. Blast comes in and absolutely destroys 2 of you, and all of a sudden, within 10 seconds of great work from Kalenski, you're back into a fight. You're back into a brawl, and that's not something that you can allow to happen. Really there, they needed that pressure onto 90 corridor. They know that there's probably another one at least pushing from there. They've still got Kalenski in 90 corridor. As I said, if Move pushes out of that door and he can start pinching the people in 90 corridor, all of a sudden it's a different story. But we will see how this round pans out. So we are on the downstairs here. It looks like we've got Oscar setting up down in the living room. He's going to be getting some reinforcements out there. He's on the mute, so he's going to be looking to play in or around that location, I would imagine. It looks like we've got a dining kitchen hold, so he's just going to try to prevent that sort of lower floor control. We see Villa is such a big map, and really you do need to think about the spaces that you're allowing your enemy to play in. You know, this way, Team Secret are going to look to get control over top floor. They're going to try to play some vertical angles down onto site, albeit they don't have the book or the sledge available to do that. They maybe didn't expect the second site to be a bottom floor site. You would normally expect potentially trophy statuary, but this is what I said about potentially coming to a map like Villa, like Theme Park. Sisu can do unexpected things here that might just catch Secret on the hop.
A lot of teams are starting to play on the downstairs side, admittedly. It's Trophy and Statuary falling away in popularity slightly. We spoke about it a little bit on the Nordic broadcast yesterday, that it is now considered the off-site for a number of teams, and many are opting now to play on the downstairs instead. You can see the castle setups coming through, just denying for the attackers, but they should be able to deal with that with Blast on the Ash. Leon still looking to make some impact with that Ying, mind you. Wasn't really the most impactful in the last round like they might expect.
So 1 minute into the round, we don't have a kill yet. Something that's been sort of quite familiar to us so far in this fixture. We haven't. It's not one of those where we're coming out and getting the kills in the first 30 seconds, which is a little bit unusual for Team Secret. We do joke about them being, you know, one of those teams that will just jump out of windows at you and will do those unusual things. I know they're on attack here, but even when they were on the defence on border, we didn't see that sort of early, you know, flash of aggression that we usually see from Leon. Junus coming in with a great opener on to move to home, but Oscar keeping Sisu in the game there. Kalenski with one onto Leon, and then Fonkers trades out Oscar. So once again, just blow for blow for blow, trades going in both directions here. And if nothing else, these games have been entertaining so far. I know the first one was a bit of a wash at 7-1 on border, but still, it always felt like Sisu had, you know, they made a round of it. They came in and they got kills and they traded back and forwards, and they're always there or thereabouts. They're always involved. They don't just let Secret roll over them. But at the minute, I just feel like Secret have just got that sort of that extra bit on them.
We're, of course, very aware, guys, that there are some issues going on with the feed right now, which will be addressed again soon. All we can do is apologise for the issues. We will work to rectify them very, very soon. Doesn't mean, of course, that the game not continue. And now with 45 seconds left on the clock, 3 versus 3. Where have we seen this situation? We literally saw it back on board and not too long ago into a really awkward 3v3 in some way as well, which I believe was the round where we did see the side of Sisu take control of the top side of Armory Archives and push through for the win from there. C4's being thrown out, not managing to find anyone just yet, and you can still see those castle barricades standing up for them, even with Blast on side. there is some ability to deal with, and they've chosen to leave it in there right now to try and go for a plant just inside. Meepy will try and stick this one out as the cover comes through elsewhere. Kalinske will find a kill onto Meepy, mind you, and they will not be able to see that diffuser goes down. Bonkers will find a double, and it puts it into a 2 versus 2. The team's literally matching each other. Blast finding another one to Boonsey, and now Kalinske all by himself has everything by himself to be able to do here. It's a 1 versus 1, and Bonkers is going to try and make this work for them. They have the knowledge coming through from the plant by the sounds of it. They know where he is. Going to try and walk around. Haven't seen him initially, but will see him in the end. That was so close to being a throwaway, but a triple kill comes through nonetheless. The fourth one with a quad kill. Why not pad out that KD a little bit? And that'll be the second round going across to Sisu. 2 rounds that have looked a little bit scrappy in the dying seconds, and not because of a yink.
Dare I say, I think Kalinske might be thinking about my stats there, Des. He might just be thinking, you know, that extra kill could bump me up the rankings a little bit here. Takes Blast out. There's, you know, always room for a little bit of that. Sisu having a bit of fun. You can see that at least. They've got themselves now into a 2-0, so that's great for them. That's exactly what they need here, is a good lead going into the attacking phase, because they're not going to have it easy against Team Secret when they get onto the defense.
So there's a bit of a fix coming through in a second. It's where you can see that lovely loading circle on your screen, and where you can see everything else coming through. And now you're back to our wonderful faces. So bear with us seconds while we get that one addressed and sorted out. But I think there's a little bit to take away from those first rounds. Like I mentioned, it's looking a lot closer in the dying seconds of these rounds. The only round able to was back in that second round on Border, when we did see a bit of a war going on around Armory and Archives, looking down into the Vents and Workshop site. Secret weren't the ones who came out on top there. Even the 1 versus 1 that Meepy came into, he lost. These ones are looking much the reverse. It's actually Sisu who are in a more, should we say, commanding position when it comes round to those final few seconds.
Absolutely. They're looking very, very solid on the defense here. They've taken a downstairs floor site now and made it work. Not a problem. Very, very solid. It came down to 1v1 at the end, but I tell you what, good decisions from Kalinske on the Valkyrie. Got in there, just waited for the clock to run right down. I was a little bit worried about Fox getting that diffuser and just managing to pop off it. He didn't seem to quite know exactly where he was, but did a great job, really. You know, that's all that Sisu can ask for at this point. And, you know, this is the picture that I sort of painted at the beginning of the game. That was my concern for Team Secret. And I'm not getting concerned just yet. You know, Sisu are on defense. Team Secret, there's a lot of match to play yet. But I was just, there's that edge of me that just thinks, is it so wild to think that Sisu come out here, get themselves onto 4-2, 5-1, and manage to grab 1 round on attack and get themselves a draw? Is it so wild to think that that is possible?
Well, it definitely keeps them in potential to be able to make it into Pro League. As highly unlikely as it would be, they still mathematically aren't out yet. But Secret, wow, it puts some massive plans if they drop 2 points here. I mean, speaking to the guys yesterday, I got to quite a few of the members of Secret. I said, you know, how is everyone feeling coming into this? And they were saying, you know, it's a game, just a game at a time. We'll take our way through and make sure we're closing things out. But we are very aware it is still a matter of time if we're going to make it back into Pro League. But by God, do they want it. As we mentioned earlier on, the offside being considered trophy and statuary is now where this third round is going to head. A lot of work being done starting off on the south side. Very, very common on Villa to see this when you're defending the upstairs sites. You start on the opposite side of the map, clear it out with drones, get people inside the building, making sure it's definitely clear and contending anyone who is holding nearby. Take control of 90, so you at least have people being held for a push inside of Aviator. That's the most common approach we tend to see. You can even see Leon down here on the south side with the Ying ready to start going for this push up towards the north side, and Meepy's even starting to contest on towards the statuary door. Even got Fonkers holding inside a master bedroom, so many angles being set up here for them as well. It almost looks for a second like they're going to spray each other down, but not quite to be. There is someone hanging off towards that master side that needs to be dealt with, and Meepy's going to find a kill here, picking up Yonata. Blast for the second on to move to Ho as well. The kills are starting to go the way of Secret, but one is traded back.
4 versus 2 now for Team Secret, and this is the round they needed. They didn't want to let this one get too far ahead of them. It was becoming sort of picking up speed. I won't say that Sisu were quite the runaway freight train, and this one is certainly picking up speed, and we are now Oscar Mosca all to do 1 versus 3. Blast is getting the diffuser down on site now. I think it's going to be irrelevant, but Oscar Mosca moves in and gets the first that he needs. That now leaves us 1 versus 2. Fonkers and Blast have it all to do, but there's plenty of time for them. Not only has the diffuser gone downstairs, but gone down, but Oscar was downstairs when that happened, so he now has to find his way all the way back into sight. And During that time, that's 20 seconds for Team Secret to get themselves into positions, get themselves onto angles, figure out where Oscar's coming from, and just wait for him to move in. And that's exactly what they're going to be doing at this point. 15 seconds left on the clock there. He has to get 2 kills in the next 8 seconds, or this is just not going to happen. We can see I catch one out. I'm not 100% sure exactly what was going on there, but the final kill will come in there, finish things off for Team Secret, and that is the first attacking round on the board that they really quite needed. I think they certainly didn't want to let that get to 3 or 4-0.
Villa is one of those maps where I think you can quite merrily just sit and be happy playing in a spot where you're at 5-1 going inside of things. And I know that sounds crazy. Why on earth would you be comfortable knowing you have a 1-round padding to force a draw to come through? Teams that feel like they know Villa, which both of these teams clearly do, else it would have been banned a little bit earlier on, generally go into this thinking we know how to defend this. It's not that bad. We've got our strategy set up and we're prepared for it. Because it's such a defender-leaning map, it's ball. But I still think being at 4-2 on the side of Secret here will give them a lot more peace of mind. Being sat at 5-1, it's definitely going to play in your mind that knowing you lose 1 round doesn't lose you the game, but at the very least forces a draw and you find yourself in a very, very difficult position to be in. So let's hope they can find themselves a second round. Otherwise, Sisu might find themselves in a much more comfortable spot. We're going to have a rehost coming through in just a second, so we'll cut back to us, I imagine, in a couple of seconds, and then we'll get ourselves back into things in a few moments' time. Bit of an issue on Sisu's side there that they need to go through and address.
Like you say, they've got to have a look at that now, and they've got to think, what can we do to make sure we get the rest of these defensive rounds? That's going to be their primary focus. They need to come in now, and they need at least 4-2 here. Let's make no mistake of that. They need at least 4-2, 5-1, realistically, to give them a chance of getting anything. I think, given what we saw on Border and here so far, I think Sisu probably struggled to take 2 attacking rounds on Villa from Secret. I think Secret are going to come in very organised and they're going to be winning the gunfights, which they have already. And I think that's going to be very difficult. If Sisu only need 1 to get the draw, then I think maybe get them on a tertiary site, get Secret downstairs potentially, dining kitchen, something like that. Maybe you've got a chance of sneaking one.
Absolutely. So things will carry on as they were, as you saw us a second ago, sat at 2-1 in that instance to Sisu. Worth noting as things closed out there, it was Blast at the top of the scoreboard as well on the Zofia with 5 kills, in case you're curious at home. As you mentioned, I think a couple of the rounds came down to being quite scrappy towards the bitter end of things there, but that last round a little bit better for them, a bit more commanding, even if it did come down to a much closer affair. And this is some of the worries that we echoed coming into Villa, that if it did come down to a strategy-based map, you're potentially giving a massive advantage over to the other side of Sisu here and saying, you know what, you can have a bit of a 30-40% boost here by being on the defensive side, knowing you can hold angles, knowing you can slow us down. Even with the double hard breach ban coming through and the Ying on side, we've not seen this massive bust of 20 seconds with the Ying like I thought that we might coming into it. The first 3 rounds have just come down to non-Ying players being left alive and it coming down to conventional plain old Siege.
Yeah, we really haven't seen too much of an impact from Ying, I don't think, so far. We saw used a couple of times trying to clear Armory Archives on the ventilation push on Border. The Wham Eyes, the gadget there worked pretty well, kept it away from the defenders. I think we only saw 1 kill off the back of the Candelas. We certainly haven't seen Ying sweeping in and single-handedly decimating sites whilst getting the diffuser down and everything else, that we've probably been concerned about so far. So quite a gentle introduction so far for Ying. It's going to be interesting to see her used in other matches by other teams potentially and see what they've come up with as well. But yeah, being used so far fairly consistently, but like you say, not to too great an impact yet.
Exactly that. Back in just a few seconds, by the way, just getting a lobby set back up so we can resume the game as it was before. Let's talk again about the implications of what this can potentially mean. We've already said for Sisu, if they lose this map, that's it. Pro League is a long-gone dream. They've woken up very rudely in the middle of the night and realised they shan't be making it. And for Secret, the chances are back on the board. Things are looking good. But looking forward to the future opposition they've got to come up against, there are some nasty teams waiting for them around the corner. There's Orgles next week, and then currently the team sat in first place of Diffuse Kids in week number 7. To make it over this hill right now, there are some much bigger ones waiting for them in future weeks. The strat-heavy team of Orgles and the team that came into this, I think, being seen as a bit of a joke because they're very frag-heavy. Now with a bit of backing behind them in the form of Sternab coaching them as well, they're looking like a much and well-rounded team, and things are terrifying. I believe next to their players currently sat tied for first place alongside Prano from Orgles, ironically, as the number 1.
It's getting to that point, like you say, the matches over the next few weeks, It is unbelievably tasty. When I say next few weeks, I mean next few play days. Obviously, everything tying up and finishing off next Friday, but plenty of Siege to be played before then. Like you say, I look at some of the matches that it's yet to be played, and I just think I have absolutely no idea which way this is going to go. That's why I find this week particularly interesting, because we could start to see a little bit of separation. It's all going to come down to the other games that are being played tonight. Crazy Orgles is a particularly important one coming up next on the UK channel as well. After this one sees its conclusion between Secret and Sisu. But there's so much potential for teams to start pulling away, to start staking that claim for Pro League now this week onwards. But I just get a feeling that this is one of those that's going to come right down to the wire.
It's the chance of both Crazy and Secret, it feels like, to jump the chasm almost as well and catch themselves if they get the full points coming out of today. Of course, you get to see both of those games here. And if August lose, then suddenly they're back in this kind of second tier of competition inside CL, where they've now got to compete with Secret and Crazy in future weeks. And as we mentioned earlier on, it's August versus Secret next week. Chances are, if August don't do well later, someone's dream will end next week. It will either be Orgles or Secret. One of them will fall away and not be able to compete for one of those two spots.
And that's going to be tough to see. That's the reality. We in the UK know how much excitement there was coming into this about Crazy, about Secret, about the potential for another Pro League spot coming in this direction. And like you say, to see one of those realistically within the next 3 to 4 days, seeing an end to that dream, which, as you say, is rightly probably what is going to happen. We are going to see at least one of them drop away in the next few days, by Monday at the latest. And that's going to be rough to see, because, we know how much these players want it. We know how hard they've been working to get themselves that prize and get themselves into Pro League.
Looking at it as well, things with Stay Sit as well. Secret versus this week. Sorry, Orgles versus Diffuse Kids was what I should have said. So kind of the way around. But to be honest with you, Easy Dream, Diffuse Kids, what's the difference at the minute? They're both at the top of the table and in a pretty scary spot. Just as a quick update as well, we have got one player with a wire issue. Once that's resolved, we'll be back into the game. And no, I don't mean the physical wire. I mean, of course, the one associated with Siege. When that's sorted out, we'll be back into game. Just one player from Sisu, I think, who's missing at the minute. It's Boonsy. So it shouldn't be too long and we'll be able to get this game back and underway. We've got plenty of time to play with Ace, admittedly, because game number 1 was so bloody quick.
That's it. It absolutely flew by. So we're still going to be bang on schedule, no matter how much of a resource we have here on Villa, I think. But looking at Sisu now and thinking about this fixture for them, how do they get anything out of it? How do they get that point or more that they need? And really, I think the answer is, they need a couple of players to step up here. You mentioned Jonita at the beginning. We've not really seen too much from him so far. It's all been Kalensky and Oscar Mosca so far. We know that Jonita can perform. We need him to step up. We know that Move to Ho has got kills in his locker. Again, we need him to step up. If those two players can start firing and helping the team out, they're going to find things a lot easier to get something at least out of this game.
Yeah, it's one of the tough ones, I think, because in their mind, the way things sit right now, they know they're in a game now where it's difficult, where Secret are playing as well as they did back on board. They're finding these rounds, yes, going a bit closer, but still, when it comes down to the wire in a 2 versus 2, it's Secret still being the ones who sit very, very comfortably. We'll take a quick look at the standings on the other side of things, or not the standings, sorry, the progress in the other game happening across on the B stream. I was about to say we might go to a break in a couple of minutes, but Boons has just got back in, so we will be able to resume in just a second. Good times. There's no break here. The Siege train 1 rolling, and we'll be able to get into things in just a couple of seconds. But it would be nice to see actually what the outcome was of that other fixture so far. That ended 7-3, so it was Easy Dream taking that first map against Salamander, no big surprise there, and they are currently 3-0 up against them in map number 2. So it's all coming up big for the French side so far. I think it's pretty fair to say that would have been the expected result looking at that fixture as well.
Yeah, that is as expected, really, but it doesn't help the teams like Secret and like Crazy. That is the sort of thing that you needed to be looking at and thinking, right, actually, Easy Dream have slipped up there. They've dropped some points. I was looking at the potential, differences, the different ways that this could all play out coming into today. And I was, thinking, right, let's have a look at this and assume that Diffuse Kids and assume that Easy Dream have got 6 points each on the board, because one has a game against Salamander, one has a game against Sisu, and nothing against those teams, but you would have to suggest that Diffuse Kids and Easy Dream take those fixtures. So that's 6 points each for those guys, and that puts them up onto 22 and 23 respectively. And when you start looking at it in those terms, you look at Secret and you look at Crazy on 10 and 11 points and you think, right, They need at least 12 just to be tying with these teams, and that is where I said coming into tonight, and that's sort of my justification for coming into tonight. I said, ultimately, these teams now, Secret and Crazy, can only really lose one match here if they want to be competing. They've got 18 points available to them. If they drop 3 of those, that gives them 15. That is their threshold for getting into the mix now that they're already potentially 12 points behind those other teams. So realistically, that is what we are starting to see happen there. Easy Dream have got that early win against Salamander. They've got a good advantage in the second map as well, and it's looking like a solid 6 points heading in their direction, which leaves them on 22 points, and that could be all it takes, because at this point Secret and Crazy start relying on other results. They start relying on other teams. They do have the opportunity to come in and play Easy Dream themselves, and that could be a big 6 point swing. But with Easy Dream picking up that 6 versus Salamander, that's going to be, it just makes it an even bigger ask.
It absolutely does, and I mean, hopefully for them, they know that the not the easy games, the chances behind them to take a lot of points and find themselves near the top are now gone, which means mistakes cannot be made going forwards. We are back into the game, though, as you can see. Back into Aviator and Games, to be precise, in round number 4 here on Villa. Starting off pushing in from the north, we mentioned this earlier on. Teams will often start from the opposite side of where the site sits if you are attacking one of these top floor sites. So for right now for Sisu, it's just trying to hold them back. That castle on side, once again, we saw a couple of them getting placed down earlier on just to try and slow the aggression coming out of Secret. The one thing we need to see compared to the last time we played an Aviator in Games, I think, is more aggression coming out of Sisu when everyone is down in numbers. We saw a 2 versus 2, and they gave a lot of freedom for the members of Secret to push in and take Vault, or take 90 for the most part. Outside of that, well, it just came down to a couple of easy kills coming through for the side of Sisu to close the round out, but leaving yourself in a 1 versus 2 like that, definitely not an ideal situation.
Not ideal at all. 1 minute 30 and everybody's still on the board. This is something that we have seen be sort of systematic of this game, is coming in and just having these slow entry battles. Nothing too explosive, nothing too aggressive. Plenty of time being taken about getting into the building. Certainly no easy kills being given up on the entry in either direction from defense or attack. We can see this same north-sided attack coming in from Team Secret. They got decimated out in 90 corridor by Kolensky the first time that they tried this. I'm not sure that he will get away with that again, so I'm sure he won't be trying, but we can see the castle barricade into study being opened up now. That's just going to force Oscar to dip away, but with only 45 seconds left on the board, not a bad job here from Sisu, just to limit Secret's ability to push into sight. But here comes the smoke, here comes the Candelas, here comes the push, and can Team Secret get this diffuser down? Meepy is in on the gridlock, but Yonita will step through with a very important kill, and then he just guns into the abyss there, firing bullets into the smoke, trying to hit anything that moves. Boonsy with a great shotgun kill onto Team Secret. Eunice trades that out with 1 onto Yonita, and that now leaves us in a 3 versus 2. Sisu still have the upper hand here, but Leon Gids will step through, rip that upper hand away from them and level things up. There's a big kill from Oscar, and so difficult to judge which way these rounds are going to go. It's backwards and forwards. Leon Gids has no choice but to start getting this diffuser down. Here comes Boonsy, and that's going to be an easy kill to finish things off. The diffuser will go down, but it's irrelevant at this stage, as Boonsy will step in with plenty of time to get the disable there. Probably sweating a little bit as Oscar just moves around him. Not sure what his intentions were there, but that will be another round going in favour of Sisu.
Chaotic as death. The best summary is the way I could put that one. They're the kind of 20-second executes I thought we'd see more of there, with the busting, the smokes, the candelas, the everything, essentially. It almost worked out for them, but just a little bit smart play from Sisu there. The one time we've seen them be very aggressive there is pushing into that smoke, pushing into the candelas, pushing around shields, and finding out where the diffuser was going down. So good on them to be at 3-1. And already we might start to see Secret slipping towards regret here for bringing this one to Villa. They had the choice, let's not forget. Coastline or Villa. They opted to come on to Villa. And as things stand so far, Sisu are holding up strong.
Holding up strong indeed. I just had a feeling coming in today. I don't want to get carried away because it's easy for me to look wildly wrong when this goes 4-2 and then they just get run over 7-4 and can't win an attacking round. But I've just had a feeling that Sisu had a little bit more in the tanks than they have shown us so far. And so far, so good for them on the defence. Like you say, we would expect it on Villa. We would expect them to do well here. But they're not just doing well. They're not just sort of squeaking over the line. They're very, very solid. They're going toe-to-toe in those gunfights now. We can see the kill numbers are starting to rack up. We've got Yonita and Boonsey with another couple each after that rehost. We've got Oscar, who is also doing well. During the rehost, I picked up on Yonita particularly. I picked up on Move. I didn't really touch on Boonsey so much, but I said out of the team, these three players need to be stepping up, and that's what we've just seen happen in that round. And if we can see that continue, there could be a 5-1 half on the board for Sisu here, and that mentally becomes a big thing, because then you're thinking, we just need one here, we just need one attack where it goes right for us, and the pressure lifts a little bit, and all of a sudden maybe Sisu pick up that draw that was a little bit unexpected to begin with. So round number 5, 3-1 in favour of Ifu. They're going to be looking to defend the kitchen and dining site. We've seen it be their second choice pretty much so far today. They went straight down there to begin with. 30 seconds into the round, we haven't seen too much aggression from Team Secret to begin with. They are pretty happy to be working on the outside of the map at this point. Leon has got himself into astronomy now, nearly a minute gone. The drones are sort of going in ahead of Blast there. He's just sort of prone, wriggling in out of Master there, seeing if he can get any angle, I think, into 90. Maybe looking for a potential Valkyrie cam that could have been positioned under one of the benches. Very popular areas around there to get them in underneath the benches. And we can see Oscar just waiting underneath with that nitro in hand. He's aware of the presence of people above him, but it's just about where and when. And that's the where, that's the when. And Junus will predict it nicely, move himself away from it, and that will be no harm, no foul from the C4 toss of Oscar. He's going to start playing with the shotgun underneath, and we know how deadly that can be as well. So 1 minute 30 left on the clock. We need to see some progress before long from Team Secret. They've got the vertical control that they need, but they're not really putting it to any direct use at the minute. We don't have any kills on the board from them. They've not really forced any of the defenders out of sight, so as much as they've got that vertical control, they're just not able to really use it too much. And the reason being is that Sisu are playing largely off-site, and if Team Secret realise that, there's an opportunity here for them to burst into sight and potentially thinking about getting that diffuser down. And this is exactly what they're going to do. The information has been fed back. Laz gets a kill onto Oscar. Eunice on to Boonsey. Yonita will trade that one straight back out. Out comes the nitro toss. It will be unsuccessful. And during all that chaos, the smoke, the candelas, the diffuser has been successfully planted. And that is great play from Team Secret there. Having a look at sight, realising there's nobody there, and just diving straight on in. Yonita is fighting tooth and nail for this result. He will get his second kill of the round. And that now finds us in a 2 versus 3, 2 versus 2 as Kolensky takes Leon off the board. Is there an opportunity to get the diffuser? There won't be, as he tramples on one of those gridlock track stingers, and it will be all it takes to finish him off. Yonita's going to be looking to get back into sight, but he's hampered by the castles placed from his own team, and he's not going to have time to do this one now. Successful diffuse from Team Secret, and they'll just hide themselves away. I think actually somebody just stepped up. Meepy there thought, I'm going to have this one for the stats, and he just steps up in the last second and gets that final kill there. Gifu, Sisu just struggling a little bit there on the downstairs. I think if they can come away from 4-2, they'll be reasonably happy with that, considering how the first map played out on Border 7-1. If you have only just joined us, Team Secret absolutely rolling over Sisu on Border. I suggested coming to a map like Villa, like Theme Park, might just help Sisu out a little bit. A bit more strat heavy, less gunfights, a few more angles to play behind and to watch, and just try and get yourself those advantages. And that is largely what has happened so far, and it's enabled Sisu to get themselves a little bit of an advantage here. But this round is going to be very, very important for them. If they can come in and get this one and at least take the half with a lead, that's going to be a big thing for them. If Secret take this round Secret are feeling pretty good about that because I feel like they've not really had the best of this half, but if they can come away with a level score, then that's a job pretty well done for them, especially heading onto the defence of Villa, where they are going to feel, I am sure, very, very confident that they can at least take a majority of rounds. So if they can come out of this one even, taking a majority of rounds will be all that they need to do to ensure those vital 6 points that they need to keep themselves in the running for Pro League, which, let's not forget, is what this is all about. Heading into the action phase now then. Team Secret, we can see spawning on the east side pretty much. They're going to be heading upstairs once again. We saw them do this last time. Get themselves upstairs, get control, open up that top floor. I'm not sure Sisu will be too worried about that. It wasn't the vertical control that really cost them the round. I suppose indirectly you could argue that it had an impact. A lot of Sisu were forced out of the site, but I don't feel like they were largely playing on the site to begin with, to be honest. The majority were playing away from site anyway. That was what Team Secret recognised and just got themselves in, got the candelas and smokes down and got the diffuser planted. We can see this time Move and Boonsy are more directly located in sight, so we'll have to see how that plays out. If Team Secret can get in and open this flooring up, does it force them out of sight once again, and then they can rotate down and just jump in and get that diffuser down again?
It absolutely should here. In the spot where they're trying to get this vertical control is so common on sites like this. Normally we used to see a lot of teams actually defending on the top floor to begin with. And rightly so, Secret have already got early control 60 seconds in. And Sisu even playing from below right here. They'll just try and wait for when the push does come down. Try and push through these windows up the stairs in towards the site. So kind of a three-story war going on right here, with Sisu holding the bottom floor and the middle floor being contested, while Secret get all these holes open on the top floor to look to try and go for this aggression.
So, 1 minute 30 left to go. We can see the 11 hits coming in on the castle barricade from Leon there. He has no other option, realistically. Nobody with him who has the soft breach capability, and he has the smokes in hand, of course, so that won't be able to assist him in getting through that door. But once that castle barricade does get dropped, it is going to give him good access. Fonka's getting an opening kill onto Move to Hold there as well, so there will be no barricades replaced. Fonka's getting himself a second onto Kolensky, and Secret certainly starting to find their feet a little bit on the far side of the rehost that we saw earlier, and this is much more what we saw from them in border. Fonkas will get himself down there, but that's not the end of the world, having picked up 2 kills for himself. Boonsy gets Leon. Boonsy will get one for himself. Yeah, Blast will trade that one straight back out, but in the midst of all that, the diffuser has gotten down. Blast gets himself a kill on to Boonsy, and that now leaves Oscar in a 1 versus 3. He is once again finding himself at a man disadvantage here. Clock ticking down, and he has an absolute mountain to climb, and Blast will knock him straight off the path as he gets that final kill for Team Secret, and that levels things up 3 apiece. And I'll be honest, I feel this one going swiftly in Secret's direction.
We should probably expect with it now being the switch, it does feel like it's going to definitely lean that way. I think for a while it looked like it was something Sisu could do. It looked like they were on the path to recovery somewhat here and being able to give us a game on Villa. And then Fonkas and Blast happens. 2 kills for Fonkas in that last round, and Blast on a warpath on the Zofia, just charging his way through the map and quite happily clearing out anyone who opposed him. For Secret, a very sensible setup, starting on that top floor, making sure they had all the control of the angles and the doorways. It just restricted Sisu. They couldn't make many movements, couldn't get themselves into a comfortable position, and it was an easy job of 1, 2, 3, then pushing in onto the more static members of Sisu, should we say. That's why you saw Blast on that warpath, the finding 2 or 3, and it converts into a comfortable round win. Now that things switch over to the other side, this is where Secret can really flex. Let's not forget, they chose to come to this map. We all know Villa is generally a defender. This is where they should feel the most comfortable of all.
Round number 7 then, 3 apiece. As you say, Secret should be feeling a lot more comfortable now that they've got themselves on the defence, heading straight to Aviator and Games. We can see the usual setup. We're getting Study reinforced. We're getting the barbed wire deployed. We've got Leon on the Warden, which is not too much of a surprise, but Sisu will not be bringing the Ying. They've chosen not to. Fonka's out there on the Vigil. That's going to be a man for you to watch. He's headed over to the north side of the map. I think Leon has just gone to support him over there as well. They're obviously conscious of the push that they themselves used, which was getting themselves into Master Trophy Statuary, taking over that area and then working down towards site. We can see Fonka's has just dropped to the ground floor, I think, then. He's just going to be looking to make a nuisance of himself. Vigil, quite a selfish operator, and I don't say that in a negative way, but he doesn't bring much in terms of utility to the team. He has his reinforcements, and that's about it. That's not a bad thing, but what it does do is increase the pressure on that operator to get kills, because that is what he brings to the team. His utility is all about keeping him safe and about slowing the attackers down, making them go and hunt for him, trying to waste that time. But really, he needs to make his contribution by getting those kills as well. When those challenges do come, when the gunfights do come to him, he needs to be winning them and getting a couple off the board.
I like how into that spot where it's prepared in case there was a Ying, and obviously not quite to be the case. Looking already at the drones, I was going to say 5 were dead inside 45 seconds at the start of that round. There were only 2 out on the field, and that is still the case right now for Sisu. So very much playing into this round a little bit blinded. No one really taking the moment to pause and get on the drones outside of just the Thatcher. Move to Ho being on that not too long ago. As things currently sit, though, look at the spread coming out of Secret. Some playing on the ground floor, some playing on the upstairs, just ready to push back against Sisu no matter where they try and push from. Drones coming through into the red hallway. There are no ones at the top of stairs as well. And move to Ho. This has happened so many times this season. They feel like they should be in a spot to win a gunfight, but just do not connect those crucial bullets. And that will be a free kill coming over for Meepy.
1 minute and change left on the clock here. 3 versus 5, and things are not looking good for Sisu. This is what I suggested might happen. What a shot from Yunus there as he steps around the corner and just absolutely hammers Yonita through that small wall, and that will put us into a 5 versus 3 now. This was my concern for Sisu, getting onto the attack and starting to struggle. Kolensky with a nice kill onto Yunus, but surely that will be impactless at this point. It will be nothing but a consolation, as with 40 seconds left on the clock, he's going to have to find 4 kills here, or he's going to have to find at least 2 or 3 before it's even feasible to think about getting the diffuser down. And all the while the clock is ticking, the diffuser is down on the ground. Fonka steps up on the Vigil, as I said he needed to, gets that final kill onto Kolensky, and that's round Team Secret.
But, I mean, Kolensky could try and do what he might there, but that 1 kill, not going to be enough to even start swinging the round back in their favour. It's very rare we see most teams achieve a 1 versus 5 comeback, especially in the case of teams like Sisu. So, Secret starting off strong. I'll tell you what, there are so many S's in this game. Sisu, Secret. It's crazy. Honestly, I think that's what I'm like. How much am I saying this sound today? I'll be hearing it in my sleep soon. Another S coming in there for the sleep. Very, very accentuated. What more do you want? Anyway, round number 7 coming up. Round number 8, sorry, I should say, coming up in just a second. That was one of those rounds where Secret looked very in command. It reminded me back on Border in the rounds where they were the ones finding every single frag going, and Sisu just could not seem to hit the mark. And again, what did we say on Border? It was Secret constantly pushing up against walls, coming up against windows and doorways, and saying, Sisu, sorry, you're not allowed to play today. Stay outside the map, please, and lose the round like a good set of children. They did exactly the same in that last round. Yes, they got him downstairs. Villa is a much bigger map than Border, but even on the downstairs, they were penned into a single corner. When they did start moving their way through, not even really particularly close to the site, they still found themselves getting shut down and pushed out by the members of Secret. So really well played there with a highly aggressive defense. Now we start things back up on these upstairs on Trophy and Statuary. Nothing really massively surprising coming in for them once again outside of that Vigil. Funkers back on that again, playing on that roam game and looking to cause a little bit of havoc in Sisu's early plans.
I feel like that's just the confidence showing at this point as well. Fonka's quite happy to get himself on the Vigil, get out there and just start getting some kills. And like I say, coming in to their defensive half 3-0, I'm pretty sure Team Secret are sitting there thinking, yep, we've done this one. That's, you know, they're professional enough not to switch off and think that it's game over. But I think they're going to be pretty confident at that point that they know exactly where this game is heading. And all they need to do is keep walking in the same direction to get there, and that is exactly what it seems to be at the minute. The first defensive round has been clinical, to say the least. Some great kills without ever letting Sisu get really anywhere near the site. And Team Secret are just going to look to continue that. We saw them do it on Border. As soon as they started getting those kills, as soon as they started getting that confidence up, they just looked like They were sharks with blood in the water. They were just ready to go at that point.
Hopefully ready to go in this map as well. Hopefully try and get on the path to recovery. I know 3-3 is not an ideal scoreline to come out in. Hopefully things start to balance out as they are on this attacking side, as you can see right now. Not making use of that Ying for a second time in a row. Another interesting call by them, given they were so heavily leaning towards it on border. And speaking earlier on about the strength of Ying here on Villa, so many rooms that are very small, very narrow doorways to push through, spread out across the whole map. It's very rare you find a double doorway on this map. Candelas are just fantastic for being able to break into those rooms in the first place, but not yet opted to do so. Bonkers with a couple of shots coming in his way. He's going to rotate down and towards the art studio and potentially has an angle here towards this doorway to find someone on the outside. We'll look towards the balcony, but no one is going to be out there for now. Instead, most members of Sisu are downstairs, as you can see, but that's no reason why he can't start crawling his way back in and looking to cause some chaos. I think the right idea coming out of them from below here, just to try and open up some of the floor, and as we saw Secret doing to them earlier on, taking control of the top floor and aiming downwards. This time around, it's the reverse. It's Sisu from below trying to aim upwards and cause some havoc with the members of Secret. Not that it's hurting them too much. And that's going to be Fonkers too easily crouching his way back forwards and finding the kill onto Oscar, who was holding the red stairs. That now leaves a very exposed flank for the side of Sisu. And they need to be very aware of where he is, what aggression's going to be coming out now that he's uncovered and unchecked.
Less than a minute left on the clock, and that inability to close Fonkers down downstairs is going to start becoming a serious problem for Sisu unless they can get a handle on it. Blast gets himself a kill onto Yonita there as I'm speaking, and that now leaves us in a 5 versus 3. Blast and Fonkers are both taking damage for their troubles, but it's not going to matter when Blast still keeps coming out and hitting those nitro kills like that. Meepy with one for himself. This round could well end up flawless here. Move pushing in from the bathroom, and it will be flawless indeed. Team Secret taking that one summarily, and things are looking a bit of a landslide now, and it's another one of those matches that we say quite often, Des, if this one finishes 7-3, I don't think that scoreline will quite tell the whole story, and I have to wonder how much that rehost has hurt Sisu here. They just seem to have some really good momentum going into it, and they've come out of it a little bit damp, dare I say. The spirits have been dampened during that rehost. They just seem to have had their edge, the fire taken away.
Ace of Pyrite, 24th of April 2020. They've come out of the rehost a bit damp.
There you go. That's Northern England for you, Des. I speak in terms I understand.
And damp is one of the... Okay, fine. You know what, we'll leave that one in the past and we'll move into the next round. Number 9 coming your way. That mirror being 6 bits out for a Legion, as you saw last second there for Leon. And I think what you said is very true. We're on path here to see it go from a 3-1 all the way up to being potentially a 7-3 and closing things out. And I agree with you. I mean, we were speaking about this before the game because you and I were speaking a bit about past results and saying, you know, Sisu did manage to take 4 rounds against Orgles on Clubhouse. But looking back in history, that was 3 defensive rounds that they won and 3 attacking rounds going into the side of Orgles, which we put down as a win going on the side of Orgles. And then they managed to win 1 attacking round. And outside of that, it was all Orgles. So even seeing a scoreline like 7-4, it doesn't paint the full picture. This one, seeing, okay, it was 7-3, they managed to take 3 rounds. Even then, they are, once again, 3 defensive rounds being won. And nothing much more coming back once they switch over to the other side of the map. It is playing into these maps where they are very strat heavy, where they do seem to have some chance on the defense. But switching over to attack, it returns to business as normal for teams like Secret, just being able to push up aggressively, threaten them as we saw from Fonkers in that last round. There was no real effort from the side of Sisu to apply any reverse pressure onto Fonkers once he found that kill. They were saying, you know what, we'll carry on assaulting on towards the upstairs. We don't care too much about that flank right now. And then pressure started coming through from other members of Secret, like Blast finding that C4 kill. So it's more the adaptation in the mid-round, I think, that seems to be hurting Sisu quite a bit right now. And Secret are relishing in that opportunity.
Round number 9, well underway, 30 seconds in here, but still no early aggression from Sisu. Not trying to get in and shut these roamers down, not trying to get in and get them pinched and close them. Junus able to play with the pulse scanner, just feeding that information in. Fonkers on the vigil, just able to roam around. There's going to be no lines of sight in through the barricades for you. What we need is getting into the map, recognising where those defenders are stationed and just closing them down, forcing them into corners, forcing them back towards sight, just shutting them down and not allowing them to get the kills. I guarantee, as this round progresses, Fonkers and Blast will get kills, because they're not being shut down. Leon Gids gets the first one onto Oscar Mosca there.
I was about to say, it's almost like Leon's here for a challenge to say, no, my kills. I want the glory today. Desmond tries to find the one, and Kalensky As we spoke about him earlier on, actually having a pretty good start, 5-0 before the rehost. That puts him at 8-0 now inside as many rounds. Definitely the best performer so far in his team with a fantastic repeat there. Gets another one as well. But Blast is going to come up behind him and find a kill. Well, not behind him, sorry. Nice and close and personalised, more like I should say. Boonsy's going to trade that back though. So trades back and forth coming between the two sides. But the damage has been done by Kalensky as 3 are now down. Fonka's upstairs holding an angle. Meepy holding another one here, a little bit alternative. So it's definitely a situation once more where Secret are down in numbers, but just like we saw back on Border, that hardly ever phases them. They looked very, very comfortable with it earlier on when it was Meepy and Eunice against 4. Could maybe see the same thing coming through once again. I say that, not quite working out the way that they want, but they will be able to make this one work out. It's Meepy going down a little bit early, leaves Fonka's in a less than desirable situation, and Jonas are more than happy to pick up the broken pieces.
And this is where I said that defensive phase was so important for Sisu. If they could have come out of it better than the 3-3 they did, which they did promise in those first 3 or 4 rounds, it really felt like they were going to come out of that strong. I think they were 3-1 at one stage. So if they'd been able to come out of that 4-2, 5-1, imagine that. 5-1, they've just won their attacking round. They've now guaranteed themselves a draw. I just feel like they're going to be kicking themselves that they didn't manage to take more advantage on that defensive round when they got themselves ahead, and they just let Secret creep their way back into it and get a 3-all even split coming into the second half. But that said, there's a lot of siege to be played yet. Sisu are keeping themselves in touch here. 5-4, it is game on. There is nothing guaranteed here. This is a very important round here in round number 10. 5-4 in favour of Team Secret. Team Secret are looking for 6 points out of tonight, make no mistake about it. If they can get this round and put themselves on the match point with a couple of rounds breathing space, they're going to be quite happy with that. If Sisu get this round and it goes 5-5, that could be a completely different story, because then nerves and that thought of one more round lost here could well see us without a chance of realistically challenging the Pro League. I'm not saying that it's not mathematically possible, but picking up only 4 points here leaves you behind the top 3 teams before they even score any points tonight. That's the reality. This round could well be very, very important. It could be one of those hinge rounds.
They managed to force it back into 5-5. Like I said, the panic kind of sets in for Secret a bit there. And we know that these guys are a nervy team. We spoke about it before. They even admitted themselves that there's a little bit of worry on their side, trying to go for a bit of a run out here, but Fonka's going to find nothing, at least this time around. But again, on that point, the nervousness of Secret just build up. They get nervy in game. They'll tell you themselves in scrims they're amazing, but as soon as it comes to officials, things aren't so clean all the time. And Kalensky is absolutely determined with his 10th kill to make sure those nerves settle in the next round, potentially. Still at 5-4 to Secret, mind you. And in terms of numbers in this round, at the very least, 5-4 to Sisu.
2 minutes left on the clock, and a much quicker opening kill than we've been seeing throughout these 2 maps so far. Boonsy down there at the bottom of red stairs, I think just missing an opportunity potentially to get a rotating Junis. I'm not sure if he actually saw him or not. Move is out on the balcony just outside of Study there. He's ready to apply pressure to that south corridor area. Blast will get a kill onto Oscar to square things away, and that's 4 versus 4. This round is becoming very, very tense. It's as if both teams know how important this round is in the overall grand scheme of things. This one could be massively decisive, and Team Secret stepping up when they need to. And there's that man again, Meepy with a double kill. Blast steps up and gets the kill onto Move in Study, and all of a sudden the chances of Sisu seem to be ebbing away as the waves of Team Secret just crash them up against the rocks now and look to finish them off. 1 versus 4. Boonsy has it all to do. He doesn't know where to start here. He's going to move around to those south stairs and potentially try to push up that way, but I think he will be cut off before he even gets there if he tries to move in this way.
Trying his very best, but you are absolutely correct. The vertical angle inside of the 90 hallway being held by Leon, ready for him to push in, as you can see here, demonstrated wonderfully. All too easy for him to be able to close things out. 6-4 in Secret. The dream is alive. They can taste that victory coming through in round number 11. All they've got to do is repeat what has worked so well for them so many times in this half. 4 rounds to them, 1 to Sisu. It has not been a pretty time for them with how things... Sorry, 3 rounds in this half, I should say. But so many coming back-to-back for them. They're absolutely on the warpath right now, and they know how much this means going into next week. Suddenly, that opportunity, that top 2 dream, looks far more alive.
This is the thing, we look at Secret and I think, okay, they've got to win against Sisu, but let's be honest, Sisu have not been one of the strongest teams in Challenger League so far. There are certainly bigger trials ahead of Team Secret yet to come. But that being said, they've got themselves an excellent win 2 sets of play days ago. Let's call it 2 weeks ago. They've got themselves an excellent pair of wins there against Crazy. They come in last week, and albeit sort of coming out on the worst end of last week in terms of points, they still played pretty well. Not quite themselves, but still reasonably confident. This week, they come out with a good win against Sisu. And you start getting to a point where by the last bad week that they had is now maybe a month behind them. You can take last week. It was a hard-fought game. It was one of those games. You could win it, you could lose it. The last bad response, the last bad performance that they had is a good while behind them. So then you start thinking, now maybe there's a Team Secret with a little bit more confidence, a little bit more of a feeling that those days are sort of moving past them and they're making some traction, getting some progress here. And that makes the next couple of weeks even more interesting for me. It makes it even more difficult to predict.
And this week in itself is now very interesting, as Easy Dream have just won their game against Salamander 7-2, which now means Salamander cannot make it into Pro League. They are done, and they are out. So at least in Sisu's shoes, there's some shining light here. You won't be the first team to get knocked out of the opportunity of getting into Pro League. Fair enough.
I'm not sure how much comfort that is. I'm not sure how much comfort it is.
You could say, well, look, things weren't awful for us, right? We weren't the first one. We were just about 10 minutes after them, but maybe it yet breezes down to that time. We'll tell. Let's see, though. Now starting to push in from south side, as you can see. Let's see how things start to set up, as we've got a couple trying to hold extended down here towards the north entirely, just trying to get ready for them to push in. In fact, look how many members of Secret are pushing down towards the south side right here. Everyone is crawling around. Once more, they do not want to let them inside the building, and they're doing just that. 2 more kills fly through. 2 playing inside a study for the side of Sisu, trying to break open this stranglehold that these boys have got. One comes hard inside 90, and Leon is ready. That leaves 2 left alive, and I imagine now you're just going to see Secret descend like a storm cloud. They find one more. Sorry, I lie. Yonata finds one onto Meepy, so it's something coming back for them, but things are breezing away for them right now. Kills aren't going to fly through. Double kill for Leon comes down in this round, as Boonsi will find 2 for himself. So a little bit scrappier coming out of Secret in the end with 2 left alive, but I think we've already been here once before, Ace. We've seen what happened with Boonsi in the last round. I don't expect much to change in this one.
1 versus 2 is going to be very difficult for him here. He's up against Fonkers and Eunice, who've both been hitting shots, both been playing well tonight. One will give his location away, but it won't matter, as Boonsi is unable to win out that gunfight. Eunice takes his head off and puts Secret into a reasonably good position going forward there. They've got the 6 points that they needed. That puts them up onto 17 points, which puts them into 3rd place before Orgles plays, before Penta plays. So that starts to put the pressure on a little bit. They do have games in hand, but it's all to play for, and Challenger League is hotting up dramatically now.
It has scaled up something magical. And looking at Blast as well, sat on 12 kills at the top. And that was even before we had that rehost. And what a great game for one of the new players to see. That's kind of stuff you love to see. A team brimming with... We spoke a lot about me on the last map. This being about Blast.
Yeah, it really is. It's all about confidence, and the more consistency that Secret can find now, it's something that we spoke about coming into this week was consistency. It's a big thing for Team Secret, not knowing which team is going to turn up. The first thing that needs to change is they need to be aware of which team is going to show up. They need to be confident that the same team, the same high-performing team is going to show up week after week, and as soon as they can get locked into that, they can start really pushing themselves forward then and starting to grind out these results. They've done everything that they needed to tonight. They've put themselves up into 3rd for the time being. They've put themselves on 17 points. Some quick maths for you will tell you that Easy Dream are now on 22 points. So that leaves Secret 5 points behind them. Obviously, Diffuse Kids yet to play tonight. That is going to be a very important game against Penta, because they could get dragged right in to the midst of all of this. Because if Penta were to take, say, all the points there, you then have Penta, Team Secret, and Diffuse Kids all on 17.
It makes things really spicy now, because we mentioned about potentially this kind of middle bridge now being dragged forward with Penta and Crazy potentially now joining Secret up towards that 17-point range. That makes a very, very interesting scenario going into future weeks where we now have that division of these middle tier or tier 2 teams. I don't want to call them a tier 2 team. This is tier 2 as a competition. But the second tier teams below Easy Dream, Diffuse, and Orgles now starting to fight and look to start dragging these giants down with them. This is when things get very, very scary for them. As a quick summary, though, we did mention a second ago with Salamander 7-3 and 7-2 as a loss to Easy Dream. What more is there to say? Diffuse Kids and Easy Dream are the two teams that we were looking at and saying they are near the top right now. They are the ones to beat. Salamander couldn't quite have done by taking points away from them like they have done against every other team.
No, and now it is starting to look... I think after we see Diffuse Kids Penta, this statement will be more or less true than when I say it now. But it's starting to look like it's becoming Easy Dream and Diffuse Kids to lose. They've got themselves that bit of breathing space now. If Diffuse Kids can come out with 6 points against Penta tonight and put themselves onto 23, then the pair of them are 5 and 6 points clear, respectively, of their nearest competitors. Apart from depending what happens with Orgles, but it just really starts to create that bit of separation, and you start looking at it thinking there's maybe not enough time for them to be chased down here.
Time is running out, but we have got enough time for an interview with Helby. Let's have a chat to him and see what he thought about the outcome of that fixture. We'll see you in just a second, I imagine, Tim. There he is, the man himself. Hello, good sir. How are you pleased with that result?
Hello, Des. Yeah, I mean, 6 point is the amount of points we need.
I can't hear Helby.
Until
if that's of any help to you. I'll hear him in just a second, I'm sure. Try speaking again for me, mate. Now I can hear you. I heard you lick your lips.
You can hear me?
I can hear you just fine, good sir.
All right.
That's the sweet taste of victory, mate, is the way I probably describe that best. And
It
speak
is,
to me
it
about
is.
that game. Look, coming into board, we were looking at it and saying this is the kind of map we want them to go through, one where it does turn into gunfights. Villa came across as a little bit of a risk, though, coming more strategical, but you guys rounded things out in the end. What was the thinking behind going to these two maps in particular?
Well, Border is a map we're very comfortable. We played it quite a bit. We scrimmed it quite a bit. It's, for us, figured out. And, I mean, the new play style that's brought up with the new patch is obviously playing into that also. So Border was a no-brainer for us. Villa is a map that we haven't played yet. A lot of people either banned it against us or we banned it recently. It's not something like, for us, it's a map we're comfortable. It's just something we haven't had the opportunity to play yet, simply.
Fair enough, makes total sense. And I've got to ask you about Meepy as well. I know that me and you spoke a little bit about him previously in like a one-to-one anyway. He's kind of come up now as a player that we're seeing play it on Jaeger a lot, not with this really roaming-based role, but he's playing a lot more on site and playing quite defensively, but still finding a lot of frags. Was this a real big conscious decision you guys made to say, let's get him back on these more fragging-based operators because he can definitely click heads as we demonstrated today? And is that really helping the team dynamic overall?
Well, Jaeger is an operator that you can put in a corner, and obviously if he has the resource, it's the same with Wamai. He's alternating between Wamai and Jaeger, and we can put him in these locations where it's very tight. He needs to stay in a corner, but it's the kind of playstyle he's comfortable with. So give him a good gun, he can like get himself out of like a very hot situation, and that's just one part of the map that the enemy team they cannot take.
Absolutely can't, because he was the man. The Meepy's spot is what we'll call the number of spots he was playing in a number of times on that map that no one could really get past. Let's talk a little bit about the standings and how things now shape up. You guys have definitely done yourself a great service here by being able to claw your way back up the table. Of course, today's games aren't yet over. We've seen Easy Dream already kind of breeze through and take an extra 6 points today as well. Does this give you guys a lot more confidence now going into the last two games, knowing that, yes, you're taking another 6 points today, and those last 12 are definitely inside of your grasp if you've got the confidence and the grit to really grind for them in these final two play days?
Well, it's definitely trying to keep the momentum going. Obviously, for the last couple of games, we're just going one game at a time, putting all the pressure to one game, not thinking about what's after, what's going on, what's coming. It's just one game at a time. We just go hard. And we can't really afford at this point to lose any game. So it's really just about like winning it.
I think it's pretty much fair to say no one wants to be losing games at this point, but give me a bit of a prediction for later on as well. This is the UK stream. We're all about the UK teams. Crazy coming up against Orgles. Where are you hedging your bets for that fixture?
Crazy Orgles. Well, it depends on the map. There's some map Orgles is absolutely insane on, and Crazy is also very good on some other maps. So, I mean, I would have to see the maps before I do any prediction here. It's going to be a great and close game.
Oh, that's such a soft answer to go for. But you know what? I'll let you off. You just
Very
had a brilliant
PC,
couple
very
of games, so
PC.
I'll let you get away with it. Very PC indeed. Well, thank you very much for jumping on to come and speak to us. Good luck for next week. And hopefully we'll be speaking to you in the winners interview.
Thank you very much. See you Monday.
See you Monday. I'm sure he will. Welcome back, Ace. So I think with what he was saying there, the guys, they took that sort of approach we were speaking about to it. Villa, no one's really seen them on there. They can hide away a little bit. Otherwise, when it comes to Border, they knew what they were doing, that it was stepping in there and just silly.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we saw, to be fair. They're a very dominant Team Secret. Like I say, now, really, for me, it's behind the scenes. It's how can they, take away what they've done differently. What has changed in the last couple of weeks? What's working for them? What's not? Like you said, Meepy, get him on Jaeger, get him on those fragging operators, guns he's comfortable with. Is working. Keep doing it. They need to find those things and they need to replicate them. They need to keep doing that. They also need to just work on that mental belief, that confidence within the team. That's going to be a really important thing now. They need to get this snowballing in the background. They need to believe coming into these following weeks that they're going to beat these big teams when they go up against them, when they need to. That's going to be a key factor. If Team Secret get there, if they get to Pro League now, it is going to be in absolute fanfare style.
Well, if there be any kind of violation of the lockdown here in the UK, it's going to be the parties in the streets for Secret making it into Pro League, I'm very sure. But we have a break to go to before we come up with our second set of games for the night. Orgles versus Crazy. It's a war of the strategically minded teams. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath, and I can't wait to get into it. We'll see you guys in just a few minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gents, after that brief break, going into our second two games of the evening, and this one is just as important as the last for the UK boys on the side of Crazy, but equally very important for Orgles. They're in a spot here where if they lose points to Crazy today, they potentially fall away from Easy Dream and Diffuse Kids, and they escape over the horizon with those spots in Pro League. And just in case you've missed us so far, let's take a look at the games that have taken place so far already tonight, complete their scores. As we mentioned on stream, we had a victorious 2-0 coming in for Secret overall. A 7-1 on the first map on Border was incredibly dominant ace, and then things proceeding into Villa, ending things out at a 7-4. A bit of a scare in the first half, but nothing that apparently the Secret boys couldn't handle.
Yeah, I'd say, to be honest, when it was all shaken down, Villa was really, comprehensive as well for Team Secret. They really did turn it around after we had a short rehost. They just seemed to come back in sort of invigorated from that, bit of a mental reset, and they only lost one more round after that point. They just ran away with it from there, and Sisu never really got close after that. But like you said, there was a bit of an early scare for them, but reasonably comfortable, I would say, sort of top to bottom for Team Secret there. And looking over to the other side, Easy Dream Salamander, probably as expected, it seems pretty much to have been the same story over there as well.
Yeah, I think the first half of the day playing out how many would have expected with both of those results. But we do, of course, have another fixture to get into, as mentioned, Orgles versus Crazy. Let's get Orgles' roster up on the screen. And there's one player here that I think I really want to speak about, especially looking across the stats. Looking at Prano. The guy is an absolute beast, sitting up there with the top number of kills in the competition so far. He's up there in the top 3 for cost. The guy's been having one hell of a tournament so far.
He really is an absolute demon. There is no taking away from that. There's stats that aren't there that back that up even further. We've got Prano on the entry. He's currently plus 11. He's 15 for 4 on entry kills and deaths. That is unbelievable. He's a terrifying player, and that's a point that I want to make about tonight's match. It's something to watch out for between Crazy and Orgles here is how that entry battle shakes down, because they are both very, very good on the entry. So Prano, if he can be shut down and we start seeing entry deaths raining in for Prano, that could well signal a good night for Crazy. Vice versa, if he's coming in with the opening kills and he gets his head up, we see from his stats there just what he is capable of. Absolutely deadly.
He absolutely can be devastating if it really comes down to that. But let's take a look at Crazy as well. If you're from the UK, no doubt you know who these boys are. Formerly of M&M, now, of course, under the Crazy banner. And my God, are they playing crazy. Hasn't been the best start to them so far coming into Challenger League, but there's still some players on here that we really can't afford to ignore. Looking across it there, Nathan, probably the one that jumps to your attention, I'd say, with the 70 kills on side. But who for you, Ace, is the players you need to be watching out for in this lineup?
I think Jonker is one of those players that sort of flies under the radar quite a lot. He struggled a little bit maybe to find his feet here in Challenger League, but we know that he's got big games capable. He's got big games in him. And we just need to see those coming out. That's one of the things. I think if we're looking at players that we need to see more from, that we know can bring more to the table, we'd be looking at Packbull, we'd be looking at Jonker. Madman has been a little bit hit and miss on and off. Last week against Sisu, he absolutely dominated. But prior to that, he's had a couple of quiet weeks as well. So he's one of those players that, maybe we need a bit more consistency. He was brought into the team to offer a little bit more sort of unpredictability. But unfortunately, we're just getting that unpredictability in his stats as well.
Absolutely. Well, I am told that the map veto is ready. Of course, we'll see if all these stats hold up when it comes into the game. We've spoken about the beasts on both sides, but we'll jump into this map veto now so you can see where things are going to play. My estimation for this one coming down to it, looking at what they've banned, what they've had banned away against them, previous results that we would see Cafe, Club, or Coast or Border as being one of the 4. The main ones I'm looking towards are Cafe and then Coast or Border in the second game. We'll see, of course, how it plays out as we go into that ban phase in just a second. But what is it you're expecting to see between these two teams, Ace, knowing that they are quite strategically minded teams, as anyone will tell you?
Yeah, I think whatever map we see them on, I think we're going to see quite a cagey sort of cat and mouse game here. Neither team are going to want to give up any advantage that they can to the others. They know how easily there's going to be a lot of mutual respect, essentially. They know how easily the other team could run away with things. For me, the big question here is, Crazy, they need to go to a map they're comfortable on. They need to go to a map that they're familiar with, because this is the first time that we're really seeing them under serious pressure.
And looks like the map going to is going to be Cafe. Clubhouse would have been the other option available there to Orgles, but opting not to go there. I think a pretty sensible decision, given that we've seen Crazy as one of those teams that is very comfortable attacking onto Clubhouse. Not something that too many teams can say. But looking at how things have lined up here, I think Cafe a pretty good place to kick things off. I remember watching Orgles all the way back in week number 1, playing against Salamander on this map, taking 5 rounds on the attack. They know how to attack this map. The biggest issue they faced back then was holding on when things switched over. So this one to me sets out to be a really interesting way to kick things off. I'm not quite sure who starts on attack and who starts on defense yet, but either way it balls down, I think we're in for one hell of a start between these two teams.
Yeah, we've got Orgles starting on the attack there. So I think you could be right, Des. I think this could be a match of the two attacking halves. We know how good Crazy is on the attack as well. So I think, it's going to come down to who can do better on their attacks. We'll see, Siege is full of surprises, and all of a sudden we'll see 5-1 defending halves and, it'll be a complete shock to us. But I think you're right. I think the inkling here is the attack is going to be the focus today.
Absolutely. Well, straight into the banning phase. Let's see how things shape up with which operators will not be available. Thatcher, as always, a very, very popular ban, I feel, on most maps at the moment, being taken away by the side of Crazy. So they're the ones starting out on defense, want to try and slow things down a bit with that ban, I would imagine, and make full use of those 6 rounds of defense that they have.
Yeah, I mean, Thatcher, as we've said before, really, it's no surprise at this point. We know how powerful Thatcher is. Every time gadgets come into this game, he gets more and more powerful. It's a buff for him. They've tried to do things to limit his ability. The newer gadgets he just disables rather than destroys. And it's just... it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, his scope is far-reaching, and it's no surprise to see him getting taken out. Until we see a true, genuine Thatcher alternative, I think that will probably continue now. Capitao, Valkyrie, and Mira, absolutely no surprises on the rest of the bans there. Valkyrie is one of those either sort of 100% ban on a map or 0% ban on a map. There doesn't seem to be any middle ground with her. Cafe is one of the maps that she does see a very, very high ban rate on, along with Consulate and Coastline. So no surprise to see her going off the board. And Mira's Mira, really.
Mira is Mira. It seems to be the kind of ban combo that we often see. It does set up to be very often, more often than not, is the Capitao and the Mirror. So at least seeing one of them taken away by the other side is definitely going to be a nice tip of the hat for them to acknowledge. You've seen that Ying being brought along here in place of the Nomad as well. These are two teams I've been very curious to see how they not really play the Ying. I would expect that's pretty standard across a lot of teams. She's there for that 20-second execute. I'm more curious how they're going to respond to the Ying coming through, because if any two teams are going to sit there with a strap book and plan to death how they're going to deal with the Ying pushing from a given location, it would have been these two teams. Worth mentioning as well, the history between them. Didn't get a lot of time to cover it off at the very start of this as well. Arkuth, the coach in this case coming through for Crazy, used to be with Orgles about 6 months ago or so, 6 to 9 months ago or so. He will have had some knowledge of, how this team plays. He knows the players pretty well. There would have been a lot of prep on their side. And equally for Orgles, there are 3 backroom staff members on this team that are putting all the work, all the blood, sweat, and tears in to make this to make sure this game was going to go their way. So it really is like a game of chess between the coaches here. And the only winner in that situation is us as the viewers.
There's a lot of history between these two teams. If you look at the previous meetings, the most important, Crazy, the roster, it was M&M at the time, faced off against Orgles in the Six Invitational 2020 qualifiers back in December. And on that day, M&M ended the dream of Orgles getting to Canada. They beat them 2-1. It was a very close fought game. 2 of the maps went into overtime before M&M were able to clutch it in the final round. Crazy, the same roster coming through here, are going to be looking to end Orgles' dreams once again, but KS leading from the front with a big entry kill onto Packbull there. And as I said, those entry battles are certainly going to be something to watch as this game progresses, because both of these teams are very capable of dominating once they get on top, once they get an early round advantage, and that's exactly what KS has given to his team there. And he's taken the mute off the board. That is a nitro gun. It is a powerful shotgun that we've seen Packbull very capable with. Kai follows it up with one of his own onto Dats, getting the Maestro's legs as he's downed from another angle. And right now, Orgles are looking every bit as good on attack as they did the last 2 times we've seen them on this map.
Absolutely finding that mute inside a train early on. He was absolutely playing with the C4, expecting them to be pushing inside a train, but the boys on the side of Orgles knew that that would be the expectation. So what do? They take windows looking in towards that area, the one looking straight through fireplace for the Ash, and it's an easy kill off the back of that. They have dealt with these two members of Crazy so ridiculously early. They made one that was left upstairs play a dancing game up here inside a cocktail, and you can see that reflected in the health bars of the Crazy members so far. Very, very good start to this round with a minute and 15 left, and so many drones, I was going to say, still alive. They have just lost 2 more. It looked like it was going to be an excellent start. Nathan tried to make a bit of a flank on the go, but in come the Candelas now, as there should be a push coming in from the aggressors. Out comes the smoke right now, going to spray on this window and hope for the very best, but they were ready and waiting. Expo holding the bottom, one more holding the top. You can't double peek both at the same time, unfortunately, with just one man. Out comes another Candela, and they should be in a spot to look and try and go for a plant right now as Jonathan pushes away into freezer, but there's nothing to be said. This was almost on course to be a flawless round for them. 2 now going down. Madman finds another, but for Orgles, everything is theirs. They took that map and they said, Crazy, you're coming to our map and it's our town. I hope you're ready to dance.
And it doesn't appear that they were prepared at all. Orgles coming in with a very strong first round there on the attack. Absolutely decimating Crazy, only losing 2 men in the process. Putting the Ying to good work there, moving in and just making it extremely difficult, forcing Crazy players to put themselves at risk, forcing them to run through that smoke blind to see what's at the other side. And the only thing waiting at the other side of that smoke was death and the loss of the round. Very, very good start from Orgles there. Interesting entry kill from KS onto Packbull, sort of IGL versus IGL, sort of leader versus leader, going up head to head in that first battle. And Orgles coming out. I wonder if that will be indicative of how we're going to see this whole fixture going.
It's interesting you say that, because I was speaking to the coach at Mercer earlier on. I was like, oh yeah, so KS is your IGL. Like, how's he feeling about the game? He's like, it's not our IGL. I'm like,
everybody just seems to think.
And he was like, no, it's Expo. Yeah, like I thought he was as well, but he was like, no, Expo's the guy calling all the work right now. And although you'll look at Expo and say, you know what, when it comes to kills, he's a little bit low down there. He's a support player. That's kind of what, support players are famed for, is being low on kills. But he said the one thing that Expo is he's incredibly vocal. He's a fantastic tactician. He knows what to call out. He is just so invested in the success, not of himself, but of the team. And that's why, although you can look at some support players and go, they aren't getting frags, they should find themselves a fragging support player, a lot of it comes down to the ability to call for the team. And that is one of the strengths that he brings to this Orgles lineup. And I think in round 1, it's pretty fair to say it went very well. For Crazy, the one thing I liked in that round was what we saw from Sisu back on border, was that it comes into let's run towards the Ying rather than away. However, Expo, as a man I'll speak about a second ago, now that he's dead, he can sit there and micromanage playing on players' screens, I'm sure. But he will be picked off by Madman to kick things off, and that's a good start for Crazy to put a bit of a dent in the sales coming out of KS here. Out of Orgles, I should say.
Well, that's it. We can give Expo a bit more breathing room now. The pressure really is on KS. You start thinking, come on, we need those extra kills. If you're not worrying about calling shots and strats and rotations as well, you can focus on the kills. So KS bringing the Ash this time around, finding themselves in early man disadvantage this time, as opposed to the first round where they managed to get that opening kill. I can see that this is just going to continue. There is going to be nothing short of 11 or 12 rounds in each of these maps. Both of them are going to fight for every inch. I mentioned it at the beginning. My concern for Crazy, and I've said this a couple of times over the last few weeks, is that we've never really seen them as a team face too much direct adversity. They came onto the scene an absolute storm. Great performances in the Premiership against RV, got themselves to the final. We never really expected to win it, and so that was fine. It was just all part of the development, and they've gotten strength to strength from there. They got further than expected probably in the 6 invitationals and put up a really great showing of themselves in the qualifiers there, ultimately losing to Secret, I think it was, from memory. But ultimately, they've never really been in that position where we've sort of been expecting a bit more of them than they've delivered, and that's a different kind of pressure. So we're going to see just how much impact that has tonight.
Reloading.
I'm really curious to see where the attack comes through here from the side of Orgles as well. Against Salamander back in week 1, there was a strong focus on the fireplace hatch once they got themselves into a spot that they had control of all these areas of the map. It looks like more like a focus might be actually trying to push down the stairs itself, as they are even committing Candelas down there to try and make this work. But you can see Patball on the alibi holding so close here, playing inside of Christmas and just waiting for someone to try and push him behind a shield. Normally we see a smoke play in this position. But in this case, clearly not something they're willing to commit to too difficultly or too hardly in this case. That shield has been removed, so now he's a bit more exposed, but with those clones down, hopefully should help him when it comes to a 1 versus 1. Patbull's going to find a kill elsewhere after a couple of kills do start raining in across the board. One is returned over to the side of Orgles, and as we just said then, one goes to Crazy as well.
You can see him out now just moving down half stairs there, but every angle seems covered off by Crazy at the minute. Patbull making great challenges. Prano will get a kill onto Jonker. I believe that's his first of the game. It will be followed with a second as well, and this is exactly what we know Prano can do for his team. Gets in and gets those kills that Orgles needs to drive them forward, but it won't be enough when push comes to shove. 3 quick kills raining in for Dats and Patbull. They will finish things off. They will hold fast in that site, and they will put a round on the board for Crazy. I've just got a feeling. I watch a lot of Siege, and you just get these feelings. This game is going to continue like this. It's going to be an absolute slugfest.
I was expecting Slobber Knocker. I got Slugfest, and I'm still not particularly disappointed. Fair enough. You are right, though. That was one of those rounds that it came to a storm inside a kitchen, I think, when there are cross angles being held by members of Crazy like that. One of them in the form of Madman through a wall. It's really tough to make the catch. In fact, I lied. I think there was 2 because one was downed pushing in towards VIP area where we saw Prano get that trade kill, but they had to act because of the timer. So another one of those rounds where it's come down to the last few seconds, even with the Ying on side not really making use of the Candelas. She was used a bit earlier on when trying to push in towards the white wall alternatively. Still sat at 1-on-1. I definitely won't be complaining too much as either side right now. Both showing the capability that they have. Crazy with a pretty good defense. Orgles with an excellent attack in round number 1. Now we change sites to play on the second floor, where there's been a lot of attention in these 2 rounds so far in terms of pressure. We saw in round 1 that for Orgles, it wasn't a case of take piano and go for a push from there. It was get downstairs first, clear up the 2 roamers, and then start using the soft underbelly of the reading room to deal damage to those sat down inside a cocktail. So I'm curious to see how this round plays out.
Interestingly for Orgles, they are currently 100% when attacking this site, reading and fireplace. They've got 4 attacks, 4 successful rounds on this site. So Crazy are going to have to show us something special here, because we know that Orgles are very good when it comes to this site. Imagine they're going to get themselves up onto the top floor. They're going to look to clear that out, and then they're going to push down from there. That would be the standard attack on to this side to get control. Try and use some of those vertical options. Plenty of that floor can be opened up. Everything that you see in front of you there, all of bar, all of freezer, all of cocktail, can all be ripped up. We've got the sledge coming in from Draven, and so the opportunity is going to be there to do that. In order to, though, they're going to have to clear out a few Crazy players first. We've got Madman up there, we've got Nathan, we've got Jonker, all looking to keep themselves active, alive, and if they can, take a few Orgles players down with them.
It's almost fitting that there's a guy called Madman on a team called Crazy, isn't it, in some ways? Hopefully he has one of those rounds where he does pop up and do what we used to see him do back in the Xbox days. Admittedly now playing a bit more of a passive role for the team. Crazy themselves, they brought him in to encourage them to play more aggressively where maybe they were lacking previously. And it's fair to say that he's helped them do that quite a bit in the last few months. Whether or not it proves to be enough today is a different story. So as things stand right now, we are seeing a lot of control taken inside of the piano area where we haven't seen the focus being initially. This is being held very aggressively, though, by the side of Crazy. The whole stack up is saying, no, you shall not have this side of the map, but here comes that push now starting to come in, and it looks like Madman has backed his way down. They've conceded Pixel as well, that southeast corner inside of piano itself, and that should be Orgles starting to be able to get some room to start making a push in.
Madman burning some of that Ying utility there, though. A Candela being used when he wasn't even present, and Pixel had already dropped to white stairs at that point, so that's good from him. We've got nearly 2 minutes wasted here, and not too much direct progress on that top floor. The concern for me in terms of Crazy is the progress that's being made on the mid floor. Export and Prano have got themselves established in train now, and they are in position. They are ready to try and push forward into that site, and that's something Crazy need to be aware of. It's certainly is something they're aware of at the minute. Patbull just holding a nice angle through the rotations onto the fireplace there. But the big question is, if Patbull gets moved, what happens then? So they need to be very, very aware of that, the Crazy. And these top floor roamers need to be prepared to drop back to site and support that. We can see that Jonker has done exactly that. Madman's on the cusp. He's ready to move down white stairs more if needed. 25 seconds and a great time wasting effort so far from Crazy. We're yet to see a kill, and we are 2 minutes 40 into this round. We can see Expo now looking to peek into the reading site. They've got the wall open. He's wondering if he's clear to get in there. He will get a line of sight all the way through onto Dax. That will be a kill, followed up by one from Draven, one from KS Reigns in, and all of a sudden Crazy find themselves 2 versus 4 with Diffuser being planted. The final kills come across. What a crazy bunch of trades we had there, but when it's all shaken down, Orgles take the round and maintain their 100% attacking record on to Reading and Fireplace.
This is the one thing I think it's worth saying about a number of teams, especially at Challenger League level. Very often you will see a team taking the last 15, 20 seconds and thinking, oh, it's far too late now. They've absolutely ruined this themselves. There's no way they can win. Don't think that minute to a minute and 15 seconds they're spending getting set up to actually push into the site is wasted. Everything Orgles did there was an absolutely perfect setup, down to the nade positioning, the swing and the spray. Everything was accounted for. They knew where the members were on site. They knew where they were holding, and they knew exactly what angles they had to peek as they pushed in. That's why you saw 2 kills rain through in about a tenth of a second of each other, and then 3 more followed very, very quickly towards the dying seconds of that round as well. Brilliant execute, and again, back what we saw in week 1 against Salamander was fantastic attacks coming out of them. We're seeing a repeat of it once again today, and what a game to be doing it in.
Late round attacks are something that are not uncommon to see from Orgles. I know that, you know, part of their ethos is that a diffuser planted in the last couple of seconds is just as valuable as a diffuser planted in the first couple of seconds. It doesn't matter when it goes down, so long as everything you are doing is getting towards that end objective. It doesn't matter when it happens, so long as it happens safely and in a controlled manner. When you can do it, that is absolutely fine. And I know that it's not something that Orgles worry about. It's not something they're going to beat themselves up about, thinking, oh, there was only 5 seconds when we were putting that diffuser down. They really don't care. So long as the round is won, and so long as they got themselves into the positions they needed to with enough time on the clock, which 5 seconds is absolutely fine, then they don't mind that at all. So successful round for them. I'm sure they'll be more than happy with that moving into round number 4. They've got themselves that slim margin of a lead again, now 2-1 ahead. But watch out for Crazy here. It wouldn't surprise me to see them bring this one straight back to 2-0.
Absolutely agree with you. Going in towards the site on the top floor, as you can see right now. Packball already finding himself a kill. Where have we seen that? Oh, back a couple of rounds ago. This is exactly how things started out. It was Madman finding himself the opening kill, I believe, earlier on. Second one's gone down as well, and now it's the Ying as well. So crucial. And it's Madman causing some trouble. Where was he just then? He looked like he dropped down. Oh, he was on top of the table, of course. So finding himself a kill at the window with the angle. That's the Ash gone. So a bit of soft destruction gone, but not the end of the world because you still have the Zofia on side. But the Ying is what's been removed here. That is the crucial piece of these executes. The smokes, the candelas, everything is part of their game plan. And that being gone is going to hurt Orgles big time moving forwards.
It certainly is going to hurt them. I've just had a quick look through sort of previous weeks. Interesting talking point, the sort of Orgles late round rushes, and looking across there, generally speaking, their average length times, the average round length times are way up there at 240, 245. So it is absolutely not unusual for them. And that is something I imagine we will see continuing into this. The question is, how will a team like Crazy deal with that? Is it too much to ask against a team like Crazy who have the ability that they do to get those frags? We saw in round 3 that it wasn't. Orgles managed to get in and still get the win there. But round 4 starting off as we would expect. Crazy fighting back, coming out swinging and getting those first 2 kills, leaving us now 5 versus 3. And the wind has certainly been taken out of Orgles' sails here. A bit of a bad throw on the flashbang there. We'll just take it back towards its thrower, and we'll just have to dip away off those stairs before continuing the push.
Yeah, things have slowed down, but I'm pretty sure they still know what they can do at this stage in the round to try and turn things around. I say that as yet another one goes down, and maybe now that dream has slowly died away. A lot of work to do inside 45 seconds for these last 2 members, but looking at Prano, one of the players you would want in a situation like this, has the opportunity to make something happen, but going to find Draven cut down on white stairs as well. Almost a flawless round coming through for the side of Crazy here. One more will be more than enough. Sadly, it's the only thing they can take. Almost bringing him down. Yes, they shall. Called it ace. They're going to bounce back to 2-2 in style.
This is what we're going to see. I tell you now, if you're watching this game, don't go anywhere. If you're not watching this game, or you know somebody who's not watching this game, go and tell them to come and watch it, because this is going to be one for the ages. This is going to be a classic Challenger League tie. I can tell you that now. There is so much riding on this for both teams. Coming out, the worst result that both teams could have here would be to draw both of these maps and only come away with 2 points each, especially with teams like Team Secret coming through and already putting 6 points on the board. Easy Dream already putting 6 points on the board. It is vital that these two teams come through here with as many points as they can, and you can see from the play already that they are more than aware of that. They are here, they are ready to fight, and they are going to fight tooth and nail for every single inch of this map.
Back downstairs to the basement. That's where this next war will be started, and of course it would be over food in this instance. Crazy, even that last round at least looked very, very commanding and knew what kills they were trying to fight, even from the off, just finding C4 kills and such and catching Orgles off guard. Not unlike what we saw Secret doing to Sisu on the other side, just don't give them chance to play their game. And I think that was what kind of caught them earlier on the Reading and Fireplace setup, was they did just give Orgles too much time. They got themselves the position where they, ironically, only had about 10 seconds on the clock left, but were in a spot to be able to execute on their terms. Not once were they challenged or contested by the side of Crazy, and that worked so well for them the last time round. Would hope to see something else come out again. My only fear, if they're trying to play this roam-based game, is that you will be drone by Orgles, and I have zero doubt they'll be able to pinch you out if you're not careful on these upstairs floors. But that's what Madman can do here, trying to get himself on the upstairs, potentially looking for a jump out should someone try and go on the rappel in a short while. Or just hope for the very best to try and go for a opportunity at trying to find a spawn peak. A little bit late now, as most will have spawned in and got to the building. But then they're in a spot where they can make this work. I'm pretty sure Prano also knows, he must have heard those gunshots going through those windows. He knows that Madman is nearby.
I think it is literally just mind games at this point. It's not even necessary about thinking, right, I'm going to get a peek out of here. It's just, even if that wastes 3 seconds with the attackers not wanting to get onto that rappel, I mean, he's definitely got something in mind here as Madman. Whether it's going to be a jump out, whether he's got some information or not, I don't know. But the first kill goes in favour of Prano, and he will get the second onto Madman as well. Bad choice from Madman there. We spoke about that unpredictability that he brings to the team. It's not always the end of the world. Sometimes it's a really positive driving force, but he needs to be careful. He needs to temper it. He can't throw his life away against a team like Orgles. So far, we have seen the round go in the favour every single time of the team who gets the opening kill. That has happened here with Prano getting a double to start things. So that would suggest that this is going to be an Orgles round, and they're going to go in now and take the kitchen site away from Crazy, a site that they successfully defended last time around. So if Orgles can do that, if they can follow the stats, then it's going to be a big, big hit to Crazy.
A big if on if they can. You would expect them to be able to know where weaknesses exist in the enemy team's setup here if it does come down to it, but clearly not where C4s are going to be, as Dats will find one onto Draven in this instance. That forces things down into a 4 versus 3, but the Ying is still alive. We mentioned this earlier on. Without it, the execute power didn't really exist, but with it still on the board, with any gun in his hands, apparently, it does more than enough for them. Looking at what we saw earlier on coming through on Villa, just getting this kind of vertical control coming in right now, so you can restrict the defenders and stop them from moving between rooms, between whatever else it might be. Sites, I suppose you could say for the most part, just force them to play more static. So we've got to be trying to be mindful of as we start getting towards the latter end of this round. 40 seconds on the clock. And for Orgles, execute time should be coming up as they position themselves around the fireplace hatch.
30 seconds, and here comes that late round push that we've been talking about from Orgles. They're going to need to start collapsing onto site. Crazy are ready for it. They're confident that they're holding the angles that they need to hold. The next 20 seconds is going to give us every answer that we need with the candelas go off, and here comes the push from Orgles. 4 go in towards site. How many will come out? That is the question that we have yet to ask. Yonka with a kill onto Hive and a second onto Expo. That's big from Yonka. That's exactly what they needed. A triple from him. Can he get the 4K? No, he just pre-fires the wrong angle. Prano onto him, but ultimately the time ticks down. Orgles just getting caught out. This was something that I suggested. It's worked against some teams and not others. Crazy are a good side, and leaving it to the last 20 seconds to push might just be leaving it a little bit too tight.
In the dying seconds like that, yes, you find those opening 2 kills that we mentioned earlier on, but even in a 5 versus 3, there are unexpected things that can happen, and Jonka finding a triple kill is definitely one of those things. Not one of the players that you pen down as a multi-kill potential player, but that kind of play is exactly what you need to be able to clutch up big in rounds like that and pull them back your way. Things sit at 3-2 now to the side of Crazy. If they think if they can end this half out at 4-2, they'll be happy. For Orgles, they won't be massively disappointed with 2 rounds on their side. I remember speaking to them after their game against Salamander, and they're saying at the end of the day, if you can come out of attack with a couple of rounds on your belt and you feel that going into a map being able to defend it, it should be yours to close out, and that is their mentality when this does switch, that they should be able to take the majority of the defensive rounds. But no doubt Crazy have got their own ambitions coming into this as well and don't want to leave it to lie as simple as that. Heading into Arena Room and Fireplace, we saw an excellent execute coming out of Orgles from the north at the top of half stairs around pillars last time. I imagine this time around we will see Crazy doing some form of intel around there, or at least something to give them some indication of when this attack is going to come through, because they cannot afford to let Orgles egg on them in the same way that they did in that round last time.
I think Orgles need to be taking this round. I think 4-2 is not a good position for them to be in with Crazy heading onto the attack. Crazy are a very, very good attacking side. They will openly try to get the attack to begin with as much as they can, because they feel confident that they can go in there and get themselves an advantage from it. So I think if they come out of this 4-2 up and heading on to attack, I think they're going to be feeling pretty good about that, and that could make them a very difficult beast to contend with. The thing that we've got about Orgles here, and we spoke about this earlier, Des, so far, whenever they've come up against the upper tier teams, if you will, sort of the upper half of the league, it's been pretty much sort of split spoils. You know, they've traded blows, and it's all well and good showing that you can spar with the top teams, but now it's all about, can you knock the top teams out? And that is what it's all going to come down to. And if Orgles can't step up when they need to here, it's not going to be good for them at the end of the day. Coming away with 1 point, 3 points here is not going to be ideal.
I think at the end of the day, a lot of them will hinge down on this series. And we mentioned for the UK teams earlier on, Crazy and Secret, maybe leaving themselves with a little bit too much to do, and saying if you're now starting to rely on going absolutely perfect from here on out and relying on other results, you've already left it a bit too late. For Orgles, as you say, if you're really going to call yourself a Pro League team, these need to be the kind of games that you are winning. Chaos almost losing out on that gunfight to Madman, and just like we've seen him do so far quite a couple of times, starting on that pixel angle, taking a few shots, and then immediately backing down to play at the top of White Corridor. And I hope this time round Orgles clocked that. Last time round they were still expending utilities such as Candelas to try and get him off that spot when he'd left it about 30 seconds previously.
As I said the last time that Orgles attacked this site, they do have a 100% win rate when attacking this site, and that has continued in this game. Is it due to end? Can Crazy turn those odds on their heads? Can they get the first win on Reading and Fireplace against Orgles? These are the things, that is the size of the tasks that they're going to have to go up against if they want to get to Pro League. Those are the questions that they're going to have to answer. We saw this previously. Out comes the C4. Draven takes a lot of damage from it, but he will just be able to scurry away there and keep his life. Nades will no doubt go in through the hole that he's opened up with his rifle there. We've seen him do that before, but
oh no!
He holds it for too long, and that could be very costly. It explodes too close to him. Probably the damage that was taken from the C4 has contributed there, and that will be Draven taken off the board. Jonka moves in with a kill onto Prano, and all of a sudden that 100% win rate is looking pretty fragile for Orgles here.
It's not looking good. That was a bounce back from the grenade, I think. They're not quite getting it through the hole, as you say. A bit early, but Expo's going to find a kill. Still in a spot to be able to go for a plant now if he wants to. There was someone playing upstairs a second ago, but they're still finding kills. Prano's off the board, and so is Draven. Two of the big killers for them, but now they'll be able to get this diffuser going down. But they need to worry about this drone coming in. It's going to do enough to be able to interrupt things for now. They're going to find themselves 2 kills, and everything's going to come back the other way for Orgles. It's not going to happen. Crazy find the final 2 kills. Nathan, in particular, from the vertical angle, does just enough, and that perfect win rate is going to be broken.
Big plays from Crazy there to give themselves the advantage coming into the attack. 4-2, and this one is getting exciting. This is where the momentum could possibly shift. Orgles come onto the attack. Onto the defense. They might be happy enough with how that first half has gone. I'm not too sure they will be, seeing as how well they have attacked Cafe in the past. I think they'll have expected and hoped for better there. I tell you what, at the minute, Des, my brain is itching about what's happening in the Diffuse Penta game as well, because these two games just have so much interaction with each other. You know, what comes out of the back of both of these games is going to be so vital for what we see heading into Monday. And we will, of course, bring you that result once everything is tied up here. But don't go anywhere, because this one is turning out to be an absolute classic so far.
If you want to know what's going on in that other game, cover your ears now. If you don't want to know, it's currently sat at 6-2 to Penta on Clubhouse. They are absolutely storming their way through that. That is a result and a half against Diffuse Kids, who, it's worth mentioning, didn't have the best time in the Benelux League, I believe it was yesterday. Penta, meanwhile, went on to beat teams like BDS and crush their way through to become the winners of the French League not too long before, or the French Cup, I should say. So it's an interesting result. This definitely makes things spicy when you've got Penta crawling their way at the table, Diffuse Kids being held back, and Easy Dream propelling themselves ahead. That means if Orgles win today, no longer a Diffuse Kids at the top, it will then be an Easy Dream and an Orgles top 2 spots currently sat going into Pro League.
I'm short of breath, Des. That's the only way. That is the only way that I can describe it. That is unbelievable. Penta potentially taking that first result. I won't spoil it for you at this point, but potentially on the cusp of taking that first result. That is huge, because we've seen Team Secret get their points already, and I commented, if Penta were to take all 6 points from Diffuse Kids, we then have 3 teams on 17 points. Easy Dream will be sitting pretty at the top of the league on 22, but how's about this for the kicker? If Crazy take all 6 points here, we're going to have 5 teams, 3 on 17 and 2 on 16, with only Easy Dream clear at the top. That is a mouth-watering prospect. This is an unbelievable week of Challenger League that we are witnessing.
The fact that it comes down to 2 more play days, I tweeted about it yesterday, literally might come down to the final 2 games on day number 7 to determine who makes it. And that is what you want. You don't want a clear-cut winner after week 4 or 5. You want to see it go the full distance and really come down to week number 7. It may yet go that way. But a lot is to be shaped by this round first and foremost. And this game even. Expo starting things off with a C4 kill onto Patfall. He's going to give Orgles a little early advantage here as they're holding downstairs inside of Reading. Starting things off on Reading and Fireplace, one of the more odd sites to start things on. Most teams opting to start on the top floor or on the bottom floor inside a kitchen.
1 minute 30 left to go, as you say, Orgles with the only advantage to be found so far, and that was the kill on to Patbull. And what an operator to clear off the board there, getting rid of that sledge, just preventing that nade utility, preventing the floor being opened up. Really, really good kill for them. You can't always choose them with your nitros, but sometimes you just have to rely on a little bit of luck, and I don't expect anything other than Orgles getting themselves a couple of rounds back here. This one is going to drive us to the edge of sanity. I think it's going to really push the bounds of what we can take in terms of tension and excitement, because this one is going to go all the way to the wire. 45 seconds left on the board. We are still 5 versus 4 with only 1 kill so far. I said coming into this, I thought that we might have a slightly cagey affair whereby teams didn't want to throw their lives away, and this is exactly what we're seeing. Very, very long rounds here, going all the way down to the wire almost every single time. My concern here for Crazy is there is not much progress towards site. If you think they have to get the diffuser down in the next 20 seconds, please tell me where that's going to happen.
They need to clear this Maestro out as well, because he can hold this vertical angle and prevent them going in for the plant if he really wants to. But he was holding the angle. Draven so patiently been sat there for 90 seconds staring into a beautiful brick wall. Nets him a kill in the end of it now that it's painted red. High finds another, and KS gets another one. This is how you defend this site. The aggression. No clear on the top 4 coming out. Beautiful round. Almost, in fact, it basically was a flawless round coming through. Just running down to the clock at the very end rather than that final kill coming out. Crazy not wanting to quite give the satisfaction over to Orgles, but that is a wonderful defense coming out. And it's the small things that we spoke about before when we saw Orgles attacking this site. A lot of time and attention was given to them inside of pillars, but there wasn't ever actually a push that came with that attention being given by the side of Crazy. They just let them get up to the wall. They let them get grenades over. They let them get hard breach on it as well. They let them storm in through the door to the north of Reading Room, for example. That round there, no such allowance given by the side of Orgles. Good aggression coming out of them. We'll close out that round for them. Now we go upstairs and play in towards Bar and Cocktail. I would expect to see some downstairs hold coming out of Orgles as well, knowing how well they abused the defenders when they were downstairs last time around with 2 of them. Made sure they were destroying the soft flooring underneath Cocktail so no one could play in the back corner as well. They know full well how much strength that gives to the attackers, and I imagine would be looking to try and prevent that themselves here on defense.
Not really reminiscent of a crazy attack that we would expect. You know, we see them generally so efficient on the attack. As you say, they barely got any map control of any value there whatsoever. They had no site control whatsoever, and they didn't even really have any sort of avenue to push into site with 20 seconds to go. So very, very good from Orgles. Certainly not to take anything away from them. They've defended that very well. That's definitely a round I will go back and watch over again later to see exactly how all those moving parts have come together. I think, as you say, Draven's patience through that round is a huge factor coming into it, holding that angle for as long as he did on the Maestro. But sometimes that is exactly what is needed, and it paid dividends there, and it just prevented that single door push being opened up with 15 seconds left to go. And Crazy did have a man available there who could have potentially pushed in through that door, so that was vital from Draven. Really, really well played. So heading into round number 8 now, we are 4-3. Crazy still holding a slight advantage here, but slight is the key word there. This one, I can tell you now, is going to go all the way to at least 11 rounds if we don't see the full 12, which wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. If you don't want to know what's happened on the other channel between Penta and Diffuse Kids, cover your ears. We did give you an update that it was 6-2. I can tell you that Penta have won the first map, so how about that for the Challenger League standings? This is going to be unbelievable.
It absolutely can turn out to be unbelievable. Let's see how the second fixture goes there as well, because that will definitely influence some of definitely have an influence on how things pan. If they manage to draw at least 3 points, then they still get to hold second place, but as it stands, they cannot retain first place, and that in itself is a very interesting statement. Now for Orgles, they're holding this kind of like crescent moon shape, I like to call it, where you cover off the basically southwest side of the map. You hold towards white stairs, white corridor. Someone sits on pixel for a while, like we saw Madman doing quite a little bit earlier on. Otherwise, you're holding up towards the northeast side of the top floor and just trying to basically cushion the aggression, hold long angles, and assault them as they try and push in from the west side. Most commonly, how we see how we see Cafe played out is through the drop of that red hatch and a push in from there onwards. But looking at this already, you've got several members of Crazy stacking up against this west wall and now looking to get their way through. No hard breach being employed just yet to get them through by the looks of things, but definitely some smashing work being done by Patbull on the sledge. Now that's opened up, that's another long angle all the way through, as you can see here, towards Hive, who is holding down on that Echo, holding the long angle straight through both of those walls, ready for someone to try and push in. Also joined by Expos a little bit closer, supported by that ADS, won't find himself getting caught out just here. And I think he's trying to hide away from the flashes. He's got a cheeky little angle through. What's going on?
That is a horrible little sort of crawl space that he's getting himself into there. Making me feel anxious just looking at that. Patbull with the opener onto Expo. There comes that nade expertise that we see so often from Patbull, bearing fruit once again as he gets that opening kill for his team. And that now finds us 4 versus 4 as Madman will lose his life just after it. 20 seconds left to go. And this is really becoming a defining characteristic of this match here, is these late round pushers, these full 3-minute rounds that we see in Draven with a kill onto John. Kahai gets one onto Patbull. KS with one onto Nathan. A real team effort from Orgles there to repel the attack of Crazy as Dats gets finished off, and that's going to be round number 8 going in favour of Orgles, and there is nothing to separate these two teams. This fixture is becoming everything that we hoped and knew that it would be.
I can't honestly, like, this is one of those games that I think I sit back and watch over the weekend just to kind of review how each round has played out, because there is so many interesting things happening that you don't really notice at face value. One of the things in that round that really occurred to me was Crazy did all the right things. They tried to get control of Freezer by opening the wall up because it was less soft. Like, why wouldn't you open it in that instance? They had the smoke playing just inside to the right inside of Deep Freeze, and you had Echo behind that wall as well to make sure you couldn't push inside of Freezer. They had a shield not placed on Pixel, but halfway down White Corridor that you saw KS playing behind. And then you, as always, had the Maestro playing inside a Cocktail, contesting the angle push-in from Cigar Shop. And Crazy spent a good 2 minutes trying to identify what the best angle of ingress was. Where were they going to attack from? What was the most sensible one to go for? The answer was none really looked sensible. Freezer is normally what you take control of because it's the center of the map on the top floor. but that was just impossible with 2 angles being held by the defenders. The fact that they left it soft to say, yes, please, come in, open this hole up for us, we'd more than welcome it. There's just nothing else they could do about it. So again, a very aggressive defense by Orgles that, you know, rebuted and pushed away Crazy at every single point they tried to make their play in towards the sites. Now we get to head downstairs inside a kitchen, and immediately I'm looking towards this pulse being brought along by Hive and saying that's the big one to watch right here. We've already seen a couple of early C4s coming out of Orgles to find kills onto the side of Crazy as they push in. Can they find one again here onto someone as critical as Madman on that Hibana?
Interesting that you mentioned those, you know, those first kills coming out, Des. We are currently 4-4 on the entry. Absolutely no advantage to be found there, and it's no surprise. I said coming into this, so many players on both teams have got great entry strats. We have got gunners that are coming in and getting those early kills for both teams, and that's exactly what's happening. More interesting than that, not only is it 4-all in those terms, those hatches really being destroyed there. Not only is it 4-all in those terms, it's actually alternating round to round so far. It is literally Orgles then Crazy, Orgles then Crazy. Every single round it alternates. That would leave it in the turn of Orgles to come out and get the opening kill here. We'll see if they can continue that trend or not. Nearly a minute into the round, and we've got a reasonably slow start again. Crazy have got themselves inside the map. They've got that control of top floor now, and they can start working down to deal with these roamers.
Just doing what everyone does when you try to attack this site. Either you do have 2 options, you can rush into bakery and try and go for a plant that way. It will still normally require some control up red stairs, mind you, to be able to push out whoever is holding inside of train and wheel. Otherwise, you can try and start on the top floor and clear your way down and then go for the soft destruction, as you can see right now. One they've got to be so aware of is the fact that there are a couple of C4s floating around, and will find a kill onto Patbull, who was being quite careful for the most part there and taking different angles and walking around quite a lot. This is the one disadvantage that you have in bringing a sledge, as he has to be on top of the holes he's opening to be able to get them open, whereas a Buck, as we all know, can do so from distance with that skeleton key. And Claymore might be nice, but grenades are just a little bit too valuable. You still want to have more soft destruction than just the Zofia, and nades tend to be the go-to path with that. So they have now control of the floor, on the second floor in this case, inside of train and mining, as mentioned earlier on. Could see member of Orgles trying to aggress up red stairs if they wanted to. I would fully expect that Yonka has been to work already in getting some air jabs down. And now it's a case of trying to contest these vertical angles as members is Crazy trying to soon them once again as we start looking towards a push in these final 45 seconds. I just hope that once again we don't see Crazy running out of ideas, and Hive is going to have so much intel being fed back here as well that there is someone laid down on the stairs, and it's all down to someone now holding inside a coat check to go for a push to try and bring them down.
Madman getting a kill there just to square off the man count. That will be 4 versus 4 coming into the final 30 seconds. Crazy need to get things moving now, and Jonker will do that right on cue with a kill onto Hive. 25 seconds left to go, and it's time to start thinking about how you're getting into sight. I've got to feel like Jonker had no idea about Draven there, and that's a severe lack of information that could well punish Crazy, but Nathan manages to get a great kill in sight onto Expo. Leaves us now 3 versus 2. The clock is going to start working against them though. Prano just holding angles now to try and prevent a defuse. Gets a kill onto Nathan. He's got 2 ahead of him. Can he get both? He moves for the challenge on 1, but will lose his life. Diffuser goes down. That's with the first and will be traded out by Draven, but ultimately Madman finishes things off, and that is going to be round Crazy. 5-4 now.
I was going to say it's about time they get one of these attacking rounds on side. The last 2 rounds going the way of Orgles wasn't painting a pretty picture, but that picture definitely just got a little bit more mental. 5-4. Now the scoreline sat for Crazy, and they edge ever closer to taking that one crucial point. And we mentioned earlier on for Orgles today, winning 2 games would put them in second place ahead of Diffuse Kids, sitting just behind Easy Dream. Crazy are now looking to claw it back, and we mentioned for the UK teams, we've already seen Secret doing it. Can Crazy do the same thing and take the double win today and put themselves into contention, as you say, amongst 5 other teams sat on 16 or 17 points?
Honestly, the league table is going to be absolutely ridiculous if this carries on today. If you'd have told me coming with 2 play days left, 2 full weeks left of Challenger League, that we were going to have 5 teams within a point of each other, I'd have laughed. But that is exactly what we are starting to stare down the barrel of at this point if this continues. But there might only be 2 rounds left in this game. Well, sorry, 3 rounds including this one. There might only be 3 rounds left, but there is a lot of Siege to be played here yet, and it is on an absolute knife edge as to which way this one is going to go. Toss a coin, because I cannot decide which team has got the advantage here. Crazy come out with a very good round there, and it's given them the score advantage, but it's only one successful attack out of 3 attempts, so there's still a lot to be done for them.
I would not be too surprised to see this game end in a draw with the way it's currently progressing. I can definitely see a world in which Orgles take the next 2 rounds and Crazy to find one in the midst of those last 3 and force it to a 6-6. They are currently the ones in the driving seat though. Yes, they're on attack, but they only need 1 more round to get at least 1 point from this. And some might turn around and say, well, you're dead even with Secret basically right now. You take 1 point from this game, you're then slipping behind them. You need to get the 2-0 just like they did. But Orgles, as it stands, as we saw last time when they defended this site, were very, very proficient at doing so. Finding themselves an early C4 kill upstairs into Freezer, and then pushing back very aggressively when members of Crazy started to try and go for their push in towards the site from the Pillars area. There's some work to do. As you can see right now, it looks like they're going for a similar setup as previously, where they are trying to hold the White Corridor, Freezer, and Cocktail areas and just prevent this 3rd floor from being taken over entirely by the side of Crazy.
So nearly a minute into the round then, we can see already Crazy looking to get themselves in towards that east balcony. Packbull has got the window open, he's on the rappel, he's having a look just to see exactly what is going on there. We've got Expo just primed and ready with that Nitro to potentially hit up towards east balcony, but Packbull will dip away from that one and he will push with the looks, by the looks of it, with the rest of his team in towards red stairs. He will take the drop there and he's going to look to start the process of clearing these top floor roamers. This is something they need to do much better than they did last time when attacking this site. They were completely unsuccessful at moving either of these top floor roamers for the whole 2.5 minutes that they were trying. It just didn't happen for Crazy. So we need a little bit more aggression, a little bit more willingness to step up and take those gunfights, and they need a plan of how to uproot Draven from Cocktail.
They're always trying to keep them pinned in towards red stairs here as well. You've got High Flame downstairs on the Wamaya. They're looking to hold aggressively where that angle might come from. Same can be said for Expo. They're just trying to keep them almost shoehorned into Cigar Shop right now. You can even see the angles they're trying to hold in the downstairs. But here comes a rush. This is everything from Crazy right now. They just storm their way forwards. Come into the Maestro, and that's going to be Draven going down. And suddenly it looks all shaky for Orgles. A rush coming through was not what they expected to come out. 1 kill comes through. A second one. Prano, how on earth is that flick happening? Finds one for himself, but Packbull is going to trade it back the other way. And this isn't even for the site. This is just for the top floor. It worked well for Crazy. They've managed to break this hold open. But already we are down to 35 seconds, and they've still got to get control of the site.
Fortunately for Crazy, as the cookie has crumbled, Packbull is still alive on the sledge, so they have that utility that they need now that they have the top floor control. They can start opening that floor up and apply a little bit of pressure to site. The problem they've got now, the real key element, is that time ticking down. They have got very limited time to apply this pressure, but from this position, Packbull should be able to gain enough control to potentially allow a push in through single door. Expo will get a great kill on a rotate door onto Madman, and a second really steps up for Orgles, exactly what they needed. Dats will trade one, but it's meaningless at this point. He has no way of getting into sight, and what a round from Orgles to tie things up once again at 5 apiece. We are going all the distance here. We are going all 12 rounds. I wouldn't be surprised to see a draw just like you here, Des. These two behemoths of European Siege at the minute just absolutely wailing on each other.
And look at the kill distribution as well. Look how evenly split it is. Between the side of Orgles especially, 8s and 6s all up and down. The side of Crazy, no one on less than 5. Incredible contribution by everyone towards what is turning into, arguably, I think, one of the best and most exciting maps that I've seen so far in Challenger League. It's an absolute delight to observe. And I got to say there, that was a really interesting final setup worth looking at again. They were going for the plant with one covering on the doorway in towards reading to the north. Right eye up there, have someone, that person who's holding the angle, watch south through there so no one, like Expo, can walk up close with the shotgun and kill your planter. Nice and simple. They had Dats above them watching towards the top of par stairs in case someone pushed around from pillars, but I think he was watching at the wrong sort of time, because either he was watching through the floor to see what was going on where Expo was pushing from as well, but someone came up through half stairs, applied pressure onto the one holding the doorway, and Expo free could just walk up and find a kill onto the planter, turn around and get the one holding the door as well. It was, I don't want to say lazy from Crazy, but it was definitely a mistake they'll look back on and be kicking themselves for, I think. With two people watching angles for you, one covering west and one covering south, that should have been a comfortable plant for them going down, but the fact they missed Expo pushing up was the crucial thing for them. So Orgles, not so much counting the lucky stars. It was a good time play coming out of Expo, but definitely a couple of things there that could have gone very differently if players were watching towards the areas they were intending to, I think.
Round number 11, then we head headlong into the action phase. We're going to see a reasonably settled defence from Orgles here. We've not got any attempts at any peaks. We've not got anybody trying to jump out of anywhere. There is a lot of tension between these two teams, I can tell you that at the minute. We've got quick progress being made by Crazy up towards the roof, and Piano is also being drawn. Maybe they're recognising that they're just falling foul of the clock a little bit too much here. They're just having to rush in those late stages, and that's not necessarily due to mistakes from Crazy. I think there is things that they could have done, as you've discussed, Des, to improve that. It's also a point in the credit of Orgles as well, you know, with such stalwart defences and really wedging themselves in, becoming very difficult to move. We've got Expo talking of being wedged in. He's got himself in the cigar shop here. He's got his deployable shield. He's got all the utility he can get to try and defend this red stairs drop. And it's a very difficult challenge to make when dropping red stairs, because inevitably he's going to see you before you see him. But Expo decides that's the time to blow the hatch, move away, and he's going to rotate underneath and back up the white stairs more than likely.
Again, it feels like a bit of a missed mistake there, not having the window below for when that drop does come through, but no one was there waiting, and I think he even expected it. As you saw, he was aiming towards the window, knowing how this normally plays out. You're forcing someone out with grenades, they have no choice but to pop the hatch, and that's when you have your opportunity to get yourself a kill on the drop. You see their legs long before they have any chance of seeing your model. It should be a free kill. So maybe another missed opportunity by Crazy that might yet come back to bite them, just like at the end of that last round. This would have been game over by now if things had gone their way. But alas, it's sat at 1 minute 10 to go, and still only just now are we starting to see a bit of transformation work being done by Crazy into the same spot once again, where they have one playing inside a freezer, the Echo playing just behind that, White Corridor held by a shield, and one holding up inside a cocktail. There is a lot of work they want to be able to make this work still.
A lot of work indeed, and less time available to do it. 50 seconds now. In comes the first kill at that point. That's onto Hive, and that will now leave us 5 versus 4. Castle off the board. Packbull with a second, and another nade kill. We've seen him using that utility so expertly throughout this game, as he has throughout his entire Siege career, and that is exactly what Crazy needed right now. They want to put themselves in the driving seat here. They want the opportunity at that one singular match point, that single opportunity to take all 3 vital points here from Orgles. Jonker gets aggressive and moves in, gets one for his trouble. Packbull trades out Prano, who took Jonker down, and this is trade for trade for trade. 14 seconds left on the clock. Packbull has diffuser in hand and will now start the plant, but he won't be able to finish it as Dats moves in and gets that final kill. Crazy take the round. Number 11, that puts them in the driving seat here.
Still does, and puts them at 6 points as well. 6 points. 6 rounds, sorry, which of course forces out the draw. Maybe not what they were hoping for. A win is probably what they're now looking to get to really secure this one and propel themselves into a commanding position. But for Orgles, you've got to be kicking yourself a little bit there. That was start of that round went so well for them, being able to waste a bit of time and get away alive. And I worry for them now going into this final round. If Crazy can take this, then suddenly the whole thing gets blown wide open and no one knows how next week is going to play out.
I think it's just that bit of me that thinks Crazy getting the win here is going to blow this competition absolutely wide open. So it sounds almost like bias, but it's not. The neutral in me is just desperate to see this competition as close as possible, coming all the way down to the wire. I want to see the matches next week that are going to have me on the edge of my seat just like this. I see the matches on Friday that are going to be exactly the same, and that is what this result is going to help us to achieve. Depending on what happens in that other match as well, we're going to have an awfully tight and awfully packed mid-table coming into those final play days.
It's crazy to think there's only 3 days to go as well. Monday night will be when the next set of games will be before everything wraps up on Friday. It's been one hell of a season coming in so fast, and as much as a month it's all done and dusted, and we will know who those two teams making it into Pro League are going to be. It could be one of these two right here. It might not be either of them if things play out the way that other teams want. But one thing's for sure, we still got to see who's taking the lion's share of the points, or if it's even splits for both sides. Final round now we played, as you can see, on the downstairs inside a
Attackers are
kitchen.
heading out to defuse
I would
the
expect
bomb.
we'll see a similar setup coming out once again from Crazy, where they need to take over the top of the map first and work their way down.
So, this is it. In terms of this first map here on Cafe, this one is for everything or something in Orgles' case. Crazy could well take all 3 points here. Orgles, that ship has sailed. The best that they can come away here is with a draw and 1 point in the bag. And I'm sure at this stage they will take it. They don't want Crazy bringing that gap between them any closer than it needs to be, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Crazy will be chasing them down at this point. What will happen in terms of the league? If Crazy get the win here, Orgles will remain on 16 points. Crazy will move up to 13 points with another map yet to play tonight. So Crazy will have the opportunity to get themselves tied level on points with Orgles. Now, depending on if there are any other teams on 16 points, Crazy would also go ahead of them based on the mini league tiebreaker. That might change if somebody else ends up on 16 points as well, but if it's just the two of them, Crazy will come out on top. So this match is it's infinitely more important than I can possibly stress.
And this round might be the one that dictates whether or not Crazy have a chance to fight for second, or if Orgles are the ones still fighting for that spot at the end of the next map. So let's see how it plays out. Madman here on the Ying. Something we haven't seen a chunk of on this map, really. I think someone tweeted out earlier on in the maps that we saw earlier on to start the day. Out of 18 rounds, we saw her picked 15 times, but already there's gunshots being exchanged upstairs, and Orgles have found themselves 2 to start things off. That's definitely going to put a dent in the sales of Crazy, but not something to be deterred by. They've already found themselves in numbers disadvantages before, and sure enough, Yonka will balance things back out as Hype is taken down. But Prano on this vigil, don't even know he's upstairs still right now. He could play massive spoiler if they don't know that he's late. If he's sat here waiting inside of reading. Yonka's going to flank on behind him right now. Surely he knows that he's nearby. Might have to try and find himself peeking in towards the right. Goes in for this push. Could see Prano push out quite aggressively a little bit quicker, but it's more of a stalemate right now. Here comes the swing out right now, but he wasn't ready for the wide swing coming out of Yonka, and he finds a double kill. Massive for his team this game on 13 kills, and now there are only 2 left on site. Can Crazy steal this one away? It all comes down to these final 30 seconds.
That matchup there between Jonka and Prano just felt like the entire match hinged on it. He knew he was there. They both knew that each other were there, and the gunfight was inevitable, but who was going to win it was always in the balance. Jonka coming out on top for his team. In comes the Candelas. Here comes the drop into Freezer. The Alder being put to huge work here. Draven steps up with a 3 kill, and that will secure the draw for Orgles. Unbelievable finish to what has been one of the most enjoyable Siege matches I have ever watched.
You will be singing Draven's praises if you are on that Orgles lineup right now. What a final round to close things out. 3 kills as they all drop at the very end, and does enough to secure things out for them. I say secure things out, I mean secure a point. Unbelievable. That is, I said it earlier on, that is one of the games I will need to go back and watch in excruciating detail this weekend. I guarantee you, and I apologize in advance, Arkuth and Amerta, I will be in those DMs all weekend asking questions about the small things in that game. There is just so much to unpack there, and that was everything we came to expect from that matchup. And the best part is, there's still one more map to go.
I don't know why I expected anything else. The Candelas went into Freezer. I looked at it and I thought, Maestro's just outside that single door. You're dropping into a kill box. But I thought, there's 3 of them going down there. You know, they're probably going to come off on the trade here. But it's the power of the Alder. Click mouse 1 and hold it down. And that's all he needed to do. He didn't need to aim. He just needed to move around that corner and decimate everybody. And that's exactly what he did. Those team comms in Orgles are going to be going absolutely mad at this point. Unfortunately, if you look at it in terms of the league, it is better for Orgles, but really it's damaging for both teams. Both teams needed to come out of here with 6 points.
Draws are damaging to both sides. Taking 1 point doesn't really feel like enough. You're looking for 6 on any given day. But Draven in that final player, one final mention on that, concussed throughout the whole thing as well. The Zofia had rained through. There was no way he should have been able to find those 3 kills, but he did. What an absolute demon is the best thing I can say. And I think I need a fresh... My water is empty. I need to go and get myself a new glass. And you guys probably need to go and get some more popcorn, because this final match of the day, my God, do not miss it. See you in 5 minutes. Hello, ladies and gents, and welcome back. We are going into our final game of the evening, and I won't lie to you, I think it's going to be pretty tough to top the incredible game we just had on Cafe a second ago. If you missed it, well, that's your loss. You need to be going back and watching that one this weekend. What else have you got to do as we start to draw towards the end of Challenger League? I'm Desachu. This is Ace, as always, and we are ready for the final game. Sorry, Ace of Pyrite? Give you your full name. Ready for the final game. Now,
I don't know, you call me whatever you like.
Oh, baby. Now, going into this final one, I'm curious to see what map we go to. Cafe was an absolute slobber knocker. I thought we'd be going to something like Coastline for the final one. Not so convinced after seeing something like that. Maybe it does come down to another strategy slugfest on a different map altogether.
Who knows? Honestly, I don't know what to expect from Siege anymore. I mean, you know, us here in the UK, we keep getting told we're supposed to be protecting the health service, and we're doing no favours here. There's going to be heart attacks up and down the country at this rate.
Registered 2,000 heart attacks tonight going into hospital, yeah?
I can't take that sort of drama. That was an unbelievable finish. What a match of Siege. It was an absolute pleasure to watch. What a privilege to be here for a second map between these two. You know, it's just going to be, I'm sure, every bit as tense. I've had a quick look at the league table in between, and let me tell you, the tension does not end at this game. It carries straight forward. Please do correct me. I've done this on the fly, so go easy on me if it's not quite exact. Easy Dream on 22. We've got Diffuse Kids, Orgles, Team Secret. They're all on 17 points. It'll come down to a mini league, which I believe will see Diffuse Kids top, then Orgles, then Team Secret. Orgles haven't played Diffuse Kids or Secret yet, so Secret having lost to Diffuse Kids puts them bottom and Diffuse Kids top. That's followed by Penta on 14 and Crazy on 11. That's as much as matters, really, because Gifu and Salamander are both out at this point. What an unbelievable competition we are witnessing here in the EU.
But think about it next week as well, how that stacks up. Secret
It's unreal. It's unreal.
This drama writes itself. I've been talking about it. 12 days of drama going on in Siege. Today there was no massive outspread of drama, but it's the games themselves that are bringing the action to us. And I'm pretty sure when this last one comes around, it's going to be equally spicy. Map Veto is ready, I'm told. We have no idea what's coming up in this one. So let's see how this one breaks down. Like I say, I probably would expect more of a strategical map for both of these sides. Clubhouse is almost like it's like a Jenga tower. They both really want to go for it, but no one quite wants to touch it. They're both very good on it. And you know that if you make even the smallest slip up, the other side is going to jump on you and feast on your innards if you get it wrong.
Yeah, I think I've just got to pull you back a little bit there, Des, saying that there's been no major drama today. I think you're downplaying the sheer scale of its epi, leaving us, that announcement coming through today. A big shout out to Craig, to Epi. He's been a huge part of the community, done a fantastic job, and I'm sure he will be well missed. But yeah, that's the drama that we've seen today. But looking back to the drama at hand, I thought that definitely deserved a mention, that one. Crazy versus Orgles. So here come the map bans: Villa, Consulate, Theme Park, Border, Cafe, Coastline, all taken out. Des.
All right. Okay.
Des, we're going to Clubhouse.
Now, let's go through the exact notes I put down about this. I said not club. Both teams are very, very competent on it. I think both drop their pride before it turns nuclear. Forget about that.
They've
the
both
pride
hit the
is
red
staying.
button.
They've both hit the big red button. This is going to be another one of those maps, I think, that is going to come down to an absolute slugfest. We were speaking about Cafe and saying that on the side of Orgles, they are very happy attacking Cafe. Coming onto Clubhouse, I know that Crazy are very happy attacking on this map, and I have zero doubt that if I asked Omerta, he would say exactly the same thing about his team. So this is going to be such an interesting... What's the word we can use? You can't say a war or a brawl because it underplays it now. It's like Armageddon has just come to Siege. This is one hell of a way to end out with Playday number 5.
It really is. And as you say, I think, again, I'll say it now before we even get into the lobby, I think we're going to see 11 rounds, 12 rounds. I don't think there's any question of that. This one is going to go the distance. Crazy start out on the defence. I'm sure they would have preferred the attack, but that being in the back of their mind, that they've got the attack to come, you know, that could also play into that mental game a little bit. If they can get a 3-3 out of the defensive stage, they're going to be quite comfortable with that.
I mean, looking back at it as well, speaking to the boys before, this is probably about 6 months ago I first spoke to them. I did ask them, why do you like attacking on club? Why have you chose to start that way? And they said, we feel when we're better than the opposition, we can make them sweat a little bit. If we can go on the attack and take 2 or 3 rounds, then suddenly they're feeling a little nervy knowing that we're going on to the defense. A lot of it just comes down to the psychological side of things rather than being any other way around. I imagine here, if they have the choice, I don't know who chose which side, I would expect them to have started on defense. Club is still an air quotes defender-leaning map, so you would want to start on there, as most maps are in the game, to be fair. Most teams should feel more comfortable in that case. I've just had confirmation that Crazy chose to start on defense as well, which makes sense. But like you say, I'm pretty sure when things do switch sides, it's going to be a very comfortable situation for either team. I think Crazy will be very happy going into the attacking side of things by then, and knowing how defense tends to play out in Clubhouse, Orgles will be very happy going into the defensive side as well.
Yeah, I think that could be a little bit of a power move from Crazy there. I think coming in and thinking, right, if we can get ourselves 4-2 and then we've got this sort of shadow in the background that teams know we're good on attack on Clubhouse. It's like you say, it all comes down to their mind games. It's just trying to get, even if that just gets you an advantage for one round, it's just trying to get every single little percentage, every single margin that you can that's just going to push your team over the line. Crazy desperately need 3 points here. I don't want to overstate that or stress it too much. The other results have helped Crazy today. That much is for sure. Even after today, they've got 12 points left available to them. They are now only 6 points short of second place. That could change depending on the outcome of the Penta and Diffuse Kids game. For argument's sake, let's say Diffuse Kids win that. It puts them on to 20. That leaves Crazy 9 points behind. So now you need 9 out of 12. You can only lose one of those games, and you're reliant then upon other results going your way. So that's the margins that Crazy are working with here. So they really could do with these 3 points, because then even if one of those teams does move on to 20 points, it is going to give them a lot more breathing space.
Yes, absolutely. Well, we've got the last player in the lobby, which means we are ready to go. The fact that last map took about an hour and 15 to go through, would really not be surprised if it plays out exactly the same way here going into Clubhouse. 9:30 is how things currently sit. I think we could very well be here until 11 if this goes to full distance the way the players want it to, and no doubt the viewers want it to as well.
We want to see a great match here. It doesn't matter how long that lasts for, but as you say, those rounds were being played out to the last 15 seconds every time, so seeing it go the distance is going to push that clock around quickly, I think.
Well, here we go. We are underway. The map is loading. It's time to get into Clubhouse between Orgles and Crazy. As we mentioned earlier on, this is turning into a bit of a slugfest between these two teams. Cafe, they were inseparable. Clubhouse essentially is a more refined checklist, strat-heavy map, I suppose you could say, requiring a lot more focus on hard breach and such. This is the perfect sort of time for it to really all unfold and decide who walks away, as said, with a lion's share of points, or if both teams will go home disappointed, taking only away 2 points from a possible 6 as we get into the bands.
I'm excited about every single bit of this, and I really hope that you guys are at home as well, because we are witnessing something special here tonight. We're witnessing one of those tournament-defining games that really does start to shape not only the Challenger League, but the future of Pro League as well. The stakes don't come any higher than this. This is what these teams have been working towards for 6 months, 12 months. This is what it is all about, and this is what it comes down to. Capitao, Maverick, they're going to be the first ones off the board. Here come the defenders. Goyo is gone. Let's remember, we've still got the Ying available. So, it's interesting to see that still there is more value being put in operators like Capitao and Maverick than the Ying. She's still being allowed through the bans.
She was picked up quite a couple of times in the fixture on Cafe, and neither side really seemed to what's the word I'm looking for here? Too shooketh by a Ying. They've brought along once or twice. I was like, they're too shaken. I was like, that sounds too plain and boring. Let's go for shooketh. This is the UK stream after all. And I think even with the Ying on side, no one really seemed all that bothered by it. Like a couple of rounds it came into effect. I think very early on in that first round, we saw that explosive start with the entry in towards the east window inside a Cocktail. Outside of that, not really. Didn't really have that big an impact. It came much more down to the strategy, and both teams seemed ready to deal with that 20-second rush if it were going to come through. And that seems to be repeating itself here, as she will not be brought along to start things off. Orgles starting off on the attack, as you can see. Crazy on the defense. Let's get into this final map, Ace.
Let's get into it indeed. We will start loading in now, and we'll have a look at exactly what is happening over in CCTV Cache, which is going to be the site that we head to for round number 1. This is Crazy versus Orgles. We've just seen a draw play out on Cafe. If you are just joining us and missed the end of that one, it is all to play for. I'll run over them again for you quickly. The league as it stands at the minute is Easy Dream, 22 points. Diffuse Kids, Orgles, Team Secret, all joint on 17, and Penta up there on 14 now, Crazy on 11. So there is very little to separate second place all the way down to 6th place. This match could not get any more important for these two teams in terms of exactly where they're going to sit when the night ends and potentially when the season ends. So we can see largely spawning on the east side here. Thermite's going to be heading straight up to that east wall. On this site, Cash CCTV, what we generally see teams try to achieve is opening the east wall, number 1 objective. Opening construction wall, number 2 objective. Get that pinch, force defenders out of sight, and then think about getting in and getting the diffuser down.
Ready for grenades.
And that attack, I think, spreading things out between the west and the east is the most important thing to know here as well. Starting off now on the walls on the east side, getting this open, and here comes the duel between the bandits and the thermites. Going to be able to get that one away. That's one exothermic gone, so Expo already in a difficult situation where he knows he messes the next one up, then suddenly life just got a whole lot harder, and they'll have to then work on either focusing in towards the construction side with Draven putting a lot of his time there, or taking over the garage instead.
So 2 minutes, Prano we saw just jump off the sort of half roof there. He could possibly be looking towards getting himself into lounge. It looks like that's exactly what he's going to do, but it is essential that he notices the player on blue stairs. I think he may have just seen through the little peek hole underneath the handrail there that there is somebody there. He's going to be well aware as he hears the gunshots, and this is going to be an important early encounter between Jonker and Prano as to who will get the early advantage. Prano looks like he's just looking to move himself away from there. His ultimate intention is to get into lounge, use the explosive grenades to shoot the floor from underneath Bandit, and then be able to clear those chargers off the east wall and force Nathan to play somewhere else inside, thus allowing Expo to get that wall open. But right now, there's a lot of time being wasted, but Prano was obviously just waiting for that nade to come in, but Madman takes his opportunity to jump out and get a kill onto Prano. KS will trade it out with the finish off onto Jonker, so we are now 4 versus 4, and no team really taking an advantage out of that early exchange.
Starting things off that way, definitely not the worst outcome I think they could have looked for, finding a second one coming through immediately after as Dats finds one from up on the catwalk. So just start shutting Orgles out here, and the work is being done. They're doing a good job holding them back here, doing enough work that's now starting to force them to go over towards this west side, and shall not be able to make such easy use of the eastern breach, as we so often know on this site. There was quite a war going on, as you saw a second ago, inside of that storage area. The grenade doing more than enough to at least get one down, with the instant trade from Madman being clever enough to be able to trade things back the other way. Expo going to do the smart thing there and drop the diffuser through the hatch before rotating himself down to getting construction wall open by the looks of things. That seems to be where their point of ingress is going to come from now, as they have got 2 or 3 members starting to stack up on that side. Diffuser is put towards that side as well. They've got 10 seconds left to go, and this is going to have to be perfect. He gets a nice flank on the go, but 2 kills quickly come back to Crazy. It's a 1 versus 3 for KS. We don't know exactly how this one plays out. With 1 second left on the clock, we'll be able to pad those stats for the final kill on towards Madman, but round number 1 goes to Crazy.
Yet again played out to the final second. That was something that became a little bit of a telling point for the first map, was how long those rounds were dragging on. These two teams showing each other a lot of respect and certainly not wanting to rush into engagements that's going to lose their lives too soon. We saw a great example of that down on that Adam window, with Prano just not wanting to push in there to Jonker, and they sort of stayed at loggerheads for about a minute before other operators came into the fray. KS ultimately using a nade to down the Jaeger, but Madman taking the opportunity of Prano watching that go on to get out and get the kill onto him, and it was just a really fascinating little duel going on there between the two of them that ultimately led to both teams losing a man. But ultimately, time just a little bit short for Orgles there, and they had to rush into site. I think that just did them the damage come the finish there.
I imagine a lot of their strategy did rely on getting that east wall open, but knowing how those boys were, there was a plan B, a plan C, a plan D, all the way through plan Z for if that hatch didn't get opened up and what alternatives they could take. And interestingly, seeing the Thermite play on the flank there, coming up the stairs towards the northeast of site, was interesting. Obviously didn't really result in much. They did find 1 kill, but was instantly traded out, so the balancing things out there didn't really seem to affect Crazy's too much. They still managed to hold the ground that they had done previously, but at least there's a bit of innovation coming out of Orgles there in trying times. Still down, 0-1 as we saw. Now this time around we're going downstairs rather than starting out on the top floor. Let's see if Crazy can do anything new or creative here to shut them down. Picks for the attackers look pretty samey otherwise.
Looking at this site then, generally how we would expect to see this attacked would be a couple of different hatches get open, generally moto and kitchen if you're looking to open hatches. You want some pressure in blue corridor if you can, because it's very defensible from blue corridor. We see Nathan just playing in and around that area. Jonker's no doubt going to come down now to reinforce that, and he'll just sit in behind those boiler units. He'll have a rotation back into the church side of site, and that can be a very powerful position. Even if you breach church wall, it can pretty much still be defended from the blue corridor there, so we can see the pressure now is going to be applied to blue corridor. The successful attacks that we tend to see on this site come from multiple points of ingress. So the ideal would be blue corridor, dirt tunnel, and church wall. Packball just opening things up for us there with a kill onto Draven. Hibana gone. That is hatches potentially safe here. It's going to become a real choice for Expo as to exactly what gets opened up now if they do want the church wall open.
Now is the problem, losing that Hibana, that's a key utility removed from the board. As of yet, we've only really seen Hive being the one inside the kitchen by himself doing some work on the floor. Was holding an angle for a good 60 seconds, straight in that kitchen at round spawn as well. They had it droned out, they knew it was safe, and since then he has been doing a bit more renovation work with that sledgehammer to try and get more angles up. So, the south side, sorry, west side of Armory is clear, that much is for sure. So he's got that area very well covered. Hasn't yet been able to find a member of Crazy from on that angle, mind you. Now we might start seeing this multi-angle attack you speak about here. The multiple angles are pushing, starting to work for them. Prano droning inside of blue whilst his execute comes in now off towards church wall, but I think that has got immediately dealt with there, so they shouldn't be able to get this one open.
1 minute left to go, and we are 5 versus 4. Things looking pretty good for Crazy on the defence at this point. They've not really been disrupted in what they're trying to do. There is no pressure coming from Dirt Tunnel. There is no pressure coming from Blue Corridor at this stage. Dats gets a great kill onto the Thermite. That's the diffuser down on the ground as well. We've still got Hive up above them trying to use that vertical pressure, but there is not much pressure for these defenders in sight. They don't really have to do anything here other than sit and hold angles and wait for the push to come from single doors. We are now onto the choice of Ash rush spot basically for Orgles to try and get into sight here, and that's going to be getting through that breach they've just opened up. We can see Prano and Hive working together here, diffuser in hand to try and get through, but there is still a man in behind that shield who will lose his life. Nathan just standing up there, not exactly sure why that happened. KS will be downed, and that now leaves us 3 versus 2, 3 versus 1 effectively, as Jonker gets that kill onto Prano, and it's now all down to the last man standing. Hive will not be able to do anything. Dats finishes him off. Great round from Crazy there. I've just got a question for Nathan. I'm not quite sure why he stood up from behind that shield at that point.
I'm also not entirely sure how Hive being the sledge covering side of kitchen that entire round didn't spot Dats run underneath him onto Ash Wall, on Pulse Wall, sorry, and then just spray Ash Wall as well, I guess you can call it either or. More like Ash Wall these days. Being able to spray down through there on towards Church Wall where Expo was setting himself up for a second exothermic. There's a reason why you have someone inside a kitchen, and it is to prevent things like that happening, but he still managed to get away with it. So a slight lapse in attention maybe from Hive there, or just a very sneaky and smart angle being employed by the Legion to find that angle. And that's doing crucial work for them. Then just every single time in both, well, not in every single round, sorry. In both times we've seen them try so far to get a primary wall open, whether that's Church Wall or the East Breach when they're attacking CCTV and Cash, they have been denied by Crazy. So really good work by Crazy so far, making sure those checklist items could not be covered off by Orgles and forcing them to think on their feet in the dying 30 seconds of a round.
So heading into round number 3, Crazy taking a small lead. I won't call it commanding just yet, but they are now heading onto their tertiary bomb site. They've won in CCTV Cash, they've won in Church and Arsenal. We're going to see them now defend Gym and Bedroom. I know this is one of your favourite sites on the game, Des. You love to see the different ways that teams go about defending this and also attacking it. And I agree with you, it's a very fascinating site. There's a lot of different variations. We see teams that are just reduced to single door and single window pushers. We see teams that manage to open the entire site up and still don't get the diffuser down. It really is a fascinating one.
Onto the offsite now, Gym and Bedroom. Definitely calling it, I think calling an offsite can be a little bit unkind to the site sometimes, because many teams do take it as quite a priority option to put it ahead of one of the other two that we've already seen so far on this map. And I've always been very interested in how this one plays out. One thing that always shocked me when I first discovered it was that the Bathroom flooring is indeed soft, so it can be destroyed from below by a C4 if you're not careful. A lot of teams, though, opting to, rather than play aggressively with the bandits sometimes on towards the west wall, let teams get inside it, but then you're holding inside a bathroom with something like a mirror window, or just looking to hold longer angles to say you can step inside if you want, but you are under constant threat. They are going to get this one open this time around inside of about 50 seconds or so. And rightly so, Nathan is now going to reinforce this wall up inside a bathroom. It was initially soft, so they could have the rotation point through, but that's now been reinforced, and it's essentially a second wall that they now have to worry about getting open.
And they are going to be going about that quite quickly by the looks of it. In comes the Thatcher EMP grenade, so that is just looking to clear any electrification off the further walls and just allow further work to be done opening that up. As you say, quite an important point to get opened up, really. If you don't get that bathroom wall open, you are limited to planting inside of gym. You don't really have the option of getting yourself into bedroom at any point, because there is almost certainly going to be a defender lurking inside of that bathroom. A very difficult place to root them out of, particularly with that shower in there as well. We can see there is still some defensive work being done by Dats on the bandits over in the cash room, and that's not unusual. Again, trying to defend both sides of this, the last thing that you want is a complete pinch on you. We can see Expo now looking to get in there and get that wall open, but he's just going to back away. I think the call coming in from Draven there that they will try with the Havana pellets instead, and that is going to be successful, and it's going to force Nathan away. 1 minute on the clock here, and Orgles making very, very good progress onto this site.
They are, and that whole instance we saw going off towards the eastern side of catch with CCTV isn't really a massive concern point, I don't think, because Hive finds the opening kill. I think all they want is to be able to watch that west window so they can cover the south balcony and have someone play on it, which they should be able to do right now. 2 kills raining back in for the side of Crazy, though, and this suddenly is going to swing things back against Orgles despite the good start that they have. Only 1 drone left alive for them here as well. The intel is very, very light in the final 30 seconds, so it's going to come down to winning these gunfights. The Fragmite is in effect once again. Expo getting a kill onto Packball, and Draven has found his way inside of the bathroom right now. It looks like we may see Expo try and go for a plant. Yes, he will. All they've got to do is hold this cross angle as he tries and goes for a push. The C4 is going to be the answer, and it kills him out. Such a smart play by Dats. Knew that a cross angle would be held. No reason to peek it. Instead, just going to try and push straight in for the kill, but Draven baits it out with a second plant. This time bringing down Dats, and there's no C4 on side. Hiding in behind the mattress, and they know where he is. Going to walk his way in and find the kill. That should be enough, as actually he comes off the plant at the last second, I think, there. And downed he will go. I'm a liar. Downed. No chance to go for the plant, and that will be a comfortable round end once again for Crazy.
Yeah, it was looking a little bit tense in the mid-round there. What a 200 IQ play from Dats there as he threw that C4 out. I was genuinely worried about the distance that was away from the plant, but that just shows how well these players know this game. He knew that he would be hard up against that bomb chassis, trying to get that plant down in as much cover as he could, but he was confident that the kill zone would still be sufficient from that nitro, and it certainly was. And that pretty much won them the round there, just getting in and just preventing again that time. And this is the problem. You know, we've spoken about Orgles, we've spoken about this, mentality that getting the plant down in the last 2 seconds is as good as getting it down with a minute to go, which is right in many respects, but if it doesn't go down, that's the problem that you leave yourself. You put in all your eggs in one basket, you've got that one attempt to make that diffuser stick, and if it doesn't, you've got big problems trying to get it down before the end of the round, which can usually be 1 or 2 seconds away.
Now things reset as we are 3 rounds in. It's almost like the half of the half. You can call it a quarter if you want to. Sounds a bit American for me, and this is a UK stream, so we cannot be calling things quarters here, Ace, I don't think. CCTV and Cash, we are returning back to once more. Back to where everything started off. But Orgles yet to find an attacking round. That kind of comes as a bit of what I mentioned earlier on, that Crazy were regarded a couple of months ago, and probably still to this day, as a team that are pretty comfortable attacking onto this site, and they might yet find themselves walking away with 4 points if this match continues on the way that we expect. It would be befitting of the story between these two teams if this were to now go 3-3. But as it stands, Orgles need to stop losing members early in rounds. It's been every single round so far. They've lost not just the fact of the next third being denied, but also members to random angles being held. And there it is once again, down to a 5 versus 4 with Hive being picked up nice and early on.
Great opening kill there from Jonker. Madman following it up with one onto Export, and that is the hard breach off the board as well. Draven's still alive on the Hibana, but that is going to make him even more important for the round. They really need to think about exactly where Draven pushes, when and how, because they need him alive. If he goes down, that is pretty much round over at that point. You can see Madman on the Wamire just moving himself back to site there, deploying gadgets as he goes. We're going to have an attempt at a bandit trick here potentially. This is much easier now the Thermite is off the board. His bandits have been cleared away, but Draven's on the other side of the map. He's just wasting time at that point trying to bandit trick. Draven is not in a position to clear that one off, but he's going to be able to move in potentially through construction. We can just see Jonker moving away there. Nathan, I'm sure, will come to realise very quickly that there is nobody pushing onto that east wall at the minute, and it's going to be all about what access to site can be gained here, because right now Orgles are going to be reduced to jumping through windows, and that is going to be very, very dangerous for them.
Yeah, Hexpo's had a rough game in kills wise. Actually, he's done okay, but when it comes down to actual utilities, not being able to fill his role as a Thermite, definitely got his Fragmite hat on. This game, something I'm sure you can relate to at the very least, Ace. But it's the same as every other round where the clock starts running down. They're at a massive disadvantage numbers wise, in terms of utility wise. It's starting to feel the same way, and now they're sticking all their eggs in the construction basket without that east breach being open. I'm somewhat surprised they haven't yet sent Pano below to impact below the buck, and at the very least, below the bandit, and at the very least destroy the shield. It's been an interesting setup so far. Maybe something we'll see adapted in future rounds, but this feels like another crazy round on the way.
Certainly feels like that, but we've seen how quickly these rounds can swing. There is still 48 seconds left on the clock, and all it takes is a couple of kills, but the couple of kills are going to be going towards Crazy. Jonker with one onto Prano there, and that just makes this round seem even more difficult now for Orgles. They're going to be down 4-0 here heading to Church and Arsenal, and it just seems like the wheels are coming off a little bit for them, and then they've got the prospect of Crazy still to attack Clubhouse to come, and that could be a huge mental block for them come that second half. This very much favours Crazy right now. I said at the beginning of the match tonight that we were unsure exactly how Crazy would respond to serious adversity like they were facing in the Challenger League at the moment, and what an answer they have given us. They have given us a resounding confirmation that they are quite happy to deal with that pressure.
I think it's pretty fair to say don't bring Crazy to Clubhouse. They drew it 6-6 against Diffuse Kids, top of the table until earlier on, as we saw. And then last week they beat Sisu 7-1 on this map. It's just not a map that you should be bringing them to. I said at the start, it was the go nuclear button for both sides. So far it is paying off for Crazy. The one thing I'll say here is practice a little bit of restraint. Let's remember that with this map generally being defender leaning, especially given how things have played out so far, we may well switch sides and see that things just go equally as well for Orgles. They are a team that are still very comfortable on this map, attacking, clearly a little bit less so because they have yet to find an answer towards what's coming out of the side of Crazy. I'll keep on coming back to the same point that I mentioned a second ago, though. They aren't dealing with the fact that there is a bandit sat on that wall. They can easily get below and pop him out. And while there isn't a stronger focus on playing vertically for that area of the map, the same as we saw when they were trying to attack Bar and Cocktail earlier on Cafe, they would take control of Reading, kill the two roamers there, and then pop grenades onto all the soft ceiling above them to remove the defenders out of Cocktail. And why that isn't in their book of things to do on this map, on their checklist of things to do before they can push the site here, I'm not entirely sure.
Heading into round number 5 then, all the advantage with Crazy at this point. Could we see a 6-0 half? Dare I say it? We've seen them win every site on the rotation so far. CCTV Cash, Church Arsenal, Gym and Bedroom, and they are on the roundabout again. They have got that first result up in CCTV Cash. They are now down to Church and Arsenal. We saw a very good defence. What do Diffuse Kids, sorry, not Diffuse Kids, what do Orgles need to do differently here to attack this site better than they did last time? I commented on it last time. It was very one-dimensional was the push. They need to get the hatches open in the way that they did. They need to work that vertical angle, but they also need to, as a minimum, push blue or dirt tunnel. They didn't really ever get boots on the ground in either last time around, and that just allowed Crazy to sit back quite comfortably and wait for the push to fall onto their sword.
Falls the sword definitely feels that way because Orgles is constantly running head first, it feels like, into death against Crazy. And a lot of the time it comes down, as I mentioned in the previous round, to Crazy finding an opening kill to just slow down the attack and take the wind out of the sails of Orgles. Let's see if they can have a repeat in this round as well. Once again, we're going to see High taking control of Kitchen. If you remember last time round, Dats on the Leisure managed to get underneath him, get on towards Pulse Wall and find himself a free kill onto Expo, who was trying to open up Church Wall. I imagine this time round, the attention will be given to make sure that does not happen again. Prano having a really bad map so far as well. Look at that, 0 and 4 so far on the scoreboard for him. For one of the big fraggers on this team, the guy they turn to and rely on finding all these entry kills and going huge for them, this has been probably his quietest map so far yet in all of Challenger League.
Yeah, it's real poor timing for him, and it is unfortunate to see. I commented coming into the matches tonight how important Prano could be, particularly on that entry battle coming into tonight. He was plus 11, 15 entry kills for only 4 deaths, and we just haven't seen that sort of explosive ability from him. And it was something that I commented on as well. There's, you know, we've seen Orgles sparring with the big teams and beating the little teams, but the question was, can they come out and start knocking out these big teams? Can they come out and start getting the wins and getting those strong performances for 6 points against them? And right now, it's looking like maybe not.
Looks like Draven might have him pinned in here as well. This hole through means they can't leave desk, or else they are dead. All they can do is afford to sit here, wait, and try and impact nade over the wall to deny Expo once more. He's going to make a run across, actually, and gets away with it at the same time, but they have managed to deal with it once more. Yet another X-Kairos comes in and removes, or let's say removes the safety margin coming in for Packball. Bit of a tag coming in here on towards Madman, but he knows that he can impact nade this wall and deal with that exothermic charge if he really needs to. Very interesting how things have got so close, and there we go. This is the problem with opening up a hole like this, and Madman finds such an easy kill onto Expo, who lines himself up like a turkey to the slaughter at Christmas. Or maybe Thanksgiving, depending on who you're asking. Things currently looking fantastic once again for Crazy. We are down to, it feels like, for the 5th time in this game. Quite literally the 5th time. The final 15 seconds, and a rush is going to have to come in from Orgles right now. That's in a great spot to deny the diffuser, where it's currently down on the ground. Prano will finally get onto the scoreboard, but it's a little too late as they try and make a push go through. Dats finds the second one. I don't even know that he's here right now. Will be more than enough for the kills to rain through, and Crazy will take round number 5. 5-0 after 5 rounds. This is an absolute disparity compared to what we saw back on Cafe.
I'm going to say it again, Des. No pressure in blue. No pressure in dirt tunnel. No real pressure from the hatches. It was all focused around Church Wall, and they were just beating their heads against it. And as you say, it just left them in a kill box. I know you all love to refer to that area just outside of the Church Wall as the kill box for a good reason. And we've just seen part of that reason. Partly, it's because you can toss a nitro over the Church Wall and decimate people in there. But secondly, it's because that happens. It can become a complete and utter quagmire. They were just stuck in a bog. They couldn't move their legs. They couldn't get away from the onslaught that Crazy were bringing. And they were just mowed down as they filed in there trying to recover that diffuser that was on the ground. As you say, the holes in the wall were not sufficient to be able to push through. They were trying to prone in through there. And players of this level are going to hold that angle all day long.
And I think the biggest worry looking at it was exactly what we saw happen, where you're opening up these low-down Habana holes. You don't even have to impact nade over the top anymore. You can just throw it at the floor, and it is guaranteed to destroy any X-Kairos or exothermic charges going down. Just made it easy for them in a way, and unfortunately didn't have grenades to be able to deal with it. But looking back over these rounds, the mistakes that we've seen have all been from Orgles' own construction. They're the ones who have tried to push into Church Wall twice and had themselves denied by the cross angle from Dats. He found a double kill in that round, found a single kill earlier on onto Expo, and retreated away witut Hive seeing a thing. When assaulting in towards this top 4 site, what has it been coming down to? The bandit on this wall, who hasn't been impacted by the Zofia from below. There's a lot of things that are just stacking up here that are showing a bit of lack of adaptability almost in the middle of rounds to go, okay, this isn't going to work for us right now. What utility can we expend, or what can we do to turn our fortunes around? As it stands, Orgles have just not been that adaptive, and 5-0 for Crazy. I'm fully expecting this half to end at 6-0.
It's certainly looking that way. This is, if they're going to win on any site, this is probably the one. But Orgles, they have to do that at this point. They can't guarantee a Crazier draw coming out of the first half and expect to go on and even get 1 point out of it. Crazy are going to win attacks. I have no doubt of that. I really cannot see Orgles coming through. If people like Prano aren't hitting the shots and aren't having the impact that we normally see them have, I can't see them going on the defense and then returning, running it all the way back in for a 6 6-0 defensive return. But Nathan opened things up in round number 6 with a kill onto Draven. That's Hibana off the board, and that means now they are limited to one more hard breaching charge.
Is this like a reverse checklist or something going on here? Crazy finding an opening kill at the start of every round inside the first minute or so has become a theme. Expo losing exothermic charges or his life has become a theme. And then Orgles trying to push the same angle every single time with high hopes of something changing compared to the previous iteration is the other thing. It's really bizarre how it's played out the same way every single time, but Orgles haven't adapted the way that we're used to seeing them do so. Slightly heartbreaking given how good Cafe was earlier on, but that is the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. And it looks like this half has all but crumbled away into nothingness. Minute 15 left. A 5 versus 3. I think I know where I'm putting my money for this round, Ace.
I think I know where I'm putting my money for this match, Dave. I think it would be stronger in the favour of Crazy. And maybe we've gone too big too soon. There is still plenty of Siege to be played, and plenty of times we've seen 5-1 and 6-0 halves be brought all the way back to a draw or even a win for the team who suffer that beating in the first half. But right now, just based on what Orgles are showing us, I'd be very surprised if they've got that in the tank, in their locker at the minute. We've got Nathan just holding an angle here. He's going to hold this angle all day long. He's got somebody just edge his way forward, but no dice there. Nathan will take some damage on the Maestro. He's just going to dip away, but Packbull will help support that by dumping out one of those Toxic Babe canisters hard with a kill onto Madman, but that will be traded out by Jonker, and that will now leave us 2 versus 5, and this round is quickly going in the direction of the others as KS gets felled, and Prano is left with about 30 HP left on the clock. He won't even get a shot onto the Maestro. Nathan and Jonker finish things off, and that's going to be round number 6. Who saw this coming? 6-0. What a treat we've had from this fixture, Des. We've had a 12-round draw, absolute brawl, and then we've had what's looking like a potential whitewash. We've gone from one extreme to the other.
It's quite terrifying, and I'll say it for the third time this match. Crazy are a team that are known for attacking well onto this site. They're happy to take even Pro League teams like we saw back in the 6th Invitational Qualifier when they beat down Vitality, they beat down Chaos, they beat down G2. They showed they are not scared of playing aggressively in situations like this, and it is going to require a heroic effort out of Orgles if they're going to be able to turn this one around and bring it back to a draw. I think for this again just completely throws the entire league into disarray right now. Sadly for Orgles, I think if they lose here, they've thrown away so much already. I don't really see an opportunity for them to be able to pull it back to get into Pro League. They're still technically in the standings, but knowing the games that they've got coming up, it's going to be one hell of a battle for them in the next couple of weeks. Or next week, I should say, just next 2 play days. It's all coming up in the next 7 days. That's just how intense it is. Let's see though if they can do something. Let's not write them off just yet. There is every opportunity they can make this one work. You've got Prano with this single kill on the whole map so far, trying to net himself a few more here, playing on the Vigil.
You're absolutely right there, Des. I think it's fair to say that Orgles have probably got the most intense running to the end of the season that anybody will face. They've got Team Secret and they've got Diffuse Kids coming up. 2 very, very difficult teams, especially when you need to get points against them. And they're going to, I think, be wondering tonight how they have gone from the position they were in to the one that they're now standing in the midst of that mid-table quagmire. We can tell you, if you don't want to hear an update from the other channel, from the other match, this is your fair warning. Cover your ears now. Diffuse Kids versus Pentades has ended 6-6 in a draw.
It has. That's not an ideal result for those at the top right now outside of Easy Dream, who've had a wonderful day with a 7-3 and 7-2 pretty casually. Yeah. They're having a great time. You know what the best thing is? The only team standing between the French team of Easy Dream now and victory is the 2 UK teams, Crazy and Team Secret, in the next 2 weeks.
That's exactly right. So I've just done a quick update on the table. Easy Dream sit at the top with 22 points. Diffuse Kids will sit in second with 18 points, depending on the outcome of this game. Orgles and Team Secret will be joined in that order on 17 points. Penta follow on 15 and Crazy on 11, but may have further points here. The likelihood is they're going to be on 14 points. So between 2nd and 6th place, it's going to be 18 points to 14 points. Only 4 separating. Only 8 separating top and 6th. That is absolute madness.
Still 2 play days to come, which means 12 points total available. Who knows how future weeks will play out, because this way definitely hasn't gone as planned so far. But looking now back into this round, a minute and 30 in, there has been quite a bit of setup work being done by Crazy. A bit of a change potentially coming in here. I think they've also found themselves in the spot where they are unable to get the kitchen hatch open despite no early kills coming in from the other side. So their push actually might come through into dirt. Instead, Nathan almost getting tagged from below here by Hive, who had a great angle on him on that window. Will not be able to find the kill, mind you, and you can see those guns raised high towards the ceiling. Orgles looking to try and contest them right now as the flashes are going to come in. Not even from a Candela, believe it or not, but still a flash regardless. They're starting to do the work now inside the final 60 seconds. It's taken 90 seconds to get to this point, but finally looks like Crazy are starting to get themselves set up for an execute.
We can see the pressure being applied from Dirt Tunnel. That was something that I was agitatedly asking for from Orgles. Either blue or dirt, preferably both. Get pressure applied externally to those and then push in towards site, towards Church Wall or your kitchen hatch drop. Just make the defenders spin around on the spot. Make them look in all those different directions as it is 2 minutes 30. Still no kill on the board. Very tentative, but Expo will step out and get the kill onto Madman. Prano onto Packball, Prano onto Nathan. Is this Prano's time to shine? Is this where he does what his team needs? Dats will take the head off Draven. KS gets 1 versus 4, and this is going to be a huge ask now. Far too big, as Dats will be reduced to just withstanding there on the Zofia, but that will bring him back on minimum 5 HP, and he's going to be peaked immediately. That's the round for Orgles. Church and Arsenal, I'm sure Crazy won't mind. They know that's going to be a tough site. They know CCTV and Cash is going to be a tough site. Crazy are going to have their eyes firmly locked on Gym and Bedroom.
Quite possibly so. I mean, even CCTV and Cash might be enough. If you can get that East Breach open, that's where the strength comes in assaulting that site, because then taking in towards any other prevents the rotations between sites for the defenders. They just cannot very easily get from Garage up towards Cash and vice versa. And no one can even look to try and hold too aggressively on towards the west window inside of CCTV. That is where we're heading next. The Echo being pricked up here by Hive. Otherwise, everything is looking pretty much as you would expect for this site. I think the key thing we'll have to watch here is what came down as Orgles' downfall on this site when they were under the attack earlier on, is the Bandit and how effectively he can hold on to that wall. So let's keeping an eye on KS here and watch that east wall inside of the site and see if he can prevent Crazy from getting it open anytime early into the round.
Round number 8 then, and we will see our second match point attempt coming in from Crazy. I very much doubt that you have only just joined us, but maybe you were coming across from that other main stream, which I think has now finished. Crazy have gone 6-0 in the first half here. They have had a perfect defence. Orgles have moved across and have just picked up their first defensive round on Church and Arsenal, and I would say that that was reasonably convincing in terms of defence, as they found themselves 4-1 at the finish. So they were really on top of things, but the question is, can they do that site after site after site? They need players like Prano. He got himself a double kill there, but it puts himself on 3 total over 7 rounds. I know you probably can't quite believe that. I can't quite believe that myself from a player like Prano. He really does have a lot more in his locker than that. We know that he can bring more to the table, but he needs to show it here, and that is the key for his team. He needs to step up now. They need these players to really start coming out and demonstrating that ability.
Right now holding onto this wall, but there is all this utility starting to stack up on the other side of it. I would not be too surprised to see them getting the Zofia inside and looking to blast from underneath. It's why you're seeing KS playing KS playing so far. It can be KS who wants to try and play the round the right way. He's the one playing a little bit further back so he doesn't get impacted from underneath, and sure enough, he has done that to make sure it is definitely clear. This is what I was looking to see out of Orgles earlier on, because inside 50 seconds, that is open thanks to the impacts coming out of the Zofia from the downstairs with minimal risk and no loss coming through on the side of Crazy, outside of a single solitary drone inside the first minute and 40 seconds of this round. Many of them have now backed away into playing inside constructionists. They know that's where the next attack should come through. Very common to see the attackers, once they have the East Breach open, leave one person on it to then start holding the angle down and making sure rotations are more difficult to go for. You then rotate over to construction and look to get that open and go for your push and plant in from that side. Or you can alternatively try and take garage at the same time, give yourself the east to south and the west as coverage and go for a planting behind the server itself. But we've all seen C4s raining through in that kind of instance. Chaos going to find himself a kill onto Nathan, as he had the diffuser in hand as well, I believe. That's now down and outside, as you can see. Unfortunate to get caught out from this angle, playing behind the shield might work absolute wonders for Chaos here in holding down construction.
Orgles starting to fight back from the very beginnings of the rounds. They really struggled for those opening entry kills in the first half of this map, but they've had both of them whilst they've been on the defence. Is that a signal of a change in the tide? Is that a signal of a change of things to come, a change of fortune for Orgles? We'll only know as this match progresses. Right now, they are sitting pretty here in CCTV Cash. 5 versus 4. They've got their angles covered. There is nobody in construction. They only need to worry about a push from one side. Garage Catwalk has not been dealt with. There is an awful lot of work for Crazy to do here if they are going to manage to get a win in this round. We can see the utility starting to rein in. There comes the challenge, but Prano will get a kill onto Packball. Jonker steps up and gets 2. That's 1 for Dats as well. Could this be it? 3 versus 2 now. 20 seconds left to go. This could be the moment that Crazy stake their claim for the Challenger League. This could be where their season starts to turn around. Jonker is trying to get that diffuser down. 10 seconds left to go. The Echo proving deadly. Dats gets the kill onto KS. 3 versus 1 now. The Echo is going to have to come away from that drone. He's going to lose the gunfight, and that will be the round going to Crazy, and the match going to Crazy, and 3 points going to Crazy.
They'll be so satisfied with how that played out in the end as well. 6-0 on the defense is one hell of a way to make a claim in saying no one dare bring us to Clubhouse. That is now a draw and 2 victories they've had on this map. No one will be looking to bring them there anytime soon. But that is one hell of a series. Seeing it go from 6-6 on Cafe, being ridiculously tight between close sides, and then turning into a bit of a dominant slugfest coming out of the side of Crazy. 7-1. Not quite a 7-0. We haven't yet seen one of them in CL, but this was pretty damn close.
It was very close indeed. I thought for a second at times that it was going to happen. I thought we were going to see it, I'll be honest. A little bit surprised that we didn't. Orgles managed to get themselves a good defensive round there, but they just didn't have enough when it came to the end. I don't know what happened. What was the difference between Cafe and Clubhouse? As you said, both teams very, very capable on Clubhouse. They've shown us that before, but just absolutely dominated by Crazy there.
It was a little bit, it was a little bit crazy. Absolutely, it was. It was all crazy. And it pains me to say it, but I put a lot of that down to the attacks coming out of Orgles being very one-dimensional, having one point of the map to focus on, not trying to push multiple angles, for example, and just getting caught out by Dats a couple of times on the flank, not so fearing shields below when they were holding CCTV wall. A few mistakes started to bleed through there, whether or not they're not exactly practiced on Clubhouse. Maybe they didn't expect it to be the map they'd be going to. I'm not entirely sure. I imagine we'll find out in the coming days exactly what happened there. But for Crazy, they put themselves back in the running. It's been a great day for the UK scene, to be fair. Secret taking all 6 points. Crazy sitting here taking 4. Out of the possible 12 we could have taken, that's 10. That's not a bad evening of Siege for us, I'd say.
I think when you look at it, to be honest, it's been a great day for everybody but Orgles and Diffuse Kids. I think they're going to be walking away scratching their heads a little bit, but otherwise, the neutral has benefited from some amazing Siege and from the way Challenger League is now shaped up today. Any fan of Crazy, Penta, Team Secret, Easy Dream, they think they've had a great day at the office as well. If we have a quick look at how that impacts the standings, I've got them up here. I've just adjusted according to that last game as well. We've got Easy Dream now sitting on top with 22 points. We've got Diffuse Kids on 18 points, only picking 1 up tonight. We've got Orgles and Team Secret joint on 17 points. I believe they'll come down to round difference, which will be Team Secret going above them. So Team Secret should be in 3rd place, I believe, based on round difference. And then we've got Penta on 15 points and Crazy on 14 points. Who would have thought that 2 weeks ago, that only 4 points would differentiate between 2nd and 6th?
I'm sure we'll also get a look at those visually on your screen in a short while as well. But for now, we have an interview to go with Packball. So let's jump in and have a chat with the victorious team. Now, Packball, what can I say? It feels like I'm constantly interviewing you on the stream every single time I'm on. What's going on?
I don't know. I think one of the main things we were talking about before and after the game today was just the fact that at the start of the season, there was a lot of nerves in the team. But going into every game, people were shaky not only in the beginning, but throughout almost the entirety of the game, which it feels like those nerves have, for a lot of people, completely gone, and for others, it's only maybe the first few rounds that people are shaky. So I think that's definitely a really big impact on why we're having a better performance recently.
Yeah, it's definitely looking a lot better for you guys. I've got to say, let's go back to Cafe first and foremost, and we'll come on to Clubhouse in a little bit. That's been heralded by quite a few as one of the best games we're going to see in Challenger League. It was really exciting to watch, ridiculously close. Round to round was absolutely nail-biting. When you saw Cafe come up as the map you were going to, what was going through the team's mind there? Was it a map that you guys wanted to go on at the start of the day?
Cafe was a map that we definitely expected to play. It's a map that we're pretty comfortable on, and we know that it's one of Orgles' favorite maps, or at least it seems to be. So we went into that map with a lot of analysis and a lot of like good ideas of what they're going to be doing and how we can counter it. Unfortunately, obviously, as you saw, it just came down to that one round at the end, which meant we didn't get the 3 points. But we said it after, and we were talking to Orgles like between maps about it, and we were saying, yeah, it was a really good game. So
it was a really good game, and I don't think everyone expects a Maestro to get concussed and still find 3 kills in the final push, right?
Yeah, unfortunately.
These things happen. But then talking about Clubhouse a little bit as well. I mean, is it fair to call you guys the kings of Clubhouse here in CL? Because every single time you seem to go for it, you put up a massive performance. Sure, you drew against a few kids last time, but today was nothing short of fantastic. All 6 rounds on defense. Do you think that was down to your guys' prowess on defense, or do you think August made a few mistakes coming into that?
Orgles are a team that, from what we've seen, seem to really prefer attack. They seem to be a heavily attacker-sided map, or attacker-sided team. So while we would normally like to pick attack to start off with on a map like Clubhouse, and we would like to go in and get a good attack half to begin it, we feel like Orgles are a team that maybe have the same mentality. So we decided to just start defense and to see how it went, and maybe they weren't as good on attack as we expect them to be, but we're pretty happy with the result.
Just maybe not quite good enough now, losing every single round. Definitely not really a good sign of that. But let's talk a bit about the wider picture as well, because for you guys coming in today, like I was having a chat with Dats yesterday, he was saying, look, it's a tough situation we're in right now. We know what tomorrow means. And given how you come out today with 4 points, in your guys' books, is that a good day in the office? Is it a good day to come out and say, you know what, we can still fight for this second spot in PL? Or do you feel like maybe it's just out of reach by now?
I haven't looked at the actual like numbers and if it's still like 100% possible or if it's out of our control or what. But 4 points, although it's really good, it's definitely not what we were hoping for. We were hoping to go 6 points today, 6 next day, 6 next day to put us in the best possible standings. But I mean, from this point on, all we can really do is prepare for each game and hope to get as many points as possible.
It's looking incredibly tight up there as well, with the Fuse kids not having the best result in their games either by the looks of it. So you never know. Next week is another week. I say next week, more like 3 days' time. Playday number 6 is another Playday. Hope you guys do well there, and hopefully we'll be speaking to you guys in the winners interview then as well.
Yeah, thank you very much.
So there you go. That was one of those games where I think they made a pretty good game for themselves and saying, as he said there, you know, we went into this one saying we do like playing attack on Clubhouse like we spoke about at the start, but we just felt very, very confident going into defense there and forcing Orgles into a tough game. They definitely made them have a very tough game, and as said, they walk away with 4 points. Not a bad day at the office for Crazy.
Not at all. Confidence is a bit of an understatement. They went in there and just absolutely dominated. Anybody who's struggling with your Clubhouse defences, just have a rewatch of that and just copy exactly what Crazy do, although you might need to slightly up your gun skill a little bit. I'm not casting aspersions onto anyone in chat, but I think we're all a little bit below that sort of level. But yeah, absolutely amazing place for Crazy. What a treat we've had tonight.
It absolutely was. Cafe again going down as one of the best maps that we have seen here. I definitely want to go back and watch if you're looking for something to do this weekend. But as Ace has already audio described to you how the standings look, let's get them up and see a visual representation of how they look as well. As you mentioned earlier on, Easy Dream with some really good results are going to find themselves sat at the top. But then the next kind of portion, Ace, really looks like a bit of a scrap going into the next 2 Playdays as to who on earth can be looking to try and take that second spot. That is, of course, assuming that Easy Dream stay in first place.
Oh, it's absolutely unbelievable when you look at that. If you'd, I really thought that a couple of the teams at the bottom end were going to struggle to come through it. I thought we'd see a clearer divide at the end of today, but no, we've been thrown right back into the mix, and there is just an absolute sort of bloodbath going on there from second place all the way down to 6th. Easy Dreams certainly don't have it easy or a dream at all yet. There's plenty more Siege for them to play as well, and they need to be focusing on what they need to do to secure that top spot going forward. But they're looking pretty good at the minute as it stands.
I'd look to reverse that and say they have a dream, but it's not an easy one to make here. There's still, as we say, 2 more Playdays to go. They've got Crazy and then Secret. Oh, What a dream it would be if the UK boys could play spoiler to the French streams. What a world that would turn out to be. Otherwise, looking down the list, we've got Diffuse Kids in the next couple of weeks coming up against Sisu. Fair to say that looks like a pretty, I don't want to say easy, but a comfortable game for them. And in the final Playday, they come up against Orgles. Secret, as we mentioned earlier on, are facing off against Orgles next week before coming into a showdown against Easy Dream. Things are just looking very, very tight at the top. And I think maybe looking at Penta, they've got Salamander next week and then Sisu in the last week. They could yet be the team that storm their way into first or second place and find a way into Pro League, assuming they don't drop points against those two teams. And given how the last couple of weeks have gone for Penta, I think it's very, very tough to write them off. At the start of today, no one was speaking about them taking one of those two spots, but I think now they are absolutely in the conversation after a brilliant performance against Diffuse Kids.
Totally agree with you. I think Penta have certainly been one of those slow burners. We can have a quick look over the results that we've seen today then, just to confirm everything, lock it all in for you. I think you pretty much know at this point we were the last ones to finish, and we have told you, we've kept you updated as we've gone. But we've had over on the main channel, we've seen Salamander play against Easy Dream, and that was a 7-3, 7-2 win for those, followed by one that I'm definitely going to go and watch back. Penta versus Diffuse Kids, 7-2, followed by a 6-6. That sounds like it was an absolutely fantastic match to watch. Over on the UK channel with us, you have watched Gifu Sisu versus Team Secret, and that was a 7-1-7-4. Pretty easy day at the office for Team Secret, followed by one of the best Challenger League matches I've ever witnessed. Crazy versus Orgles, 6-all on Cafe, followed by that 7-1 whitewash almost on Clubhouse. Great day for Crazy as well. And looking at their fixtures going forward, Des, they've got Easy Dream, which is a big hurdle, and they've got Salamander, which is one that you might expect them to take points from. There could be a late run-in from the UK boys yet.
Yeah, absolutely could. I can't wait to be in your DMs all weekend, by the way, about that cafe game as we find more and more cool stuff as we unpack it back in replay. It's definitely going to be one to look forward to. But that is the end of Playday number 5. Only 2 remain. Only 12 points available for any of these teams to stake their claim and claim one of those 2 spots in Pro League. It's going to be exciting. Monday and Friday next week is the place to be here on the Rainbow Six UK stream if you want to catch those games from Crazy and Secret. But that is the end of mine and Ace of Pirates casting for Challenger League. Thank you so much. You've very much so enjoyed this as a final day. To the wonderful team behind us as well, in Blonde Bond, in Feed Machine. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you guys on Monday at 6 p.m. BST.